let you play and just said goodnight. And now I'm beside myself, no one tripping in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, don't pause, press play. Press play, 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 press play. Don't pause, press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, don't pause, press play. Press play, 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 press play. Don't pause, press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and I know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly been apart before. The world's part of heaven. We'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't. Told me don't. She said we soon made three. Doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. She told me don't worry. We've been apart before. The world's part of heaven. We'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't. Told me don't.
Fans are entering the arena as DreamHack San Diego kicks off. The Winter Major has already gotten started. We've had the pleasantries, teams have shown us what they can do, but now that is all done and over with. It is Elimination Day. Teams are fighting to get into the playoff bracket, into the top 8, and to kick it off, of course, we've got the First Touch pre-show. Daz, T-Base, Spaceman, and the Chiefs joining us today. Gentlemen, it's time to go to work.
Yes. I like work. Let me just kill the vibe real quick.
This guy does all this hype up. He does such a great intro, and then this guy, the buzzkill here. Yeah, I like to go to work. The typical, boring joke. Nice dad joke. Spaceman, how you doing? I know you got the energy.
I'm doing wonderful. It's gorgeous outside. The weather's kept up all weekend, but I think it Chiefs is onto something. All these teams getting to work today. A couple are going home, a couple moving on, and for us, we get to watch it all unfold. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. We've been watching a lot of incredible Rocket League over the course of this weekend, as also, of course, over the course of this season as the RLCS season continued on. But, of course, we here on the First Touch pre-show want to take a chance to shout out some community tournaments that are going on that we want to give, again, a big spotlight to. First things first is Camp Gold Rush. It's going to be taking place September 2nd and 3rd live at Wisdom Gaming Studios at Mall of America with Rizzo being the host. If you want to check that out, go visit goldrush.gg for more info. Camp Gold Rush, I did Gold Rush the last totally awesome, or totally excellent weekend, I believe. Such a fun time.
80s vibes, there was something. That was great.
I got that jacket from it. I still wear that.
Okay,
you look great.
Okay, if you've never seen Gold Rush before, I need you to sell everybody on why Gold Rush is such a nice event to have in Rocket League. You talk about
think about it. Think about how much fun we have here on this desk.
And then add memes.
And add memes. Take away all the professionality.
I feel like we had a meme earlier when the team started off with this work. But
it's more than that. Think of that times 10. That's what Gold Rush kind of brings. It's that level of fun.
That you can wear.
And good outfits too. You gotta come.
Yeah,
I won't say clean. You gotta come. You gotta match the environment. I will be excited to see what they do with this kind of Camp Gold Rush vibe.
Okay. And Gold Rush includes players, talent, production, all that type of stuff.
Everything. It's like a whole vibe. Literally.
Okay.
And culture.
You said host is Rizzo.
Rizzo is hosting. Rizzo will be hosting. Again, September 2nd and 3rd. Visit goldrush.gg for more information. Next thing is Rocket Clash. Are you going to DreamHack Dallas? I know some people are going for, of course, CRL World Championship. But at Rocket Clash, it will be a women's tournament where the best teams in Europe and North America compete for a chance to play live on stage at DreamHack Dallas in June. Sign-ups live on April 13th. Of course, you can see it there. Open qualifiers, 8th, 9th of May. Group stage is going to be on the 15th, 16th of May, and playoffs will be on the 3rd of June. You're going to want to keep that locked in. Women's tournaments have been kicking off. We've seen it with some of the ones that we had last month. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
And we want to see a little bit more of that. We want to see those lovely ladies at DreamHack Dallas as well. But that is not all. Bubble players, look at the camera, look at the screen, listen. Listen for this next one, okay? This is a big one. Allies collaborating with Rocket League Esports and 2 community tournament organizers. The first one is The Draw by Panda Pals Production, otherwise known as James Bond and Rizzo. That's going to be starting April 22nd for North America. And Rising Star Odyssey by Rocket Baguette on April 22nd. That's going to be for Europe. Both Ally tournaments will support bubble tier teams through an open qualifier and give them a chance to face 4 invited RLCS teams. You're getting that practice in. The draw will feature a random draw for each playoff round, whereas RSO will have a more classic ranked seeding. Sign-up start at start.gg and rocketbadet.com/RSO. So be sure to keep that locked in. There's going to be a blog post up on the RL Esports website. You're going to want to check that out. Base.
Yo.
We're getting the bubble tournaments back.
Yeah, we got a little bubble tournament coming back, man. It's about time. The bubble players have been asking for something. And listen, I don't want to hear no complaints saying it's not RLS, it's not Rivals here, it's not League Play. It's something to play in. It's giving you an opportunity to get some get some work done, and then go up against 4 RLCS teams and prove
That's what I want to see.
And once you get into that bubble scene, well, once you get out of the bubble scene and put your name on the radar with those best teams in the world, they might pick you up like they did Chronic.
Yeah, now that's clever. You invite 4 teams that want to make a roster swap. There you go.
Yeah, you invite 4
This is our gold rush now.
Yeah, you invite 4 teams who want to take a risk.
Yeah,
risk it all,
exactly.
risk it all, like the documentary that we
Never know who you find out.
Exactly. I mean, listen, they got some diamonds in the rough in the bubble. That's all I got to say. Flip.
Yeah, they do.
I'm talking about you.
Oh, goodness gracious. He's going to be smiling. He's might clip that one already. Okay, that might be on Twitter soon. I can see we're making a post. RL.GG/Ally Tournament. That's going to be where you want to go. That's going to have more information if you guys are seeking more information on that. So, of course, you know, we got to do what we got to do here on First Touch. We got to give love to everybody, love to the community, and we are excited to see what happens in the future. But let's zero back in. We had some craziness yesterday, Achieves.
Yep.
Madness on day one. Just kind of run me back how you felt about yesterday.
Oh, a lot of things, a lot of questions you need to ask about teams. You felt, I don't know what that is. We got to talk about drinking water as well, but a lot of things to look for from teams. You know, you wanted to see G2 make sure they come out, have a nice, strong start, of course. And then, obviously, are those teams that are at the top of their game, like FaZe and K-Corp, are they going to be able to perform? And in short, day one, excellent appetizer for the rest of the weekend. Really sets the stage up, like you said, for elimination today. So a lot of fun yesterday and more to come today.
Yeah, that has definitely been a lot of fun, and it's been good to be able to see some of these guys show up and show out. But, of course, we really want to know which teams are on top. Spaceman, you got 10 top plays.
We got top plays. We got 10 top plays.
They're not ready yet, though.
Listen,
You gotta wait.
I like. It was a crazy day of goals, assists, passes. It was a wonderful day one. I'm just so excited to get into it. But with all further ado, with all put to bed, ladies and gentlemen, it's springtime in the air. The air's changing, caterpillars are molting, and I am out here to show you some of my favorite plays from yesterday. Let's take a look, opening up with AJG on this bump. Are you kidding me? Repositions, burns all of this boost, and uses his forehead to knock out the defense out of the way. I love what I'm seeing to kick this one off. Get me to number 9. Thank you, production. Vatira from the sidewall, an OT Game 1 winner. You can't put any top left slot better than that. I've seen this kid with boss music, and he was absolutely the final force here to start on day one. Let's roll into number 8. I love it. Itachi also getting some love here on the mainstream. He was fantastic to go through. And, well, it's the reset that leaves everybody out on a dime. You don't know where you're going. You're crossing the street, and there are buses coming your way, and he's just putting it on a little floater to the back of the net. The reset was perfect, but 7's even better. Missed. We're getting a nice little Cuxer pinch to start. Yeah, what's down long range, friend? You're not going to be able to save it. I don't know even why you try. You're going to have to beat him at the midfield. It's not going to happen. And that was just a beautiful placement from FaZe Clan. If they can keep the run rolling, we'll see if they can roll. Number 6, here we go. Atomic. Watch this recovery through the net. This is a full team play. Immediately evades the pressure, escapes, recovers, and puts it on its way. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about the best players on the field. I'm talking about the best teams with the best minds. And T-Bates knows what that's all about. Right in the center of the box, centers it back out, and that one is just an absolute banger. Number 5 into my top 5 raise. Bull, you know him. El Toro towards the back wall, pinches it over their head. He's very tall and they are very small. Gets it off the bounce towards the backboard. Here comes a double tap. And where's the defense going? It's like watching the bird box. They're all blind. Number 4, here we go. Another center towards the midfield. And you're watching this recovery. You think, there's no way he's going to slot this. There's no way he's going to come off the back wall. Yeah, you're absolutely right. How does Sizen immediately find this read and say, you know what? That looks like a good shot. I like what I'm seeing, but I like the number 3 even better. Dorito on his lonesome. 1v2. You want an even better shot? Here we go. Musty right into the back of the net. Don't even try putting a hand up. You're going to get a high five and break your forearm, and he bullies his way through for the goal, and that just looks absolutely spectacular, but not as good as my number 2. And after this, mathematically, we got number 1. But Raisbull, he puts it on a dime. He follows from the back of the net. The assist, it's not just goals. It's also how you set up your teammates for success, and watch this go on an absolute bullet right for his teammate to finish the job. But here we go. The sauciest salamander. It's number 1. It's Vatira. Of course it is. This reset, the adjustment, finding it through the bully play. It's unreal what Vatira is able to do, and there's no question. He's an object terror of the universe in Rocket League. Watch this one more time. The replay. Slow it down. Rolls it on the hood. Where are you going? I don't feel goodbye. He's a Reaper playing bingo. It's now into the net. It's all over. That's your top 10. Vatira is an absolute god, and I'm just happy to watch him play.
That wasn't fair.
Give him some water.
I have mine.
He's working hard.
I'm going to drink this one.
That was a pretty good top 10. Number 2 wasn't the second best player. But the top 10 was pretty solid. I mean, you saw some phenomenal plays. And I know a lot of people are probably saying that Vatira play was all luck. Ventura plays all luck because then he got bumped back into it. No, it's not luck. It's because he pressed the issue. He's the reason that Amon had to come off the back wall. Because Amon had to make a play. If he doesn't make a play, the ball's just in the net. So then it just happens. So happens that Bati's still in position, touches the ball back off the bump, it goes into the net. There's no luck involved in that. That is a residue of skill. That's all Bati setting the tone, making sure that the Falcons had to adjust off the reset. They didn't do it well enough, and Ventura just took over that series. That was the best play, but number 2 most definitely wasn't.
We got number 1. We got number 1 correct.
Number 2 was ice cold. That was
cool play, but there was definitely
Baseball is
better
different, man. I'm telling you, when he's upfield and he's
His
got
double touch was better though.
Teammate,
that was
we
him.
were like 7
That was already him.
that
He already was on here like 3 times.
His double touch was better. Let's see, Doritos, his Doritos musty thing that he did. That was better.
That was good.
That was
good. It made the top 10.
I will say the top 10 was pretty solid, and I commend you for being able to talk for 5 minutes in a row without grabbing a single piece of water. Y'all couldn't see him, but this man right here was standing up. He almost broke the desk. We just got this new desk. I know y'all see the FT sign and everything. Whoa, get off of me. Go back over there. Go back over there. Go back over there. Every time I'm calling for something, I always get messed over. There we go. Look at it. You see this new desk? We got FT branding, got Ally Mobile 1 and Onyx. You know what I'm saying? That looks solid. And Face Man almost broke it. But it's fine because it was a good top 10.
I'm glad I didn't break it. We had a lot of stuff on this desk. You can't see it, but thankfully, yeah, I agree. The top 10 was good, and that was just kind of like a little highlight package. You know, we've been talking about it. Let's take a look at, I believe, the contenders to see who is still alive, because guess what? We did have an elimination. It was Pioneers yesterday, mathematically eliminated. Even if they win against Complexity, there is no chance for them to come out on top. So we will give Pioneers, of course, you know, that chance on stage in front of the crowd, but they will be the team going home already achieved. Still plenty of teams left, though.
Yeah, unfortunate for Pioneers, but, you know, you still go out there, you still play for pride. You guys know you're a good team. Go out there, put on a good show. They'll do it, give it their best here in that first match. So unfortunate, but you're right. The rest of the field's still up in the air. A lot can happen today, so a lot to look forward to.
Let's take a look at the results, too. If you guys missed the matches, first of all, what were you doing? There was a lot of Rocket League being played today. Spaceman, in round 1, anything stick out for you?
I feel like you can't go anywhere in this lineup without looking at the very first one we have, FaZe versus G1, right? I think that's an upset that many people could have expected for FaZe to start on Thursdays and Fridays, but for FaZe, the championship caliber of this roster, the fact they've won back-to-back regionals, and the fact that they're coming in as favorites, that was a bit of a stunner, and one that certainly hurt FaZe. That was a bit of a shock.
That's right. Bates, Alpha 54, he played against Falcons, and he
lost.
Good.
Yeah,
he should have won.
No.
No. You reverse swept? What you mean, no?
What do you mean? You got reverse swept. I mean, you shouldn't have won. Stop with these should have, would have, could have. They ain't happen. But Alpha 54 absolutely performed. Sizen did his thing. Radosin was pretty good as well. But the Falcons, they found themselves in that series. They started playing more offense, strong offense, with a capable defense, and they ended up taking out Vitality. I do believe the Falcons are just better than Vitality simply playing, and that was reflective. FaZe versus G1. FaZe Clan, they started off slow. Raul was giving me the copium last night, saying, Bates, we only have one scrim coming into the matchup. Didn't have time to get warmed up. I know you saw the first 2 games. They look different than they. I don't care what they look like then. You look right now, you got an L on the column. G1, you got to give them credit for that. What else happened right there? I can't see the
I believe Oxygen,
Oxygen.
Yeah, that went 5 games. The Chiefs won that, right?
Yeah, that one also went 5 games. It was a lot more difficult, I think, than Complexity was hoping. Of course, Oxygen, a very dangerous attacking team, and it was just like, all right, can we hang on defensively? And yeah, that was their first match of the whole tournament, so really great job on Complexity coming out here and showing, hey, we're back at LAN. They did a great job defensively. They had to work hard all that series, but they got the job done, showed they had the structure, the patience, the ability to control the defensive half and really move that ball up the pitch and execute the counterattack. So scraped by, but they got it done. That's a W in the column.
W in the column. Let's take a look at round 2 to see how those matchups ended up shaking out. We saw round 1, like we said, it was sweeps or game 5s. Round 2 was a little bit different. We had a couple of game 4s. Vitality, of course, taking down Dignitas in 4. Complexity taking down Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing in 4. There was...
Oh, yeah, I was paying for you, wasn't it?
I was paying for you, too. You picked Gen.G.
Was it? Oh, I don't really care that much. I don't really, listen, people act like I really care about my predictions. So listen, I'm just saying things up here. I did care about that G2 versus G1, though. G2 handled that one game 5. Atomic versus C with a C, Atomic with a K. They both balled out. best 2 players on the pitch by far in my eyes. But Atomic with a C came out with a W. G2 took out G1. I know everybody loved that matchup. That was probably the match of the day.
It was a good one.
It was indeed. I didn't realize there were so many sweeps in round 2. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I will say this though. This K-Corp Falcons series, it was a 3-0, but it wasn't really a 3-0. If you know what I'm saying. 3-0. If you're just looking at that, it looks misleading. You think that Falcons just got absolutely stomped. But that series was very tight. It was very contested. And if Atira wasn't the best player in the world, Spaceman, it would have went the other way.
No, it's not like a clean 3-0. It was they had to work for that. It's much closer than you'd expect.
It was a tight 3-0.
It wasn't a simple 3-0. But absolutely right. Like, look, you're going to have to rely on your star players. And that's kind of the beauty of making a deep run if you're a championship contending roster. If you have an X factor like a Vatira, like a First Killer, even like a Rise, you're going to have to lean on them in moments where the series is not clean. And if they can step up, they propel you towards the next event. And at that point, you're just kind of riding off the coattails of that. So it was just a step up from Vatira. We expect that.
Yeah, he wants to come out here, prove he's one of the best still, and he's making it look real good so far. But it's a long weekend, you know, nothing's set in stone yet, but couldn't ask for a better start, really, if you're K-Corp.
Yeah, long weekend. Of course, you guys have seen what all the matchups look like, who won what, but where is everything kind of shaking up? Let's take a look at that overview to see.
I can't believe you just moved on without talking about how Gen.G lost. But don't worry, I'm going to come back to you. Keep on going.
He called me.
You're just going to sit here and host and not say any of your opinions. I'm not letting it slide.
Trying to flip with it. As you can see, here is the groups. I mean, the only one that's really kind of set here for the most part is Group D. Of course, we had talked about it earlier, but again, Team Secret, Team Liquid, though, tied in Group C. And that will be kind of
They play today.
Yeah, they'll play today.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that one, Chiefs?
Ooh, I think you have to favor Liquid. Again, Secret very strong defensively as well, along with complexity. You know, a lot of those South American teams are really dialing in on how they want to play defense against the rest of the world, and they're getting real good at it. But Liquid so far, they look like they can, you know, batten down the house of just about anybody, and they certainly did that yesterday against Ground Zero and Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, whoever wins the group, they go straight to top 8. That is where you want to be. Again, you get that bye round, get a little bit of a break. But other teams today are also going to, if they don't win the group, they are going to be playing in those kind of head-to-head matches. I mean, another team in that, or another 2 teams in Group C, Spaceman, Ground Zero Gladiators, elimination match. They're playing to stay alive.
I mean, look, if we're talking about both these teams having maybe a more even matchup against each other, I think that's fair because they did have a very tough group. You got Team Secret and Liquid, and just the physicality in that group alone is enough to scare most people trying to make a run in this tournament. But Ground Zero and Gladiators, I think that both obviously wanted a better showing of this major. They haven't really shown a lot of what they can do from their personality and their team play together. So that'll be a fun series just to see what these teams bring to the table, more so for the major. But it is tough because they essentially know going in, okay, one of us is not going to be making it towards tomorrow, but at least we get maybe some better Rocket League out of those squads.
We've had a lot of time to look at that overall group standings and see where everything is, but let's ask the hard-hitting questions. Who do you think has underperformed so?
I want you to answer that question.
You want me to answer that question?
Yeah, you asking a whole bunch of questions. I want you. I'm throwing it right back to you. Also, before you do that though, on the previous graphic, I know it didn't show complexity. Complexity is already clinched #1 in Group D, so their name should be somewhere in there on that bracket. And Pioneers, of course, didn't make it out. Now, who has underperformed so far, Dazarin?
Take a swing.
I'm not gonna say what you think I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say FaZe.
Oh, so it's a team, not a player.
You could say both, bro. You could say we could talk about team first. What team has underperformed so far? Then we'll go to player after that.
I would say FaZe. They should have had a stronger start. They had all the momentum going into this event. Shouldn't have been 5 games with G1. They shouldn't have started out getting smacked because they were getting smacked in those first 2 games of the series. I mean, I believe G1 had them up like 5-0. It felt like they didn't have a chance. And now they're starting to build back into it. But now you got that matchup later on, which we'll talk about later with G2 and FaZe to potentially win the group.
Yeah.
FaZe now, they put themselves in a tough spot. So that's who I got.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got FaZe.
I liked FaZe because I initially thought you were talking about a player, so I was going to say somebody like Sipical on FaZe, but that's because I felt like in general Sipical was really my big X factor on that team. You know, obviously you pretty much know what you're going to get from First Killer and missed every single time. First kill, you know you've got a really strong can opener of a mechanical beast over there. Mist is an incredibly powerful, like, entire field coverage. He can be wherever he needs to be. He can get back in time, make tough 2-on-1 stops. He's great defensively and really adds a lot of stability. And you really need Simple to come in there and really manipulate the space and get the ball moving around the pitch and move it towards those players that really get the job done. So I want to see a player like Simple have a really nice day. He did that during that final North American Regional, really picked apart where G2's position was, and I was hoping to see that a little bit yesterday. But like you said, slow start. Raul, only one scrim, blah, blah, blah. Who knows? But today's a new day, so you got to come out there and have a good day today if you're Simple.
It's tough because other than Gen.G losing one series, but it doesn't hurt them too much, I think the biggest answer right now is FaZe. I don't think there's really any other team that's maybe disappointed as quickly because it was that first opening game that they just looked flat. And for a team that has been trying to make those adjustments,
I gotta go see it.
For a team that's been making those adjustments, I mean, it's an inexcusable loss to start the tournament for how good they've looked, back-to-back champions. And Roldes has brought a lot of equity towards the squad as a coach. I mean,
Equity.
It's just it's tough to look at this team.
I don't know if equity fits there, but I'm gonna let you go.
I mean, listen, it's tough to look at this team other than what they did yesterday and think that is the highlight. We just saw the graphic vault list of the series that went down. FaZe was the clearest one standing out. Like, they just did not show up, and that was a huge surprise. Everybody else kind of did
just waiting. He's like, come on.
Oh, he's gonna bounce. I know.
Man, oh man.
I was trying to delay the inevitable. Just let
You're trying to delay the inevitable. Listen, man, listen.
All right, Thanos,
Chat's probably with y'all. Chat's probably saying FaZe as well. Johnny Boy's somewhere saying FaZe as well. Yeah. And whoever else ain't here
Johnny Boy and I
FaZe
agree.
well.
Let's go.
And I gotta tell you, all y'all wrong. Every single person is wrong. And
Okay.
I don't mean to say it. The only reason you're saying FaZe is underperformed is because you've been listening to Gibbs. Gibbs hype up FaZe. You've been listening to Gibbs hype up FaZe for the past 4 years.
You're right. The two championships meant nothing, actually. Hold on. You're 100%.
Never materialized. It has never materialized on land. FaZe, I understand what they did online, and they have been performing, but they're still not the reigning major champions.
Of course not.
1-1. Gen.G's the reigning major champion. Jack was out here making up narratives.
That was also in 2022.
Making up narratives.
That was a whole year ago.
What?
No.
2022.
2022.
Yeah, it was a whole actual year ago. Yes, it was a long time ago.
It was last year.
FaZe as of late
You're
looked
not
better.
gonna get me with the wordplay. It was last
Yeah, it was last year.
Exactly.
2022.
Not a whole year ago.
Gen.G
Those
right
are two
now
different
have not
things.
been on the
You're
same
done.
trajectory
You
as
had your
FaZe.
time. Now it's my time. Now I'm not done just yet. So
Okay.
Gen.G being 1-1 would definitely be more of a disappointment than FaZe right now. Still win playing because Gen.G's proven on land that they can win. FaZe, fourth clan. We got to see what they can do.
Yeah, but they played Liquid.
Okay. Whoa, no excuses. Who played
They
Liquid?
play complexity.
Oh, they play Complexity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They play
they're
Liquid
both
too.
blue. They're both blue.
No, let me handle this guy.
No. And then on top of that, now I can finally get to the question. The question about the team who's probably underperformed the most is Oxygen. I do believe that Oxygen's just that good. I think y'all are a little asleep. A ride to the land boy, he always does damage. Archie's just too good. They're too talented of a roster.
You think they should have smacked Complexity
No, I don't
yesterday?
think they should have smacked them, but they definitely should be winning. They should have handled business. And I think they started off a little bit slower than they would have liked. FaZe, we know they start off slow. Oxygen, they start off hot. They start off hot.
They did press pretty hard in game one.
Yeah, then they cooled down. So I'll give it to Oxygen a little bit more. Cause I did expect them, honestly speaking, I expected everybody in that group to either finish 2-1 or Oxygen finish 3-0. That didn't happen. So I think everybody's just freaking out on the FaZe. I think we need to give G1 a little bit more credit. I'm giving Complexity credit as well. But it's not a clear-cut answer. I think it's between FaZe, Gen.G, and Oxygen. I expected this desk to be a little bit more, have a little more diversity in their opinions. And apparently all of y'all are just thinking like Gibbs. So it's fine.
Like, that is crazy lines. Also, don't be talking about my Gen.G boys like that. They also start slow too.
Well,
remember what happened in the Oxygen
They played
in Rotterdam?
Complexity.
They lost that one, and what happened? They bounced back to 1-0
Hey, look,
tournament.
that's also credit to Complexity how dominant they were yesterday.
Yeah, they
That
were
looked
great.
Like,
They
that
really
looked like
do
a
move the
championship
ball.
caliber team.
I mean, yeah, if he has another question, who has overperformed so far, I would guess it'd be Complexity.
I mean, instead of doing that, why don't we just talk about the big-time players?
Okay,
Listen,
talk about that.
big-time players make big-time plays, and there were a lot of big-time plays that happened yesterday. Of course, let's talk about G2 versus G1. Again, we mentioned a little bit. That was a 5-game series, Bates. How was it?
Oh, man, it was a great series. It was a great series indeed. By the way, I just want to address Game 4 real fast because everybody was talking about Game 4 and all this nonsense. This series, I believe G2 was down 1-2, and then they were down a couple goals in Game 4, and then the Rito started missing the ball. But I never educate all you people who don't know about Rocket League like I do. When you're playing like G1 did, low 50, slow play, got to play a lot of defense and a lot of counterattacks. You're trying to play picture-perfect Rocket League. If you don't make mistakes, you tip your cap. adapt to them. G1, if you're G2, that's what you do. But when G1, if you make a tiny bit of mistake, you will falter, and G2 will capitalize. That's what teams do. This is not a throw by any means.
Oh,
I understand
boy.
Dorito missed the ball, bro, but they had nearly perfect execution everywhere else. Misses happen in Rocket League all across the pitch, all throughout a series, just because that miss in particular led them to have that. They still had a game 5, and Atomic still outplayed you right there.
Yeah.
Simple and plain.
I will say they got away with it,
G2
though. That pass to Atomic, they had 2 people ready to defend it, and they're just lucky that Atomic's really, really good.
I mean, that's just what happens when you got a superstar on your roster. You just throw it up to him.
You just throw him the ball
It's like
and then
Brady
make it
DeMoss.
go.
Just throw it up to him. Wait, what is it? Matthew Stafford, the Cooper Cup down there somewhere. You
You can always trust Atomic to go and get it for you. He's there.
Yeah, I mean, 5-game series. Obviously, you see the controversy there. Was it a throw? I think it was Johnny was like, man, we need to get Chiefs on the telestrate break down. Break down the throw. But that being said, that wasn't the only series. Let's talk about the blue wall and how tall it stands, because my goodness, Karmine Corp versus Falcons was wild. And when I say it was wild, yeah, Karmine Corp swept Spaceman, but Falcons they definitely made an effort. 1-goal games here and there, overtimes, it showed up.
I mean, this is exactly what Bates was talking about. Like, this is not just your typical 3-0. This isn't a stomping. Falcons were fighting back. They were throwing punches. But great moments come from great opportunity and even better players. And Vatira stepped up. How many OTs in game 1 and continuing on in this series? How great Itachi looked. How great Exotic was. Like, this is a scary team in general when we're talking online. But when they're taking out Falcons, who had a lot to prove coming into this major, had a lot to prove for a lot of the doubters from how last year went, they just handled their business. Every time there was an adversity facing them, every time there was a hurdle, they cleared it, they threw the hurdle backwards, and they made it difficult for anybody else to figure out their rhythm. Carmine are just disgusting.
They get it
They're
done.
just so clean.
I gotta say though, the Carmine you all saw yesterday, that looked like a Carmine that could win this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually I think I'm kind of with you today.
There you go.
They need a little time. Like, it was good, right? But it's like, hang on, we know there's more.
There you go. Oh, look at that. See, Mr. Analytical's on my side, chat. That's just what it is. Because the Carmine, I'm seeing the same thing I saw in Rotterdam. I'm seeing a great squad, but I'm seeing a really great player. And the really great player is bringing them across the finish line right now. I need to see Itachi and Exotic step up on the land stage because, I mean, listen, play it like that again, I don't know. A couple times, Vati ain't gonna be able to do it to you every time.
Yeah, exactly. So seeing that is going to be very key. Let's talk about individual players, though. We've talked about the teams. We said, who we thought was underperforming. Let's talk about teams that are preforming. Which players do we think will continue to shine over the course of the weekend? Bates, who you got?
No, the highlights.
Yeah, roll that tape.
You already know what I got.
Oh, gosh.
Now, which one did you pick?
Come on now, you already know where I'm going. The man himself, look at him, he's doing everything. He's got 2 goals game 1. That's all he needed. Look, another one, and 1! That's an N1 finish right there. Demo's not enough, big save, you know I'm there. That's what he does. He is one of the most complete Rocket League players in the game, probably the best assist man in the game. Not probably, he definitely is. And when the going gets rough, the going gets tough, Atomic always steps up. He is a big time.
That's what I was talking about.
Big time players make big time plays. 2 people on him. J-Nap just put the ball out there, said, Atomic, you over there? I got 2 on you. Atomic said, don't worry, I'm gonna beat them both to the ball. Slots it bottom corner. He's gotten so much better this year. His poise in game 5s and game 7s incredible. He's always clutching up. That's what G2 needs. He's been playing better Rocket League than he ever has. I expect him to continue at this major.
Yeah, I can see that. I definitely see that. That's a good pick. Normally when I hear you talk about Atomic, I think it's like the hype up, the copium, kind of the G2 baits coming out. But this time, he is showing up. Roll the highlights. You know who I got.
Oh, yeah, who'd you pick, Des?
He copied me.
Did I copy you? No. I picked greatness. Fonty! Look at him. He's doing it all. OT, you need someone to step up. Top left. Who else is going to place it there? I don't know who's going to place it there. I don't know. I don't think he's got that ability. You need someone. Game 2, OT, 1-2. Get it past the whole team. Oh, my God. I don't know anyone that can stop this man when he's on. Big time defense as well. Look at this. Bass downfield. Exotic. Look, just slide it home. Just slide him. He's making it so easy for Karmine Corp this man, when he gets on the field,
Facilitator.
when the other team loads in, they're like, why is there a big health bar? Why is there boss battle music playing? It's just Vatira. And they just don't have enough time to take down the health bar. They run out of HP.
He looks a lot like what Rise was looking like on Team Queso when he was leading them towards that grand final back in winter.
Just can't stop him.
Vatira, you just can't stop him right now. You got to feed him the ball.
You can't stop him. He's the best in the game. It's the best in the game.
Sean, who you got?
Play the Spanish music because I want to get into El Toro real quick. Here we go, baby. You already know who I'm picking. Raisel was phenomenal yesterday, and it's not just his shot selection. It's also his ability to get his teammates involved, right? He's closing in the outer lanes. He's watching that lower third on the offense when they start to transition, but he's also feeding his teammates the ball when things start to break down. When the play gets chaotic, in traffic, it's Raisel who's setting up everybody else. The assists have been there. The creation's been there. The ability to find placements for your team to get here. I mean, this is just, that's stupid. That's a stupid redirect. And then his plays later in this tournament where he's finding AJG on crossing patterns. He's finding CRR in awkward spots. It's just so excellent from Raisel. Not only is he kind of the point man on offense, but he's found more decision-making with his teammates involved, and he seemed to be a little more selfless this event, and I really like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, they move the ball very well. There's still some things that I'd like to talk about a little bit later on complexity for the day and where maybe they may end up running into some issues, but for now, day one, absolutely, Raisel, El Toro totally got the job done there on day one. You can't hate it.
Well, who you got?
I went Big Oz. You had to pick another one from another 2-0 team. Oski had to say it. Say what you want about who they played yesterday, Ground Zero Gladiators, one way or the other. Liquid, a team not underperforming. You knew that these were teams they should be beating, and they went out there, absolutely did it. Oski shows up. He goes 6-0. 6 games, 9 goals, 12 assists. He was nearing 600 score a game, 45% shooting percentage, 80.77% goal participation rate. The dude was sitting there moving that ball and saying, we're scoring, you're scoring, I'm scoring. Now, you could have made a case for anybody on Liquid, honestly.
Yep.
Because Atoa had 21 demos in 6 games. Absolutely absurd. Everybody on Liquid getting the job done, but overall, Oski involved on both sides of the pitch everywhere.
Listen, those stats are all great, but I gotta put a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. But I just need to let y'all know they were playing a group of life, so they were.
That's why I said say what you want about strength of schedule. They did the job.
They were in the group of life, and they were absolutely farming in every single statistical category. Gotta put that in perspective. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Well, it definitely is put into perspective of who we think or will continue to perform over the course of this weekend. That being said, some of the players, they've had some words to say about each other. Some rivalries have been brewing. Let's see who is rivaling each other.
I would like to beat Liquid because it's the only EU team we haven't beaten yet. We don't really know how to figure them out.
Complexity, because we always seem to play them and we haven't beaten them yet. And it's our goal to pass them, and I think we're finally getting to that level.
I think our biggest rivals in this event is all the OCE teams. When an OCE player scores a goal in my net, I think it's a bit unlucky.
Yoris, I really want to beat him. You always want to destroy your past team. It's as simple as that. You like to see your friends succeed, but I don't like to see my friends succeed more than me.
Yo creo que mi rival es FaZe.
Yo creo que nuestro rival principal ahora mismo yo creo que sería FaZe Killer.
First Killer, je trouve vraiment qu'il est incroyable ce joueur et j'aime vraiment beaucoup me comparer à lui parce que je trouve ce qu'il fait c'est incroyable en fait.
Rise, because I think he's probably like one of the best players in the world.
But you're better than Rise.
Yeah, I'm better than Rise.
Are you gonna put this on the...
It's so funny seeing the people with their rivals and stuff. Wait, hold on. We got a special guest with us, Boston Scott. Oh my goodness, he's here to join us on the desk. Boston, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, dog. I'm doing all right. I told you I'd be back. We out here in San Diego, baby. I can't miss it. I can't miss it. I can't miss it.
This guy, bro. This guy, man.
Well, definitely, obviously, congratulations on all your success in the NFL. Super Bowl. That's fantastic. That is so fantastic. But obviously, you've been playing a little bit of Rocket League as well.
A little bit.
You've been streaming a lot.
I've been trying to put some work in, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to engage with my people out there. You know what I mean? I'm not just a football player, bro. I like the game, too, so.
Like, you see this, man?
What's up?
No, I do see it, though. I do see it. We tune into the streams. It's been fantastic to like watch that and watch that progression, even with the skin in the game too as well.
Yeah, man.
That was an instant compliment when I saw that. Like,
Hey, man, major shout out to Sonics and everybody that was involved, man. We were able to kind of put something together that I feel like illustrates kind of my belief. So it was cool that we were able to do that, man. That's a dream come true for me. So major shout out to them. Yeah.
Yeah, big shout outs.
Yeah, when you kind of look at how you've been able to adapt at the highest level, and we look at a team like Dignitas, who also you're a part of, right? Like, they're one of the best, not only in their legacy, but also the team that they have currently now playing in the RLCS. They're so great at adapting at the highest level. What do you find in terms of your similarities, where you see the roster competing here at the Major, but also what you've done both in the NFL and just your own streaming and gaming career? How do you combine the two? How do you compare the two with what you're seeing from these professional gamers and what you're able to do on the field?
Yeah, I mean, a professional scene is a professional scene. You know what I mean? Like the talent is there. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do to separate yourself? And that's the mental part of it. You know what I mean? We talk about in football, it's 10% physical, 90% mental. Well, that's the same thing with gaming. You have to find a way to separate yourself leading into, playing the game. What are you putting into place to ensure that you're as consistent as possible? Because that's what separates the good teams from the great teams. And that applies to gaming, that applies to football.
Yeah, speaking of mentality, what kind of goes through your mind as a competitor when you're like in those like big moments? Like, how do you get like locked into stuff like that?
I love it, dog. I love it. Hey, I feel like the bigger the adversity, the more it turns me up, man. That's just the way I was brought up. That's just the way I'm kind of built. But you definitely, like I said, it comes down to that process and having things in place that allow you to relax and to focus. But I feed off of that energy.
Do you think pro Rocket League players feel the same way?
I think I think so. I think it's important to have that mentality going into. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It doesn't matter if you're playing the blue wall. It don't matter if you're playing Gen.G. You know what I'm saying? Like, your mentality should be the same going into each game. That you're the best. Respect your opponent, but you have to have that belief system that you're the best. And you're going out here. You're here for a reason.
Yeah. Now you talk about being the best. Let's talk about that Rocket League rank. Where you sitting?
I'm at GC3. I peaked GC3.
Wow, you better than him. Though. You better than him, though.
First of all, calm out. I don't play the game like that no more.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think last year, Winter Major, we were talking about, like a 1v1 or something.
Oh, that's what you're trying to do?
So I was kind of biding my time, but you know what I'm saying? We talk about that process, right?
How long ago was that, by the way? A whole year? Interesting.
Hey,
wait, it's not me. It ain't me.
Hey, man, at that time, I was just letting you go ahead and babble about that, but hey.
The babble is crazy.
That's wild.
Is crazy lies. Look, I ain't got prep, but I'm picking up that control.
You don't know you like that,
I'm picking up. We can do this right
man.
now.
I think you got you, bro. I don't know,
little bro.
It's been a while since you've been GC3. I just want to call
I'm GC2 right now.
Yeah, barely.
Barely.
Boston, man, talk to me, man. How was it playing in the Super Bowl, man? Like, we gotta know, bro. We gotta know. You played at the pinnacle. That's
man,
game.
It was crazy, man. It was a different type of environment. The NFC Championship was pretty electric. Being at the link, home squad, home team, Philly fans. It was a different type of energy when you get to the Super Bowl, man, because you got, celebrities walking out onto the field. You had your boy Jay-Z walking out on the field. I'm just like, that's that's crazy.
Yeah, Rihanna doing the halftime show, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's a different type of energy. It's a different type of vibe, but, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I hope to get back.
Yes, sir.
But it was pretty cool, man. It was pretty cool. A lot of media exposure. I mean, I was interviewed from people from Thailand, from Mexico. It was just a bunch going on at one time. So we got there a week early, but by the time we got to Wednesday, we were like, let's go play.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
I know, as talent and players as well, when big moments are happening, you kind of feel like it's less nervousness, more anxiousness. You just want to get going. For you, especially in that moment, I mean, it's the Super Bowl, obviously, from when you're a kid to now, that's what you've been prepping for.
Yeah.
Do you feel that it was a mix of like 50-50, or was it more of like, I'm done being nervous, I just want to get on the field and go? Like, how do you approach those feelings when you're walking through the tunnel?
I feel like it's a 50-50, man, because I feel like there needs to be a slight nervousness. It means you care.
That's right.
I mean, there should also be that anticipation, that excitement. You just got to find a way to balance the two. But I feel like they kind of go hand in hand. So we got the opening kickoff, so everything was a little bit delayed. So like we spent a little bit more time out on the field before the game actually started. So I was just kind of sitting there, you know what I mean? Like just kind of looking around, taking in the sights, and it was pretty surreal. It was pretty surreal. So yeah,
that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
You challenged me earlier, but someone else is challenging you. I just got word through the headset. It's Sis. Sis says he can beat you in a 40. He said 40-yard dash, he's dusting you. What do you got to say to Sis, man?
I don't really know what to say, but we got something in store for you guys. We got something special. So y'all stay tuned. Y'all stay tuned.
Sis can't even stand up straight for the first 5 rounds. I don't know how Sis gonna get to the 40. You gotta get past the 10 first. Man, Boston, man, we gotta talk about Dignitas, bro. I mean, like, Dignitas, you know, your whole squad, man. You got young Evo. How was it being with them boys? I know you're with them probably about, what, 2 weeks ago at this point?
Yeah, man, we were together in Philly, man. I was able to talk with the guys a little bit, man, and you know, it's been cool to be around them for sure. The talent, I mean, they're super talented guys, and we got some cheers in the back. Is that some Dick fans? Anyway, they've been putting work in, man. Yep. But you know, I talked about last year. You know, I kind of feel like one of the talking points was Team Liquid and how young they were. Yep. Last year, and I kind of feel like Dignitas is the youngest team in NA, if I'm correct. You know, and so. It's a process, you know. The talent is definitely there, but it's been a joy to be with them and watch them develop, man. I'm excited, bro. I'm excited. You see flashes of what they're capable of. So, yeah, I mean, those are my guys, though.
Okay. And did you see Evo play basketball at all when you were out?
Uh-oh.
Hey, let me tell you this, bro. Evo was talking that yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's now been confirmed that I'm the best shooter on the team. It's not even close.
Oh, it's not close?
Not even close.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? It's not even close.
We gotta go get some jumpers up there, man. I don't know, man.
I'm dunking on everybody at the desk, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Hey, listen, you start taking lift off, I'm gonna make a business decision. Move out the way. I gotta ask you about the major, man. Okay,
Yeah.
so outside of Dignitas, of course. Outside of Dignitas, who you think's gonna make the run?
Yeah, man. Man. T-Base, they thought you were crazy, man. They thought he was a madman.
They did. They
thought he was a madman.
I
I was locked in the first touch. I'll be watching you, dog.
know you do.
I'll be watching you.
Come on now.
Hey, man, it's been, you know, the Blue Wall, bro, they look good, man. They look good in complexity also. I think that they've been doing a pretty good job. I'm really interested to see in Group D, I believe, Oxygen versus Gen.G, which is going to be today.
Yep.
I'm excited to watch them. G1 also. I mean, like you said, highly efficient. You know, outside from the Dorito miss, they've been highly efficient. You know what I mean? And I kind of looked at what they've gone through up to this point. They've pretty consistently competed. You know what I mean? Been at the top of their group.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
so
sir.
major shout out to those guys. Happy for Mark by Aiden that he's been able to be a part of this team, and Kenny Vaccaro also being a part of G1. Major shout out to them. But yeah, I mean, the Blue Wall is looking good.
Blue Wall.
The machine is humming. Material, I mean, he's. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's pretty cool to watch.
What's the material equivalent in football?
Ooh.
You can say yourself. It's okay.
Man, let's see. That's a good one, bro. You kind of put me on the spot there. Material, let's see.
Oh, you ain't got the answer. I'm gonna let you.
I mean, I kind of feel like Material kind of like that Debo Samuel type. You know what I mean? He's like that Swiss Army knife. You can kind of do a little bit of everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That Debo.
So, yeah. So
Yes, sir.
shout out to my guy, man. He's doing well.
Yeah, shout out to them, but also shout out to you as well.
right.
I mean, the journey that you had not only as a player in the NFL, but also like the impact, the presence in the Rocket League community is something that I think like none of us have expected, but we're all very grateful for. And you know, you got fans now in a sport and an e-sport. I want to give you an opportunity to be able to talk to the fans and just have some words for them.
Yeah, man. Major shout out to everybody, all the love and support up to this point. Those of you that have followed me in my football career and also through streaming and gaming, man. The way that I carry myself is like there's a lot of people out there that try and put you in a box, that try and label you and say you're this or that. You know, I don't really do what I do to prove people wrong. I do what I do to prove the people that believe in me right. So if you've been supporting me, if you've been showing love, I do this for you. So I appreciate you. Much love to you. And I'm going to keep going.
Yep, we built different down in that boot. That's all I got to say, man.
From that boot, baby. It's different, bro. It's different in the water down there, bro.
Hey, man, it's something different, you know what I'm saying? It's whether you don't even have to be from there like that. Like Andrew Reese and up squad, they ain't even from there, man. When you go down there, man, we just built different. Something in the air, something in the water, bro.
Something in the air, bro.
Something different.
Might be the mosquitoes. I don't know.
They do got a lot of mosquitoes. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not even front. I went down. Okay, all right. Oh my God, Boston Scott, thank you so much for being able to take time to talk to us. Obviously, we appreciate it so much, man. You to go, much love once again. And for everyone else, you give Boston some love, man. Show him some support on the socials, anything, because this guy's doing absolutely incredible work. Let's take a look at the group stage as we get locked back in here. We're so close now. You see the timer ticking down. We got less than 16 minutes until kickoff. And my goodness, we're going to see how the rest of the group stage finishes shaking out, Spaceman.
Yeah, we are. And it's going to be really exciting to kind of watch the permutations fall forward with how this major will go. Because when you look at how day one went, it was pretty standard other than a couple of shakeups. But now we're starting to see separation in the squads where we're looking at teams to start to make their mark both in the mechanics and both in the clean team play. And I expect some of the high caliber rosters, the championship caliber rosters, start making their mark and moving ahead of the rest of the pack because there is a clear separation with NA and Europe's best. And I expect to see that today.
Championship caliber rosters. I like that because, sitting here, I don't know if you guys have noticed here at the desk, at this very beautiful desk, we do have the trophy right there. Major championship trophy. Again, Swarovski. It looks beautiful. It looks great. I took some pictures with it earlier. It's beautiful. But, of course, when you talk about championship caliber rosters, we got a matchup that is kind of championship caliber in itself to end the night. G2 versus FaZe. I got the G2 guy and I got the FaZe guy over there. G2 guy, what you got to tell me about this squad?
Man, I mean, listen, I thought about Atomic earlier. G2, they do what they do. But this matchup tonight, man, it closes off the stream and it's a big one. The winner of this will be the 1 seed coming out of Group A. And that matters so much. Because number 2, is number 2 to go down here somewhere? Where's number 2? Group A played number 2. I think they end up going up against Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp in the second round. That's somebody you don't want to play in the second round.
That's your reward is going to play those boys.
So that matchup is going to be huge at both of these squads. G2 is, unfortunately for G2 fans, they are losing that season series record. They are down 3-1 total. They've only won one best of 5, so it's going to be tough for them to win. But FaZe, on the other hand, they're a great team as well.
FaZe man.
They've already lost to a lot of games, so my prediction's out the window. But looking at FaZe, right, like this matchup, G2's coming first in the LA Major back a year ago. They came in second at Worlds. So in North American lands, G2 have pretty much looked unbeatable. I expect them to have similar results potentially tonight, but we also are just businessmen, and we knew we had to schedule that one at the end of the day because we wanted all the fans to come enjoy the action late tonight. So we are very excited to see how that one goes to end out the show.
Let's take a look at some of those FaZe highlights as well, because again, FaZe Clan have been showing up here, Spaceman. But what's gonna give them the edge against G2? You gotta sell me on this.
I mean, rocky start to be fair, but FaZe Clan, to be honest, their biggest asset last time they played G2, of course, was that G2 was really struggling to control a lot of space on defense. There wasn't a whole lot of structure, and they were really able to take advantage of that. Now, to be fair, G2, they looked much better yesterday. A lot more sound and where they needed to be positioned, so FaZe may not have as easy as a go of it this time around, but that's all the process.
They might not. They can also sweep them.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part, right? That's why maybe G2 gets so frustrated playing against a team like FaZe, because they're quick, they move around fast, and they can make you hurt if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, and I will say that I do not believe that FaZe is going to come out so lackluster like they did against G1. They start off each game basically down 2-0, if not 3-0 in that series multiple times. That's not going to happen again. FaZe is going to play way more defense, a way more control style, and make G2 have to work, just like they did almost a month ago in the Winter Invitational. It's going to be a great series.
I would ask you, do you think they're going to do it, Bates? But
that's later.
Yeah,
that's later.
I say it for later. This man's going to be on the desk all day long, so we got to,
that's right.
Let him cook. We got to let him cook. But something that you can probably answer to me right now, though, is who's going home. Listen, it's San Diego, but the flights might be getting booked here soon. We already got one team that we know is out. Who else is going to be out? Spaceman, who do you think?
I think it's tough to not look at maybe some of the teams that start off like 0-6. I mean, they've been struggling with maps. You're looking at the likes of like Gaming and Ground Zero. They have a matchup going head-to-head later. But
so you got to pick between them then.
I mean, I think Gaming Gladiators will probably be able to take that. Ground Zero yesterday just didn't really have much at all. Like, the offense wasn't really there. The defense was just giving away possessions for free. The counterattacks didn't really exist. If we're just going based on elimination matches, I think Ground Zero are probably one of the first teams other than KCP to punch their ticket out.
Who else plays today?
Everybody.
Crew and G1 plays. That's a potential one.
I think G1 are able to sneak that one.
Yeah, I would like to say that, but probably Cruz.
We'll see. We'll see as we get ready to kind of kick things off. Of course, let's take a look at the schedule so we can see the order of the matches being played today. Lots to talk about here. Of course, Complexity Falcons starting us off. Ground Zero Gladiators. We're going to see these elimination matches. We already know which match is going to end off the day. And like I said, let's focus in on that first one. Complexity versus Pioneers. Going to be one to start this one off. And this one is really going to be to kind of see the form of how Complexity are going to start this day off the Chiefs.
Yes, you really do like to see Complexity, I think, hopefully have a little bit more offensive presence than they have in their first couple of matches. That's really what you want to see, especially because they were able to come out successfully in 2 incredibly difficult matches against Gen.G and Oxygen. So hopefully against Pioneers, maybe there's a little bit more space. Maybe you get to see the offense's muscles flex a little bit, because you certainly don't want to be going into that bracket stage still having to play a lot of defense against teams that you feel like, okay, if we beat them, we should definitely be beating these guys. You really want to come out here and smack them if you're Complexity.
Yeah, I think even though that there's that pressure on Pioneers, Spaceman, I feel like they're still going to go out and give it their all. They, have that good showing on the stage and really show the potential of the team.
You got to make the most out of a bad situation, and you get a whole day to play in front of a crowd, which I know means a lot to players, right? Being able to show up and play with teams around you, fans as well. It's going to be a good showing. I think KCB just got to have fun with it.
Yeah, it is going to be a good showing. It's going to be a match to start things off. The first crowd day is about to kick off, and to welcome everyone into the venue, we got Stacks on the stage.
This journey began just over 18 years ago. Inside a small studio just a few blocks from here, an idea was born. An unreal dream that has evolved to become a very real worldwide phenomenon. And now, here we are. Welcome to the Winter Major, live from San Diego.
Chasing dreams, boy, this life ain't what it seems, but I'm still gonna make it out clean. Look through the struggle, the hustle embedded in me. On the new level, get ready for me. Elevate and do it regularly. Can't nobody say they better than me. I'm coming for everything. Coming for everything. I'm coming for everything. Coming for everything. Coming for everything. Coming for everything. I'm coming for everything. What you got? Give me that. Once it's gone, can't get it back. I'm alive and then grind. That's true. Sign the day, we gon' let it rain. But I'm still coming for everything.
For many teams, the Winter Split has been the breaking point. For the teams competing here this weekend, the Winter Major could still serve as a turning point. Our players have gathered from all around the world to once again prove in front of Esports' greatest fans that they are the best in the world at what they do. And now that you're all here, we can properly kick off San Diego. It's time for our first match of the day. Please welcome Pioneers and Complexity.
So obviously, as we mentioned, Complexity really looking to come out here, have a little bit of offensive firepower behind them today. May run into some struggles. They do tend to play quite well on both sides of the ball, but it costs them a lot of boost to do it. Look at the Pioneers, you already know that they run on such a thin margin, to try and stay in some of those plays. All it takes is one good challenge. Suddenly you put them in a tight spot. Maybe you go out there, steal something, make something happen here. So that's really where I would try and poke and prod if I'm the Pioneers here.
For Complexity, they burn a lot of boost, but that also means they're grabbing a lot as well. So the resources are not entirely there all the time for their opponents. But I've also liked what I've seen out of AJG. He has been kind of the tip of the spear so far for the offense to start in day one. And Raisable, we all know how good he is, what he can do for the squad, facilitating, so far in this major, Complexity have everything they need to be able to handle this series.
El Toro, CJ's in the building. He's already been gassing him up, and he doesn't need any more gas than that because Razebull has been absolutely dominating this whole entire event. So, a top 3 player, AJG to rock. Ever since their time all the way back then on True Neutral, he's been so solid on the defensive end, making sure that Razebull has time to be creative, making sure that CRR has time to assert his presence on offense. Complexity, they're a complete team in NA, and they've only gotten better. But of course, on the other side, you got the Pioneers, man. And the Pioneers, they're laughing, they're gonna have a good time. Scrub, he's been here many, many times, Achieves.
That's the dangerous part, though, as well. You take kind of all the shackles off, all the expectation. That tends to be where OCE does their best work. It's always fun. They love playing spoiler, and they're pretty good at it. So a lot of dangerous things to expect. Obviously, like you said, Scrubs really settled in nicely as they went on. And Pioneers, like we said, this one's more for pride. So
yeah.
At the same time, though, it's dangerous. You don't want to go in for free and just think you've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, this is Hunter's first time, I believe, playing in front of a crowd, playing on the stage. I know he's gonna be really excited to get into this moment. Complexity, you're playing house money Pioneers, they're going home regardless. But this is the opportunity to show to yourselves that y'all can compete at the highest level. Get a W here, use that momentum going into the spring split in OCE, and then come back even stronger for the spring major. But at ahead, I know that he wants to see that happen.
Oh yeah, this Pioneers roster definitely gonna go out, show everybody what they can do here against Complexity. And again, we had talked about it, that form coming in from Team Complexity. A lot of people for the rest of the tournament just kind of want to see if they can kind of keep that consistency moving forward, because if they show any signs of weakness here, I think that's gonna be one of the things that people will take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, as Boston Scott said, right, respect your opponent, but go out and do your job. And if you're Complexity, you need to prove that not only is this just a bit of a warm-up for how your tournament's going to go, but the fundamentals are still there, right? You can't make slip-ups. You can't make mistakes defensively.
You got to keep moving the ball well.
Exactly. You can't show a different version than what we got yesterday. You have to treat it like a normal matchup you would have in the series, but also understand that this is your time to show everybody that you're absolutely here to play.
Yeah, and that's really all of it that it's about. The biggest upside, I think, for Complexity, how well they move the ball. That's really what got the job done against teams like Gen.G and against Oxygen. They have great vision. They understand where to find each other, where the ball has to go, and how to get it there. And you're absolutely right. Just because this one doesn't necessarily have any implications on the standings, you got to go out there, you got to get the job done. That's not always so easy.
Yeah.
Two fans still starting to fill in for this one. Like we said, that first match, getting ready, players getting loaded in here. And is there anything particular about one of these players? I mean, we've seen the Bull elevate yesterday. Is that, are we looking for that kind of consistency, or do we think that today, it'll be somebody else trying to step up?
So I think you needed that sort of from Razebull yesterday. You needed the Bull to go out there and fight against top teams like, CR. What you laughing about, T-Bates? What's so funny?
Because everybody keeps calling him the Bull.
It's good!
And the Bull.
It's good!
You needed the Bull to come out there with the horns and just absolutely just bully people around. You didn't need it yesterday. Keep going.
You did need it against teams like Gen.G and Oxygen, because you need some of that firepower. Like, you look at a team like Fury Yanks has to sometimes get the job done against the entire team, and Razebull did that yesterday. But I don't know if you necessarily need that right now, per se.
Yeah. I don't think you need it right now.
And Razebull was also crucial in helping to facilitate the physicality that Complexity had against Gen.G. They were getting bumps. They were getting big demos consistently to break down the space where Gen.G usually had lanes for passes, lanes for opportunities to escape on a counterattack. Those broke down and those weren't there anymore, and that's just credit to what the Bull was able to do, but it's also credit to how this team has come together, right? AGG and CRR have looked lethal as a trio going into this event, and if they can keep up that pressure, keep up those bumps and demos, this is a squad that can break down some of the best offenses in the world, and if they do that, they have to feel confident about anybody they go up against.
If Complexity loses here, does that mess with their, just
individual
psyche?
If it was me, it would crush me. I'd be like, no shot. We beat Oxygen Gen.G and tanked it against Pioneers. I wouldn't like that. Huh. What would it do to you, T-Bates? You used to have, that was contemptuous. That was
Oh, no, I wouldn't have bothered at all. I've already handled business against Oxygen.
You'd be like, I'm number one. I don't care.
I'm number one. If anything, about Complexity, I want to test some things out. If I'm Pioneers, I want to go all out. I want to go all out and prove to myself, like I said already, that I can compete at the highest.
That's why T-Base was a player and I wasn't.
Yeah, have fun with Pioneers.
That might be fact. Chat, let us know what you think at home. Fan vote is up. Complexity, use hashtag COL. If you're voting KCP, use the hashtag KCP for Kansas Pioneers. Desk, Who are we going with on this one? I feel like the desk is blue,
I'll go
but
first.
I gotta.
Complexity.
Okay. All right.
Agreed.
Actually, no. I'll take it back. Get rid of complexity. Give me KCP.
What?
Give me KCP, and I'll tell you why. Because they're playing with house money. They want to have some fun.
It's dangerous.
And I know that they want to be able to prove to themselves that they can win complexity. They might come out a little slow here. And if they come out a little slow, Pioneers go hit them with an uppercut. K to W.
It's giving wacky. He's starting it off wacky today.
You can have, I can totally see it though, right? Because if you're not thinking like, yo, we have to be perfect, and you're kind of like, okay, let's just go out there, play solid. Maybe they slow down a little bit. They don't quite have that bite, some of the passing, and okay, it's possible. I could see it.
Okay, but you're not going with it.
No, of course not.
Yeah, who are you going with?
Complexity.
I was gonna say KCP to be like, oh, like look, it'd be fun, you know, but the players on complexity individually are better than the players on KCP, and that is all you need to know. Complexity's taking this. That's it.
Give me complexity. Throw it up on the screen. You should have known.
That's good guy
I'm Bombos today. We're going all the way through. The Pioneers, you know, they're gonna pioneer their way home. Look at this. There's the fan vote results. 85%. The fans are leaning that way.
Chat's boring. Y'all are boring.
You get good things when you beat Oxygen.
Nah,
Gen.G,
listen. If I'm in the crowd, I'm rooting for Pioneers.
You should root for Pioneers.
I want to see Pioneers get a W.
I might be boring, but I think I'm going to be right on this one. Let's get ready to kick off the major. We've got the crowd here. They're lining up to get in store. Kansas City Pioneers versus Complexity to start it off. We've got James Biden Corelli to welcome us in. Let's play some Rocket League.
The crowd is here and the games are ready. The Pioneers still looking for that first game win up against a dominant Complexity who took down Oxygen, who took down Gen.G, and already secured the top spot in the group.
And on the other side, you got Pioneers. It's been a frustrating experience, but just that last shot there in Gen.G, you can see the smile, the atmosphere affecting this team, and they're gonna put on a good show here against Complexity.
Already Complexity starting out hot. It only took 4 seconds. AJG getting the first goal.
Kickoff goal going in favor of Complexity, and it's AJG to come through and poke it home.
And you actually saw Racebull got a little bit of a touch on it.
Yeah.
That kind of set it up so that extra height could be achieved. Complexity wasting no time.
Got to be careful on the kickoff here. Pioneers do get through it perfectly. Now Complexity already just threatening and controlling the game. AJG looking for space, but it's the RR who's gonna have to retreat.
And I just noticed something as well. We were talking about Raise Bull. Mess with the bull, you get the horns. Well, Banana Head also has a pair of horns of his own. An interesting card selection. And
I was wondering what you're referencing.
Look,
oh, okay. He's got the Scarab. And they love it. He's looking good. For Pioneers, I mean, of course, the Desk talked about their situation, but it's still an opportunity to take on a big team and gain that valuable experience, especially against Complexity, who've just been performing on a different level here at LAN.
I mean, Hunter is that player that you're looking to, that new addition to the Pioneers, a young talent, fantastic mechanics, but still looking to fit into that competitive flow. Banana Head, clear out. Hunter will lob it downfield. It was a quick goal for Complexity, but it's been a bit quiet since.
Stabilized, but maybe only for a moment. Racebull can't get the second, but CRR is there.
Racebull didn't get the double, but it didn't really matter. You saw the defense commit. Banana Head jumping across net, expecting the shot. Racebull playing it off the backboard. An easy cleanup now. Complexity, they're firmly in control of this game. We'll see what the Pioneers can do.
Yeah, it really is on them to change the pace of this game. Complexity have controlled it up and down the field. Hunter not going to be able to connect there, and Banana Head in that Scarab just trying to fight for every inch here against the Bull.
And CRR lead blocking at 50. And I also love, you saw the players from Complexity walking out with the flags on their backs. You also see Racebull rocking the Chilean flag on his car. It's not too often you get to see antennas.
Certainly not. There's a lot of pride on this Complexity squad, especially when they came to North America. They wanted to prove that they could be something more than they were when they played in the South American League, and they certainly have lived up to it now on the main stage. And they have had a wonderful winter major so far, and looking to close out this group's in dominant fashion. It's Racebull, a pass over, but it's cut out.
And that was well defended by the Pioneers. recognizing that RazeBull was trying to take that pass option over to CRR, and now CRR pre-jumping on this play. It's a chance now, but you saw Hunter, that first touch, got a bit too far away from him. Now possession given back to Complexity.
Still looking for that offense from Pioneers. Haven't really seen a lot of chances. Here comes RazeBull. He's gonna land on it, and Hunter able to make the save.
RazeBull is always a threat off the ceiling to utilize the bounce from the ground. Saw that yesterday. Trying to pull it out again. The Pioneers defense has been getting a lot of reps. More attack coming from Complexity. Hunter trying to tap that out to the corner. Out to Scrub. Over to Hunter, but pass too far away. Hunter also out of boost. Pass into the middle, no one's there. A double commit. Might even have been a triple commit there from Complexity, but they still get the clear.
So possession there for Pioneers and some pressure. Still just a 2-goal lead for Complexity. Completely doable here for Pioneers. Hunter, I can't get by RazeBull, and RazeBull very calmly picks that one up, and CRR here to receive. Complexity looking to get out.
RazeBull, that 50 is sent back to AJG. AJG staying on the play, ball out in front of net, but no one from the Pioneers is there to try to even 50 that on the goal line. We've seen a couple balls roll across the goal line from Complexity. And there's a bump. AJG with a pop-up by some time.
An opportunity here for Pioneers. They're spending a lot of time on the Complexity side, and a tough save coming out for RazeBull. They are able to turn it away, and Pioneers sent back to their own side.
AJG trying to keep possession. Hunter will beat one. CRR will jump on it, trying to read the double, and doesn't get the read. The corner of the ceiling, bamboozling him there.
So decent looks, though, for Pioneers when they get downfield. Complexity's defense is how strong. My goodness, with the pass back to CRR, and this shot goes off the crossbar. Complexity trying to show us a couple clips here in game one.
CRR has been staying upfield, that time going for the pre-jump, now staying on Pioneer's backboard. Complexity throwing down the gauntlet, challenging Pioneers to move up. Hunter going for a 50. Well controlled by RazeBull, but Scrub will stop it right at the midfield. Banana head back down, went for the 50, but now CRR again, he's just staying upfield, Corelli.
He's just cherry picking now. And to give credit to his teammates, they have been dishing it up to him. He's still going for another pass. This one went wide, and Complexity full control here in game one.
Hunter trying to keep this one alive. RazeBull and Complexity, they're going for the pre-jump plays to try to get into the heads of the Pioneers, and Complexity take game one, and they do it convincingly. Corelli, that first moment in the game, it was what, 4 seconds in?
Kickoff goal.
And then since that point, you know, Complexity just kept going after Pioneers, keeping them forced back. The Pioneers did have a few moments. They did generate some opportunities where the ball went out in front of net, and it was, if someone was there, they could have got a shot off, but the Pioneers just didn't have the boost, didn't have the attacking position to really threaten Complexity.
I mean, you're going to take a look at this Mobile 1 high-performance replay, and it's going to be a lot of Complexity. I don't think that Pioneers were completely just steamrolled here. There was opportunity, especially after those first 2 goals went in. And since then, Pioneers had a lot of chances to stay on the ball and hold possession, so it wasn't the worst game here from Pioneers, but again, Complexity was in full control.
They were. I mean, you saw what CRR was doing. He was sitting on the backboard, multiple pre-jump plays. I mean, it was 4 or 5 pre-jump attempts.
Yeah.
And then it shows you the confidence that Complexity has in this matchup. And, you know, Corelli, OCE as a region right now is still hunting for their first game win at this major. So a lot of pressure on the Pioneers to perform. And this is an opportunity to get that invaluable experience. And they get the first goal 3 seconds in this time. Pioneers in the lead.
They return the favor in game 2. Look at the monster kickoff here from Hunter, and a pre-flip in off the post. And Pioneers, they get there first.
And you see smiles across the cams for the Pioneers. And Banana Head back in the Fennec. That probably is the difference.
Just a fake from him. It's going back to try hard mode here in the Fennec, and maybe it pays off here for Pioneers. Another threatening shot coming out from Hunter, and Pioneers, again, they had opportunity in game 1. It wasn't all doom and gloom, and they're having opportunities now in game 2.
Banana Head up the wall. Razebull back passing. CRR now to AJG. AJG didn't make contact. Hunter will have some space here. Hitting off the ceiling, trying to go for a ground pinch pass, but Banana Head was able to collect the scraps. Now off the ceiling, going low. AJG sweeps the goal line to get the clear, but this is the best pressure that we've seen from the Pioneers coming off the back of that kickoff goal.
Really came out quick and strong here from Pioneers. Now they're getting settled in. They hold that 1-goal lead. But you know Complexity is going to come right back the other way, and it's CRR. Flipper, he set in over 2, and it's tied up.
And CRR has been the attacker for Complexity. This one beautiful, getting the flip reset, getting an extra push on the ball. 2 defenders in net, still wasn't enough to stop him. You know, even through the group stage so far, he's been averaging over 1.2 goals a game. CRR has been deadly on the offensive end for Complexity.
Oh, he's been insane. And Complexity, I've just been feeding him as well. Again, threatening. Oh my goodness, it's now. What is this from Complexity?
Look at CRR in this play. Gets the flip reset early, doesn't use it right away, actually air rolled. This pass is flip for the challenge, and then talking about improv, that pass back to the middle, Razebull was ready for it.
A wise man in a cheese once said, the best players are improvisers in Rocket League, and that was some improvisation there from AJG to make that one flick hard across the goal line, and Complexity were there to follow up. Now Pioneers find themselves down a goal.
To go for it for Complexity, but it's a booming clear, so it doesn't really matter. Now a demo from behind, this could be trouble. Pioneers, though, do get bailed out. Banana Head, good clear off to the side, but Banana Head hoping for that mid boost, did finally get it, but wasn't able to keep the attack going.
Good control here from Complexity as well to back pass that one to their side. Pioneers are able to pick it off, but looking at Complexity trying to hold on to this ball and keep possession in game 2.
Razebull, pre-jump CRR, off the ceiling, going to the backboard, rebound. Almost a chance, but Corelli, this is wild what we're seeing from Complexity.
I mean, and it's being perfectly passed to CRR. Every single time he's pre-jumped, his teammates have given it right on the nose. Here he is again, and he does get a touch to deny the clear on the Pioneer side.
AJG, light tap down, going for a second effort. Gets a third touch out now. Shot potentially for CRR, had to pre-flip to it. A block from Razebull sent it back into the middle. Banana Head almost bumped by CRR from behind.
He's everywhere. He's a monster on the orange side. Pioneers can't keep track of CRR, and he's coming out their own net to take a challenge.
Razebull, double tap, didn't make contact. AJG will play keep away. Pioneers, despite the hot start, starting to cool off. Or is it just the fact that Complexity's heating up?
It might be a little bit of that, especially when you're starting to see the pre-jumps. Complexity, they've given some space over here, and a tough save for AJG. Pioneers denied once again.
Ball down, AJG taking it up. Going for a bump out of the air. CRR with the shot, it's gonna go wide, but the defender misses. Banana Head off the ceiling will have a flip. It's going for the must-be, but couldn't get much on it. CRR going for a flip reset. Getting a touch. Now a clear down. This is gonna force Razebull back with low boost situation. Scrub, pop up. Banana Head stole the corner. Will now go for the challenge. AJG looking for an outlet, but Hunter will be there to cut it off, but doesn't get much on the pass in field. And it's gonna go back to the Pioneers half. The scary moment there.
A little slow there from Pioneers to get a hold of the ball. Now a big miss from Razebull. Pioneers, can they take advantage? Scrub wants to take the shot, but CRR is too quick. And here he comes with Razebull by his side. And a great challenge by the last man to deny the counter.
Hunter recognizing that 2v1 early so that he could get out and challenge it before the demo came. Very smart play from Hunter. And the Pioneers are still in it despite Complexity having so much possession, despite the pre-jumps. This game still winnable for the Pioneers, but they'll have to tie it up first.
Just a 1-goal game, 40 seconds left. CRR looking to receive, and he's trying to bump players off the back wall. Hunter has a pass over. Pioneers, can they set something up off the back wall? And again, CRR there to turn it away.
CRR getting a demo on the challenge. AJG will lob it towards net. And the Pioneers committed too hard. Complexity catching them out quick.
They've tried, they're pushing, they're looking for that goal, but in the end, they left the backfield open. They didn't keep possession. Complexity's challenge game in that corner paid off, and with 25 seconds left, Pioneers, they're gonna need a kickoff goal just to give themselves a decent shot. It's a good kickoff here. Banana Head, if he can get around it, he's got options to his left. Every touch would do there, but again, Razebull denying, and Complexity back in possession.
You saw Hunter had to go all the way back to his own corner to get boost, and now Scrub leaking out too much. Left a window for CRR, and CRR broke right through it.
Another decent challenge there from Razebull, just to not let that one out for free on the Pioneer side. It comes out to his team, and CRR drills that one away. 10 seconds left, and game 2 is all Complexity.
See if Complexity get one more for the road. Razebull trying to fake 2 go. I mean, it's tough to tell what's double commit at this point, Corelli.
And who's pre-jumping. Yeah. That's just been the MO here for Complexity. It's paid off 4-1 in game 2, and Complexity looking just as good as they did yesterday.
They certainly are, and you know, Complexity, pre-jumping, it's not just a joke, really. We have been seeing it more and more in the meta. You know, Gen.G, even FaZe, going for pre-jump plays in grand finals, and it paying off. So Complexity, you know, and we're getting a little glimpse in their capabilities with it as well. How many times have they got that pass right on the nose to a pre-jumping CRR?
And I mean, that's been a precursor to a lot of really good teams here in Rocket League, and we've seen it, as you mentioned, the teams that we just mentioned, and I think that for Complexity, they're finding that form. CRR has just been so crucial for Complexity that he's elevated this team to another level, and here they are, 1 game away from sweeping this group.
But just focusing on the Pioneers for a moment, I thought Hunter looked really good that game. There was that one situation where he had to immediately decide whether to challenge or whether to play it slow in that 2v1, jumped on it right away and shut down that scoring chance for Complexity. We also saw him score the only goal of the game for the Pioneers off the kickoff with that pre-jump after he won the kickoff. So Hunter having a good game, and this is invaluable experience for young players like Hunter, getting to come out to a major play in front of a crowd. But now, this could be the last game for the Pioneers. Unless they get a win here, their tournament will be all over.
Huge opportunity for them, especially against a team like Complexity. And you know Complexity, those pre-jumps, despite them being great, opportunities for them to counter on. See if Pioneers, they have at least one more shot here to break their streak here in the Winter Major.
CRR flip reset, and he gets underneath the ball. We saw First Killer score one like that yesterday.
Yep.
Finding power any way you can.
You saw AJG there on that attack, chasing players into their own goal. Gotta look out for the physical play from Complexity. AJG's been leading that stat. The top 3 here at this major so far.
Huge touch. Scrub. Massive defensive play there, but like you're saying, the numbers that Complexity are throwing up, it's so hard to keep this offense at bay.
Still, I feel like Pioneers have generated enough pressure to generate more goals. Just haven't found the shots. We talked about it last game. It just feels like Complexity's challenge game has just stopped Pioneers from getting to that point where they can take a high-quality shot. It's maybe a half chance at best.
And we see it many times for the Pioneers as well, where instead of picking up the small pads, they are going all the way back for that corner boost on their own half, and that really can take the wind out of your sails on the attack. Scrub trying to play keep away. Razebull switches the field. AJG going for a block. Hunter, first touch now, getting a nice 50. Good plays from Hunter, opening up a small window, but CR are able to make it back.
There's your opportunity if you're Pioneers. You've been knocking on the door here for the last 20 seconds. Another chance for Banana Head, but he can't catch up to it. But the opportunities are there. They're generating their chances, just not converting at the moment.
Hunter looking for Banana Head, and Banana Head does win that race. But Hunter upfield with no boost. Razebull getting it by Scrub. CRR slowing it down. Banana Head winning a 50. AJG back up to CRR, but couldn't find him in the air. Scrub getting bumped off the ball. Banana Head keeping the attack going. Hunter off the ceiling, going to the backboard. The Pioneers are digging deep. We're past the halfway point of the game, still scoreless. Pioneers hanging in there. trying to stay alive for at least one more game.
I think this is good from Pioneers. They're putting on that pressure that we saw at the beginning of game 2, and they're holding it now for at least half a game. What a pinch from Banana Head. Maybe an opportunity. RazeBull lets this one get away from him. Still gets back to the challenge, and Complexity are very mellow here in game 3. You're not seeing the same pre-jumps, the same offense, the same control. It's been Pioneers threatening as Banana Head again. A couple shots ring out. Still scoreless.
And RazeBull finally getting that corner, but the boost starving has been immense from the Pioneers. Great first touch from Banana Head. Goes for the shot. Was thinking about the flip reset, but went right for net. Almost was rewarded for it.
Oh, look how fast RazeBull is to that one. And CRR is going to make them pay if they don't go quick enough. The shot just went wide, and that was the best look I think Complexity has had this game.
Another look potentially. Scrub's defense has been lights out so far. Now chances for Complexity. AJG looks like he actually bumped RazeBull, which will slow the rotation back. Numbers advantage for the Pioneers. Field pass, nothing doing. And that attack fizzles out. Now Complexity on the counter.
There's just no one there for Pioneers. Even that, if that was a perfect pass, no one was there to follow up. Now Scrub to get the touch. Pioneers, a minute to go. Can they stay alive in this series? Hunter must be off the ceiling, and it's denied by RazeBull.
The Pioneers looking to go out with a bang. Complexity trying to make this look easy. This game has been anything but. They have been boost starved. Pioneers are fighting tooth and nail to stay in it. Hunter looking to the ball. Chain dash off the wall.
There it is.
Down and in. Scrub will score it, but Hunter doing some work.
You felt like this one was going to drop eventually. What a touch from Hunter over CRR, and the speed from Scrub is so crucial. Pioneers score with 30 seconds left on the clock.
And there's a glimpse of the mechanics from Hunter, that wall dash, to be able to get to that ball. Complexity now. They find themselves battling from behind. AJG up. Low boost. He's going for the 50. There's a demo. CRR taking out Banana Head. Hunter getting demoed by RazeBull.
Not a lot of options here for CRR. This one might go back the other way for Pioneers. Trying to come out and get the first win here for OCE, and Hunter is going to stay alive. This is dangerous. Complexity are good in this situation.
AJG tipping it over.
There it is.
Hunter will spike it. The Pioneers get the game, and they end the drought for OCE.
And they end the drought for Pioneers. They had lost the last 18 games played on LAN going back to Worlds, and they finally get one here against Complexity. And that was a great game from Pioneers. No fluke win here. Put on the pressure from Complexity. You could see Complexity really slowed down at that point. You didn't see any of the offense, didn't see any of the pre-jumping.
Yeah, and also you saw more aggression from the Pioneers. I think Hunter, his awareness and his speed really made the difference in this game, getting Scrub that chance, but also the defensive stops. That one there from Banana Head, and also from Scrub. There was a play where it was bouncing off the backboard. It was a really difficult read, but Scrub was able to make the read, prevent the double tap, get the ball out to the corner. It was a well put together game from the Pioneers. And like you said, Corella, that is a wild stat. 18 games that they played without getting a win, and they finally broke that streak.
I don't know what JG's saying up there, but he just said no pressure. I could read his lips. No pressure. And I don't think there is any pressure. You got your win. I mean, you're already out here in this tournament, and just go play your game. And that was the epitome, I think, of Pioneers right there. That game in particular, that was Pioneers' gameplay. Do that again. It was good enough to beat Complexity.
And, you know, and also we've still yet to see Banana Head really go for those demos to open up the goal line like we've seen them do in the OCE finals. So see if Pioneers can start ratcheting up the weapons that they bring.
I think if you're on the Complexity side, we didn't really talk about them that much. First 2 games were all Complexity, and I don't know, this previous game, it felt like in game 3, they just were very muted. Felt like they were trying to coast to the end of this series. And Pioneers, I'm happy they didn't let them do that. They have to put on the pressure. And Pioneers certainly showed that. CRR, what was that?
I got to see if this was a pre-jump as well. CRR getting a hit over. The pass coming. No, CRR just jumping quickly. Man. But CRR, I mean, we're starting to see this as a pattern. CRR will not rotate out sometimes. He'll just stay in the play. He'll stay on the goal line, stay on the backboard. You always have to keep one eye on the ball and one eye on CRR.
It's hard, especially for a defense. As you said, when you sit on the backboard like that, you just kind of stay out of the mind of a defense as well, and they kind of say, oh, he didn't go back yet? You know, he's still here, and that's frustrating. It's a very frustrating play style, and it's certainly paying off for Complexity right now.
And sometimes, you know, you make those assumptions after a player makes a hit. You're like, oh, they'll rotate out, but no, they're still there. And they might bump you or come over your back. Just hit that ball right in the net like we saw from CRR.
It's amazing how much boost he can hold on to as well. It just goes to show how efficient he is on the offense and staying in the play, staying involved in the play as well. Here comes AJG. Carry it across at CRR. Just slow it down and not allow Pioneers a free counter.
AJG looking for the 50 and does win it. CRR going up against Banana Head. Raise Bull around Banana Head now, trying to take Hunter out of the play, but Hunter getting a nice clear off to the side and gets a nice bounce. It'll go high. CRR trying to flip, reset, control it. Getting it around the first challenger. It is a battle for possession right now.
With that, Complexity still sitting in the final third. AJG boost to work with here. Flip reset surely as trying to get a little crazy with it. The defense not allowing him to have free reign on that ball.
Scrub still in the corner. This could be a setup for the Pioneers if they get this midfield stop, and they do. Banana Head gets it over to Scrub. Now Scrub trying to get a 50. And will turn. There's the shot. Raise Bull with the save. Now double commit.
Whoa.
Neither hit. CRR will take an airborne. No way. Complexity scores here.
Oh my goodness.
Are you serious?
He's too good. And on the counter, nobody coming up with the touch and a little flip reset. And he lets it go, he drops it down, and off the tip of his car and in. Complexity double up their score.
That is wild. It goes from a Pioneer scoring chance. You see AJG and Raise Bull double commit. And CR says, sure, I'll just take this downfield and score.
If you guys aren't going to take it, I will. And he'll score with it as well. Complexity building that lead again and back to form after Game 3's woes.
CR getting a block on Hunter, forcing it into an awkward situation. You saw two go. CRR might be the most annoying player the Pioneers have ever played against. And he just pouring salt into the wound. CRR with a hat trick.
3 goals, 3 shots. He's perfect in Game 4. And he might be the most annoying player here with the way he's playing right now. Complexity, so happy to pick up this man, to bring him over to North America, and boy, he has performed domestically and so far internationally. He's been stellar.
I mean, there were high hopes for Complexity at the beginning. They made last season's fall major, but then weren't able to achieve success by their own measures, and now bringing in CRR, Complexity back on top. They have been looking ferocious.
It really isn't just CRR either. Raise Bull has really stepped it up, at least at this event in particular. He's been on a different level, and AJG, he's really always just done the same. He's been so consistent for Complexity. And a super physical player as well, and that's really paid off for them. That physical play is so important, especially when you're pre-jumping and trying to predict things before they're happening. And here's a flip reset from Banana Head, denied by CRR.
Pioneers will have to figure something out. This could be a chance, a high opportunity off the ceiling. Good infield pass, a hard shot. But Raise Bull and AJG were both on the goal line.
Raise Bull didn't have a flip. It looked good though, and it might have fooled the last man for only a moment. Coming up on a minute left, and Pioneers, nothing to show for this Game 4 performance. It's been all Complexity again, dangerous off the back wall. AJG bails out.
You see what CRR is doing. He's pre-jumping even the defense. He's just going up, hoping that, you know, maybe if they hit it where I think they are, I'll be able to get the block right on the goal line. And then we see a pinch there.
Oh my goodness.
Complexity is feeling it.
Man.
And so is AJG, who hammered that ball top corner.
And look at this block from CRR. He is stretching out, pre-flipping into that one just to get a touch, and the pass was perfect in the end. AJG slots it top left, and Complexity dominant. 4 goals here in Game 4.
Complexity started hot, and it looks like they will end hot. CR trying to double that one out of harm's way. AJG flip reset, back to the ball. Gets a pinch pass out to the middle, now off the backboard, Raiseful! Wasn't able to score an infield pass, is cut off.
It's wide.
It's gonna roll up. Scrub wanting to pinch that back down. Wasn't able to get it there.
Oh my.
You saw Banana Head.
I didn't know. I thought we were watching a complexity player for a moment.
It was an attempt at confusing complexity and it didn't work, but that dunk might.
It's in?
It's posted in, so Hunter will get one for the road for the Pioneers.
Good one to get one back here for Pioneers, and they've been close here in the last 30 seconds to get one back, and a great dunk there from Hunter. One back for Pioneers, but 5 seconds left. Too little, too late.
The Pioneers, they broke that streak for themselves and for OCE. They get a game win, but ultimately, complexity is just too good. They take down the Pioneers.
What a group stage here from Complexity. Taking down a lot of top teams, topping your group, but most importantly, it's the individual performances I think we're seeing from the players on Complexity that makes it so special. Sure, they're winning, but how well they're winning and how strong some of these players are looking in these series is immaculate.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the total, CRR taking over as the goals leader so far. He has been a huge part of the offense for Complexity. And in this series, this was a unique series, Corelli. Very rarely in an international land will you see players go for so many crazy plays. CRR was feeling it this series, pre-jumping everything offensively, defensively, being a nuisance. Do you think he'll be able to play that way against other teams? Do you think that we're going to start seeing this be the norm?
Oh, absolutely. I think it has been, at least for the first 2 days here for Complexity. They're so happy to pick up a guy like that who just instantly gives you results on the international stage. And for Complexity, absolutely. We've seen it in the group stage already. Why not?
So the Pioneers, their journey ends here. They did get a game, but even coming into this series, mathematically eliminated. They had their pride to play for, and I think they can get some of it back there with that single game win they were able to make. Hunter showing us what he's capable of. I think Hunter had great speed, decision-making, and they were making plays. It was just the Complexity defense was a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I think Pioneers really showed they could put on that pressure and score a couple goals here when they were able to get that time. Complexity's defense, the challenge game, James, were just so strong. I think that's something that Pioneers are going to learn from.
Oh yeah, and CRR's creativity. They're getting the flip reset, but not even using it, going down, instead trying to get the 50. It was unbelievable all around from Complexity. Complexity taking down the Pioneers. And to talk all about it, we've got Subi on the main stage.
Hey, thanks, James Bott. Appreciate that. I'm standing here with Raiseful. And first off, congratulations. That was a dominant performance. It seems like it's been going that way all weekend. But first off, I've got to ask, how does it truly set in for you that you guys have locked in #1 seed?
Race, primero que todo, felicidades. Qué bueno que están haciendo ese trabajo excelente. ¿Cómo se siente tener este first seed, este primer seed en este torneo hasta el momento?
Nada, o sea, yo siempre dije que si nosotros jugamos bien podemos ser el mejor equipo del mundo. Lo estamos demostrando, así que nada, agradecerle a mi equipo porque son buenísimos y agradecer todo el apoyo que nos da la comunidad.
I have always said that if we have a good day, if we play well, we can be the best team in the world. And I want to thank my teammates for being so awesome.
Love the confidence that we're seeing on display here. Now, you guys basically have the rest of today off. You also have all day tomorrow off. You don't play until Sunday. Now, are you guys excited for that, or would you rather just be playing all the way straight through?
Ustedes tienen el resto del día libre, mañana tampoco van a jugar, entonces jugarían de nuevo el domingo. ¿Eso es algo que les beneficia o es algo que preferirías que no tener tanto tiempo libre?
Está bien tener un descansito. Sí, igualmente vamos a jugar Scream porque es imposible tener un día de descanso en una Major. Pero sí, o sea, relajado tener un día sin torneo.
It's good to have a little break. They're still gonna scream, so it's not like they're not gonna be playing at all. They're in the major, so they have to stay on shape. But yeah, it's good to have a little break.
Now, this is the first time that you guys have played in front of a crowd. And Sunday, you know that this place is gonna be full, and there's gonna be people coming all the way over from the venue to watch you guys perform. Are you glad you got to play in front of a few people today to get warmed up for that?
Es la primera vez que juegan al frente de un público. Y entonces, ya sabe que el domingo va a estar esto mucho más lleno que lo que está hoy. se siente bien tener un poquito como esta experiencia, ¿no? Con un público un poquito más pequeño que lo que será el domingo.
Sí, está bueno tener público, es como un plus, así como que te digan todos los goles, te los celebren. Está bonito, está bonito.
He likes to have the audience here, all the guys in the public. So yeah, it's pretty nice to have them cheer on for every goal that they make.
Yeah, it's got to be so much more different than playing at a boot camp or in your house, wherever it is. But the last time that you guys made a major was almost a year and a half ago, Fall Major 21. What does it mean to your team to just be up on this stage sharing it with all of your fellow competitors?
La última vez, Reis, que lograron hacer un Major fue en otoño del 2021, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo se siente estar acá de vuelta ahora en este Major?
Nada, yo siempre supe que íbamos a volver a una Major. Tenemos el nivel, somos buenísimos y era cosa de tiempo, era cosa de trabajar bien, que se nos den las cosas. La temporada pasada no pudimos dar el 100% porque, bueno, CRR recién había entrado al equipo y tuvimos un problema porque CRR no pudo ir a Dallas. Pero bueno, ahora está saliendo todo bien, CRR está en Dallas, somos un equipo fuerte y se nos están dando las cosas.
It's great to be back. He knew that they will be able to come back eventually because they're great, they're awesome, and they just needed to put the work in. Last time on the previous split, they were not able to do it because CRR have some issues. But now that they are, full on, it's going amazing. So yeah, it's happening.
It is happening, and we're so excited to watch it all unfold up on this very stage. We hope that you guys are going to stick around, but for now, we're going to have the desk wrap up that match.
For Complexity, day 2 starts off right where day 1 left off. They are 3-0 in their group. First team to secure a #1 seed in the bracket. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Wave Punk, and this is Bates. We'll be keeping you company all day long. We'll have these two spots rotating around. Jorby, Spaceman, good to see you guys up here. Jorby, Complexity.
Yeah, man.
They are the hottest team out of North America right now.
They are. It is, and I love what I'm seeing out of this team. I mean, I talked about RLCS glow up over the last 2 years yesterday, and CRR, though, was the center of this show. What this guy has brought to this Complexity roster has been, I mean, and I don't even know how to say it. They're just so good now. They're so thoughtful. They're so smart, and they're so mechanical, and they're so fun to watch. I love watching them pop off on stage, and I love watching them pop off on the field. Complexity, no one had them as a favorite to win this tournament coming into the major, but people's tune is starting to change with how they've been playing in groups.
Man, and we'll talk about a dream schedule here, Bates. They played one match today. They had a warm-up match that the results of which were not important. They got to just feel comfortable on the stage with a crowd around, and now they have an entire day to make sure they are ready for Sunday.
Yeah, you say dream? I don't know, Wade.
This is not the schedule you want?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to take 2 days off. I'm being honest. I wish. If I were them, I want to play on something tomorrow. I want to play tomorrow, keep that momentum going because I mean today. If we're being honest, today was basically an off day. So then you got 2 days off, and then you're gonna play for real on Sunday. That means you haven't really gone all out since Thursday. That's a big gap in Rocket League. A lot of things can change. Complexity, they do go 3-0, and regardless of all that, getting #1 in the group is the most important aspect of all of this.
That is huge here. You can see that they have secured the #1 seed out of Group D there. Pioneers eliminated now, going 0-3. The middle of the group is still yet to be determined. Oxygen will play Gen.G later on today to determine who is the 2nd seed out of Group D. Here's the schedule of matches we've got for the day. A full 8 matches coming down the pipe for you guys. G2 versus FaZe, the big one at the end of the day we're all excited about, but we still have so many more matches to go before we get there. Spaceman, Ground Zero versus Gladiators.
Yeah.
This is best case scenario for both these teams. Really one of them is making it out of groups.
Somebody wins and they move on, and that's the best case scenario, absolutely. But it also is bittersweet because you know that one of these teams neither team really had the performance they wanted to have this weekend. They don't really get the games they want under the belt, and unfortunately somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, so we're kicking one of them out. But I think there is pride here on the line, right? Like you're not going against North American powerhouse, not an EU powerhouse. You can kind of bring things back down to earth and focus on your gameplay and your fundamentals and try to get those working before the majors really start to kick off tomorrow, and I think that's where these teams can shine.
Folks, we got a big one coming up here, folks. The APAC trying to make it out of group stage for the first time ever, make it into the bracket. We're excited to see if they can do it. They got to go through Ground Zero if they want to there. The last hope for OCE versus the only hope from APAC is next at the Winter Major.
Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's bright. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Day 2 of the Winter Major rolls on, and we're picking up steam as we head into a region v region battle between Ground Zero Gaming and Gladiators. The last hope of both the regions. One of these teams' road ends here, Jorby.
Yep, and both of them fighting to get out of the bottom of the barrel, really. It has not been a pretty major for either team. But I think, was it you who said earlier?
Probably.
On the desk before about how both of these teams, you know, you're not up against NA or EU this time. And this one feels, to me, like it's going to be a lot closer because I think that Gladiators have shown a lot of promise in their games. Ground Zero as well, some promises, but they've just been outclassed by their group.
Absolutely, folks. Bates, Swarovski's trophies right here. One of those teams going to get to one of these teams maybe going to get to hold this, but definitely not both of them. Only one of them possibly.
Yeah, only one of them. You got way more faith in. I was going to say something, but I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. Both of them do have the opportunity to hoist that trophy by the conclusion of this series wave.
You can see there at the bottom of Group C, Ground Zero and Gladiators, both at 0-2. One of them gets a win here, though, and advances out of the groups. It's time to welcome them to the stage. Here's the schedule. We will be welcoming them to the stage in a moment. That's entirely on me. Folks, there's lots of great matches. You can see them all here. We're going to see some great games happening today. I mean, which one are you most excited about, other than the last one?
Okay.
Yeah, you can't pick that.
I mean, I don't need to. I mean, it's self-explanatory. I think Oxygen and Gen.G is going to be a great matchup. I believe that Crew G1 is also going to be a really good matchup. And then after that, I think I'm going to go Liquid Secret just because they're both 2-0, and Liquid is just showing all the statistical ability. They have all the prominence in the air, but Secret, it's just a clash of play styles. Offense versus true solid defense with counterattack. Jorby shaking his head, okay, you know what I'm gassing up?
Not shaking.
Nod. Yeah, nod and shaking, you know, all the same.
Yeah, I'm really confused. I've never heard you talk well about a South American team.
I've always talked well about South American teams. I just keep it real here on this show.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, folks, Ground Zero and Gladiators, they love all the things you're saying about other teams. They could not care less, though, because they have their eyes set on the stage behind them. And now it is time to welcome Ground Zero and Gladiators to the stage.
It's time to see who will survive out of Group C. A battle for Pacific supremacy between Ground Zero and Gladiators.
Both of these teams representing their regions. They're the region's last hope. Super lucky. You just saw that Pioneers team who just lost. He got booted from that squad, and ever since he's been absolutely dominant. He's been telling me that he's gonna put on a masterclass. He hasn't done it just yet, but going up against APAC, he's got a really good shot.
I love seeing him break his team kind of out of the like zombie walk of like there's flashing lights, there's lots of loud noises, and be like, hey, get back in the zone here. We have a match to win, and we have a very real chance here of taking this.
Yeah, let's remember that's not just we're gonna go up there and play, but like let's stay in the moment here. This group of three, let's remember who we are and go in and do what we can. But for Ground Zero, the biggest question mark coming in was can they continue their assist game? Because they had more assists than almost any other team coming into this major, but they also got demoed far more than anybody else as well. They've avoided pressure a little bit yesterday, but they couldn't find one another. That's going to be a problem. If they can't figure it out, they will go down.
I mean, Ground Zero, they've had some good looks. Like Kaka, he's had some good plays. They all have done things in this tournament that have been good. They just can't get the game wins. Fiber, who was a new hope of OCE, what feels like not even that long ago, has not been producing, but he has those moments, and you know that you just put it together in the right match when it matters the most, he can pop off.
They've had a day to get ready. They had a day to adjust to the environment yesterday. Hopefully got a good sleep tonight, but on the other side, a team that is still trying to get the highest performance. If they get this win, I believe this would be the best performance from APAC at any event since they entered the RLCS. This matters so much to LCT.
And I think they have a realistic opportunity to make that happen. LCT and the boys, people forgot Elevate. They're the team that everybody expected to make every single lane coming out of APAC every single time. They took out this Elevate team in 7 in the Winter Invitational. Winner makes the major. Chips on the line. I'm going to the major. That's what the Gladiators said. OSM in the middle. Listen, if you know this young man right here, he does a lot of chirping, but he can back it up on the field, Jordan.
He absolutely can. King of the low 50s. He absolutely loves those. And, you know, this team, it only took them one split to take down Elevate, and you gotta love that moxie. of Gladiators. They have that poise. They have the energy. Everything is there for them. And they've had, again, spurts, moments where you see, I see the potential of this team on both sides of the pitch. And Maxiu as well, all three of these players. This is a real chance for them to put APAC on the board.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity right here. Maxiu's been fulfilling a decent, solid role on the squad. He's gonna have to back up OSM and LCT in order for this team to be great. But can we go back to the stage, please? I love the fans. But can we go back to the stage, please? I also want to give some recognition to somebody. Oh, not on that side. No, not on that side. Eventually, we'll go back over to the Gladiators side. I want to see the Gladiators coach. For those of y'all who don't know, with his name, he's a legend in the Rocket League scene. His name is Marcus. This man right there, that man right there, he's done absolutely phenomenal things for Rocket League. He's a great intellectual mind, and I believe he has lifted his Gladiators team to where they are now.
There aren't many world champions at the Winter Major here right now. But crazily enough, one is currently on the stage in the form of Marky Dudas, Season 2 world champ there, coaching the Gladiators. We'll get to see.
Owner of the most animated brows in Rocket League as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not many players have an item in the game either. He's got both of those.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild that sentence rings true. There aren't many world champions currently here at this major. But I also think when you're looking at a team like Gladiators, they punched a little bit above their weight class against Elevate. They proved they can go the extra mile. But now it's about, again, putting the pen to paper and showing up in game, because both these teams have very much struggled for the first day. You get a reset here now. And this is less about just trying to fight up to Elevate and more about, okay, how quickly can you make adjustments against the likes of Ground Zero, against the likes of Gladiators? And if you do so, for either side, they have to feel somewhat comfortable knowing that this is an important win. You win, you're in, and with that, maybe they build some positive momentum going into tomorrow.
Both these teams can't be mad either, because they are in a group of life. And they call it a group of life because they both of them have a realistic chance of getting third. We all knew going in that neither of them were getting second or first. Third's on the line, and who's going home? Who's going to keep on playing, Wade?
And who do you think is going to go home? Who do you think is going to keep on playing? Let us know in the fan vote. #GZ, #GG. Could not make it more simple. Spaceman, who do you think plays tomorrow?
I'm a big fan of Gladiators. I really like LCT's play styles. Big fan of him at the World Championship last time. I think he's great. But even with Ground Zero's struggles, I still look at the assists for this team, and I look at the fact that they were leading coming into the major. It didn't come to fruition yesterday. I think that changes. Through these assists, I think they'll find a series win on Champions Field.
Jorby?
I like Gladiators. Give me Gladiators in this match. I think that what I've seen from them,
Why do you like them?
They play really well as a team. They have a lot of synergy, and OSM, he's the center of that. He helps control the team, keep them grounded, and they don't get, they don't get off of their rotation. They don't get in a lot of divey situations. They do have a lot of poise, and I do respect that a lot. They're a little slower than a lot of the teams here, but I do think they match up well against Ground Zero, who I don't think have had the same type of synergy. I haven't seen it the same out of them.
Okay. Gladiators coming out of Joe Bizzle. Joe Bizzle, I'm going to join you once again. Give me Gladiators also. I do believe that APAC will be able to get a big W and move on to Saturday for the first time ever at an RLCS Major. They're having a good competition led by a great coach. That he's going to be more composed, as Jorby said, on the stage right here. Take them out in 5.
You all make excellent points, but I think Ground Zero just watched their Pioneer brothers get knocked out, and they feel the pressure. They feel the weight from the entire OCE region on their back, and I don't think it's going to galvanize them. They're going to find those assists. Give me Ground Zero in this one. How is chat feeling about it? We're split up here on the desk. Chat's pretty split down the middle, but they have fan favorites. Will be the APAC champions, folks. Let's get down to the stage for match number 2 of day number 2 here at the Winter Invitational. On one side, the last hope of Oceania. On the other side, the APAC champions. They knocked out other bigger teams to get here. They're trying to make it further than any team has. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to bring you the second series of today alongside the man who nearly did not make it, alongside myself, CJ, it is a dream to see you here today.
Mate, it is an absolute pleasure to be here. I've made it just in time to see OCE's last hope here, Ground Zero. Can they make it out of their group into that round of 12?
It's going to be exciting to see who manages to get through into that top 12, especially considering the stakes on Gladiators. Going down by that first goal, super lucky. Somebody who's brand new to this Ground Zero team too.
And this is a perfect matchup here for Ground Zero. Obviously, they had a couple of rough games early, to say the least, but coming up against Gladiators, this is APAC. This is a series that you'd think Ground Zero would be favourites for. They should take it out. They can get a lot of confidence from this series.
Gladiators a lot more new into this kind of situation too, with Ground Zero having, you know, Fiber and Kaka. They've not come to these RLCS events before, but Super Lucky. That man has been to literally worlds at this point, and he has done a decent job there too.
Yeah, he's been the OC MVP online as well. He obviously, the Pioneers roster last split, it didn't quite work out at the Major. Now he's on this new lineup, Fiber as well, with Kaka making their LAN debut. He's the man, he's the leader right now for this team.
A couple more saves coming out from Ground Zero as Gladiators managed to get it round towards that left-hand wing. Maxu onto the ceiling with a touchdown, sees OSM, that's on target! And my word, drawn up.
Not often we see OSM downfield for the redirect. Usually he's that 1v1 maestro, but just a beautiful pass down from Maxu, redirect top corner. That's what we like to see from Gladiators. These guys can play.
I feel like a lot of people as well are going to know OSM from his 1v1s, having those, as Jorby said, the low 50s, and making sure that he gets a lot more serious control of the ball rather than being incredibly flashy. However, getting shots like that and passes down, that synergy that Jorby was also going on about, is exactly what Gladiators is going to try and do to break down Ground Zero.
And they're used to being the underdogs as well. We saw what they did in the final regional in APAC against Elevate. We're thinking surely Elevate again are going to make another major. But they find a way, and this man, LCT, is paving the way.
On that right-hand side, he catches it from Super Lucky's pretty errant mistake as he gets forced by Maxu, who can then try and get over the top of Kaka, but LCT is the one, manages to get a second goal for Gladiators, and this would be the best result for APAC at any RLCS event. This is a huge series, but bear in mind, lose this, you go home. That is it for the Winter Major.
They only get one spot as well, the APAC region, so these guys are representing their entire region here. Gladiators, you could say, you know, Elevate, we're expecting them to make all the majors, but this team here could be the one. It wasn't Elevate in Rotterdam, it could be Gladiators to get that first series win for APAC.
And it was huge that these guys managed to even qualify to get to this point as well. Elevate were up in that finals, and then they came back. Their mental is so strong, and I wonder how that's going to affect them in this series. Super Lucky, though, weaving his way over the top and slings it from up high.
The MVP of OCE, there he is, over the top of OSM, gets the extra touch. Gladiators defense capitulates. We've got a tie game.
2-2, 3 minutes 20 remaining. Opportunities for both teams so far. Decent saves as well, but when you look at them statistically, I'm going to be honest. CJ, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
It's not a pretty time when in your group you've got Liquid and Secret, who have essentially, right now, farmed these two teams. But Kaka coming out with a goal for Ground Zero.
It only takes one series to turn it all around. And look at Super Lucky off the ceiling, drop down. This is what we're seeing online for Ground Zero. Maybe this is the start of something special.
Lockie's feeling it so much more by the looks of things in this series too. At least in this first game, we saw him yesterday. They looked pretty dejected, to be completely honest. They looked upset to be on stage. Neither of these teams so far have won a game. Anything that happens in this series is going to be massive regardless.
Well, the problem with these, you know, these emerging regions, if you will, by region, OC and APAC, you come in with zero expectations, but at the same time, you're sort of thinking, gee, could we win the whole thing? And then you sort of drop a couple of games and you can really lose that mental. So for Ground Zero, they just need to get back to enjoying Rocket League and playing for each other, playing as a team, and just having fun out there, which is what we're seeing.
I mean, also, that's what you do online, right? When you're competing on these regionals, you're thinking, cool, let's see the best that we can do. We may not win it necessarily, we might be up there, especially if you're a major competing team, but you need to just play how you know to play. If you put too much on your plate, then you're just going to leave so much wanting.
It's all about managing expectations, and right now, we're starting to see Super Lucky come back in form, which we hadn't seen in the first couple series. As we said, both these teams 0-6. It was a tough group here in Group C.
Liquid and Secret, I mean, come on.
It's a very tough group.
Come on!
How well they're playing as well, but it's fantastic to see these two teams battling it out, and we've got a close game on here as well.
OSM onto that back ball with not too much boost. Can't catch up with the ball. Super Lucky in defense, trying to continue from his offensive prowess that we've seen earlier in the day. OSM diving across the pitch, trying to shut down Ground Zero, knowing that one more goal within the 2 minutes left may well put that win out of reach.
A little bit of a stalemate here, but OSM might be able to drop that one. Save off the goal. The follow-up. Kaka does get the save. LCT pushing forward. Gladiators still on attack, trying to keep this pressure in right now. Kaka does well to solo play out of defense.
Yet again, the midfield having a battle to try and secure that boost. Gladiators getting low a good few times so far. They need more boost to be able to push down into that blue half. OSM finding Maxu up for that double touch by Kaka straight onto the backboard to shut down that offense.
Yeah, the play was just a little bit too slow there for the double, but again, Gladiators, they're keeping control and they've got the boost management as well. Lockie's a little bit low, does get that mid boost. Now Kaka off the ceiling, tries to go backboard. Maxu, great backboard clear now. The game seemingly to settle down a little bit now. Both teams trying to fight it out. 1 minute on the clock. What can Gladiators do? Almost breaking the deadlock.
Big dive in from Gladiators. Now they're going to be left completely vulnerable in that backline, but Maxi manages to dive his way back instead. LCT challenging against Kaka on the left-hand wing. OSM passing back down to LCT. A shot towards the target. Super Lucky once again saving. Finds himself on the backboard with boost, with a second touch, and then a 50. What a performance he's putting in early on in this series.
It's great to see the confidence from both these sides as well. It might just be the matchup thing, knowing that these guys they're familiar enough with each other right now from OC and APAC respectively, and we're seeing the speed, we're seeing the confidence from these individuals.
Final 30 seconds, Ground Zero wants to get another goal just to bolster that lead. At Gladiators needing one lest they go down yet again and go 0-7 in the tournament so far. But an initial move for Ground Zero looking big until Maxu fires one on target.
Oh, it just feels like we're going to get a series here, ladies and gentlemen. Gladiators get the equalizer. It's Maxu there. Fiber just had to respect the double touch from LCT. Didn't come through. Maxu slots it away. Tied ball game.
Overtime in 13 seconds unless one of these teams is able to sink one home. OSM going for that kickoff, but it falls down nicely towards Fiber. With LCT sending that one very weak towards the net, ends up being more of a pass towards OSM. Maxi central, Maxi to shoot. That's two players coming in for the defense. Kaka confident, tries to go for that dribble, and then he goes, nah, you know what, fair play, send that to the floor.
I think they want overtime here. This has been all Gladiators the last 2 minutes. They've had all the pressure, the boost control. Let's see if they can keep that up in this overtime.
Early offense as well, Maxi with a chance on target, but didn't think it'd be that clean necessarily, so therefore couldn't get the shot off much more convincingly than he managed to. Lockie from the backboard, challenges versus Maxi again in the sky. No touches coming in, but look at the pressure straight away. Gladiators forcing Ground Zero with that vice grip.
And this has been Ground Zero's biggest problem this whole major is their defense. Offensively, they're still creating the pass plays, the solo opportunities, but defensively, they're just falling apart a little bit. Gladiators now, perhaps down the other end, is Fiber going to be able to get a flip reset, maybe a bump as well, off the line, no! Maxu gets a save.
Good chances now starting to apparate for Ground Zero. Kaka under the crossbar! OCE securing their first in this major.
Finally, they get their first win on the board, and it's Kaka, the land debut for him. He pops off as well on the play cam. He's happy about it in front of the crowd. First time for him and Fiber. It is Ground Zero getting the first game on the board.
But good play from both teams going to an overtime so early on as well. You know, they saw the Pioneers get their first win in the previous series versus Complexity, and they have now matched that with one on the board. 2 in total for OC. CJ, mate, you must be proud.
Well, I wouldn't say just...
You must be starting to get a little bit, just a smidge of proud.
Well, we'll see what happens in the rest of this. Look, it's only a best of 5, but at the same time, it's a long series, and it just feels like there's some storylines to play out still.
So, Gladiators, although they didn't manage to get a win in that game, more impressed than I thought I would be, to be honest, because looking at their stats of both these teams, neither is Standout. They are at the wrong end of every stat that they want to be realistically, but that was decent quality.
It was an interesting game, number 1. Again, Ground Zero, their defense isn't quite what I want to be seeing from those guys, conceding 3 goals in game number 1. But it's good to see them get their first win on the board. Confidence can do wonders. They were 0-6 going into this. Now they're 1-6. Let's see if they can build from here.
Yeah, the momentum, I think, just has to start with that single step as well. And Lockie, you've been looking throughout the entirety of this split so far. I mean, you looked at Lockie for a long time now. That was a decent performance from him.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. This is what we want to see, the OCE MVP, and he did it. It wasn't just about his mechanical ability in the online split. It was almost that mentality, you know, leaving Pioneers and joining this new team, that hunger, that drive to beat his old teammates, if you will, the old rivals now, the new rivals. And we're seeing it now. We're seeing the mentality starting to switch a bit back on. You know, they're back in the game, and they're not out of this tournament. This format allows them, you know, they're 2 wins away from top 8 if they really want it.
I mean, to me, you know, Kaka came relatively out of nowhere. Obviously, on Kaka's minions, he was being a threat last split. Joining Ground Zero, what's that been like for them?
Well, it's great to see Kaka and Fiber, because as we said, finally they've made a major. These guys have been fighting it out for years now, trying to get there, losing in 3rd, 4th seemingly every time, winning a few regionals here and there. So just to have these guys finally on stage, it's going to mean a lot to them. And maybe it affected them a little bit in the earlier games. You know, when you've been trying for years now to make a major, you finally get there, and sometimes the expectations can become too much. You build it up too much in your head. But as you said, like, this is a series right now. You're playing Gladiators. This is a do-or-die matchup. But if they can build something here, if they can create some momentum, some confidence, they can snowball that into the next series.
A minute gone, no goals so far, but Fiber catching in the midfield, sends it high towards Kaka, but he does get challenged, falls back down towards Fiber. A couple of bites from Flat Cherry, but nothing to write home about. LCT up onto the ceiling, but actually lets that ball go, and Lockie is being an absolute pest on this second map.
Game 1 was a little bit of a goal fest. We're starting to see more of a stalemate here in game number 2. LCT, can't quite get the touch. Fiber trying to create something in defense. Again, it's a lot of midfield game right now, a bit of cat and mouse for both sides. This is often what happens, you know, you see that goal fest, the 3-0, the 4-3, and then you get into that next game and no team wants to concede. The defense starts to tighten up as Gladiators pushing forward, trying to get that first goal on the board.
And these demos started to fly into Gladiators wanting to try and turn around a little bit of their own luck, but they have inflicted the third most amount of demos through this entire tournament so far, nearly 5 per game. They are trying to reduce as many players on the opposition team as they possibly can, but Kaka shooting against a very present OSM in the net. Gladiators not able to get anything from that counter-attack. Instead, Luke Super Lucky finds Fiber with the reset into that corner, but doesn't quite actually manage to secure that. And look at all of Gladiators sitting back a little bit too far until OSM took the initiative and dived at the ball.
Yeah, this Gladiators need to be concerned about ground zero. They're so comfortable in offense. When we saw Gladiators online against Elevate, they didn't give them space. They just threw caution to the wind. We need to start seeing that again here as ground zero. They're seemingly getting on top. It feels like the first goal's inevitable.
Max do a double in the corner, but it just ends up finding Fiber yet again, who is looking very confident here on Forbidden Temple. Kaka beating out one of the final defenders in OSM. Super Lucky again in that back left corner. LCT to secure, but Fiber with that mid boost, he can then fly his way in, and the boost difference between these two teams right now is stark.
Yeah, Ground Zero looks so comfortable right now. The ball's been in the orange end for the past minute and a half, but Gladiators, they're still holding on, managing to find a way. Fiber does parry that one to the side. Super Lucky now, he's gonna fake that one out. What's Kakadu off the ceiling, maybe a double touch, gonna get the angle saved out on the line.
Oh, that would have been cheeky. That would have been completely nasty. Unfortunately, Kaka not able to secure it with 2 men flying their way towards it on the goal line. Lucky now being a nuisance in the net, has the reset, bangs it towards the centre. No goal coming out this time, and this extended defense from Gladiators has been spectacular. They equipped their shields this morning, clearly.
Ground Zero growing in confidence, whoever in the offense right now. Super Lucky off the ceiling, gets the reset, does get the dunk out as well. Perhaps a shot coming in, parried to the side. Gladiators again, their defense is just holding up, living up to their name.
Tell you what, they have done a fantastic job so far, because Ground Zero shots have not been easy to defend, but now a 2v1. LCT just letting that ball go a little bit too far, and Kaka sends it towards the middle of the net. 4 minutes of defense, but 1 goal for the good.
Well, it would have been the Oceanic region if we didn't have one of these every now and then. It looked like it might have been going off the post. Kaka just dribbles it into his own net, a little bit worried about the man on his outside there after the demo, but this is what can happen if you defend for long enough. The other team overcommits, they get a little bit too, I guess, you almost get annoyed that you haven't scored at that point, and then it exposes you. There's holes in that defense.
I mean, that's what a lot of teams build their entire way that they play off. Their play styles fall down to those counterattacks, but Super Lucky manages to continue on that press immediately from the kickoff. Ground Zero know they need to get that goal back. OSM with a huge miss. Fiber sends it central, Super Lucky to punt it mid.
Yeah, just the worst case scenario there for Gladiators. After holding on, doing so well for 3 minutes there, then getting the go-ahead goal to concede off that isn't great. It was a nice little pass up from Maxu, but OSM just couldn't quite get the speed, couldn't get the touch. Now we're all tied up.
1-1, now going into the final 30 seconds on Forbidden Temple. Maxu from the ceiling, a lot of confidence on that play, but Fiber twisting and turning his way towards that ball in the end. Super Lucky to catch in the midfield with no boost though. He's gonna have to leave that one out of the way. Kaka towards that centre of the net, the double touch comes down. Despite losing the first goal, they've doubled it up in quick fashion.
I love the pop-off on the player cams as well. Kaka loves that one, gets the goal. Huge double touch coming out, had all the time on that backboard. No defense there from the Gladiators. And it is Ground Zero, it is the offense that is doing them wonders here. Ooh, the fake kickoff.
I love the fake kickoff. Kickoff strats. Johnny Boy will be very happy back at home in the UK. Now,
is that Marky calling that one, do you reckon?
Oh, maybe. That's that world champ brain. Just maybe do a different kickoff, lads. Maybe just do something with your kickoff. It's the only set piece we've got in Rocket League. 5 seconds remain. Ground Zero managing to get not quite another goal on that chance. Gladiators, any other opportunities? Not this time. And Ground Zero are now on that series point.
Yeah, huge show of resilience as well there. They had so much offense, but to concede that goal, you could easily let that game fall away from you, but they found a way to get back into it. Kaka with a huge double touch. He's been showing up this series, sitting in the middle, popping off, and the boys are responding around him.
Lots of crowd love coming in quite early on today. By the way, for anybody wondering at home, the line outside is
it is ridiculous.
CJ literally, when we were coming here, said, Stumpy, we need to go just look at the line.
Yeah, there might be some slowness in terms of getting into the venue at the moment.
So many people out there. It goes like round the block entirely.
There's some minor teething issues for day one, but I'm sure that'll be figured out by the weekend, though. There's people still absolutely piling in. There's people carrying computers into this event that are...
like standing out like in the sun.
Standing out in the sun for hours. Look, they'll get in there eventually, and this crowd's starting to fill up. It's good to see here, watching some fantastic Rocket League, and it is Ground Zero getting their second win now. On match point.
Looking very chill as well, knowing, look, job's not done, boys. Look how close that was. That was a 1-goal game as well. Game 1 going to the overtime. This one just being, bear in mind, Gladiators taking the lead, and in the final minute, 2 goals in favour of Ground Zero. So Gladiators, they're going to be trying to push for their second ever win at RLCS land.
Can they do it? Can they find a way? And we saw this online. I keep mentioning that Elevate Grand Final, but they were 3-1 down in that game as well. Marky Duda called the timeout, said, boys, we need to fix some things. Let's see what they do here. Let's see if they can change it up a little bit. This is only a best of 5. It's not a best of 7. But if they can get the first goal, get the first game win, maybe they can roll some momentum, or is it Fiber almost getting the goal?
Good inception from LCT on that chance, though, and Max, you passing back over towards OSM. A lot of these plays, though, I feel they're sending it towards their teammate, but there's not many ideas of what to do with it after that. Super Lucky, though, taking a big error on that defense, but nobody from Gladiators able to move their way in to be able to capitalize on that mistake. Maxi missing. Kaka towards the center, sees Fiber, sees the net open, and sees goal 1 for Ground Zero.
So much confidence from Fiber. He had no boost, but he just pushed forward. He was looking for that passing play, finds Fiber, and a great shot as well. Just delayed the shot. LCT was expecting the speed. It didn't come there, and Fiber, Ground Zero get the first goal here. Game number 3. They're staring down the barrel of a sweep.
I love that idea to just go for, send it straight to his nose. It's going to bounce off nicely. It was a great pass into. Kaka has been an assistive machine in this series so far, but in defense, it's going to have to be a defensive demon as well as that. Can't quite get around the side of Maxi. Fiber now into the backhand corner. And then about 50 boost, gets challenged by LCT nicely, but low boost again for Gladiators. That seems to be an issue over and over. Any chance that they have to really push, they've used all their boosts just setting it up.
Kaka gets a great save as well. He's really come online this series. This is what we've seen online as well from Kaka. He just finds a way. We mentioned Super Lucky a lot, but sometimes it is Fiber and Kaka being the ones to set it up. Air dribble gets saved across from OSM. Ground Zero trying to find their second goal. Touch over the top could be open. Maxi gets back in time. Gladiators, it's down the wrong end at the moment, but there's plenty of time left.
Only 90 seconds has gone so far, but Ground Zero with the opening goal is going to be putting Gladiators on that back foot so early on. LCT on the side with 0 boost, gets handily beaten out. Maxi has to race back, does manage to do so, and the 100 boost sits pretty in the corner for him to collect. Quickly challenged by Kaka on that instance, however. It leads LCT on the back with OSN having a polite off when you stand in a doorway and hold the door open for each other, and it gets a little bit strange.
Yeah, not a great touch there on the sideball from OSM. Gladiators, for the most part, they've looked pretty solid, they've looked pretty sound, but about cracking this Ground Zero defense, which for all accounts hasn't exactly been a fort, if you will. It's been a bit of an open canal. If they could just walk right in.
It's
right
more
now.
of a blanket fort than a fortification.
Yeah, they mean well, but it's not quite happening there. Maybe a pass down. OSM now with a little bit of space. If you get that 100 boost, the pick might just be across. LCT could get a shot. Both can't get the touch.
Fate not quite on their side this time, as now we approach half-time in the game. 40 boost Maxi, I feel, could have just gone for that ball. Try and do anything with it when you have that offense and boost at hand. Instead, it goes back into the orange half, a story that seems to have been retold over and over again in this series so far. LCT to receive, goes central, finds OSM with a touch, up for the double, but the angle is not there for him.
We're not getting that sustained offense here from Gladiators. We saw it in the first game, but right now, that double commit, this could be an open net right now. Ground zero, Kaka passes across the Super Lucky instead of shooting.
I don't think that was deliberate.
That could have been the second goal on the board.
That didn't feel deliberate to me. I think that was just a bit of a misplay from him, but they're still up 1 goal to the good. Gladiators having to find one as soon as they can.
And Ground zero, they're trying to just put the nail in the coffin here. Fiber pass off the backboard, follow up. Super Lucky does get blocked out by Maxu. Kaka now has 100 boost, but he's just going to back off here. Minute 40, they don't need to score Ground zero, but, well, as we said, they don't want to be in defense either.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Gladiators in defense haven't exactly had the best story so far either. They are in this competition. Oh my word, what a save. They are in this competition so far the #1 in shots against them. They have nearly 12 shots against them per game so far, which is a horrifying thing to try and face off against. LCT on that backboard having to block out yet another to add to that statistic.
The demos are coming out though. OSM starting to get desperate. That just could be it over the top. Super Lucky gets the goal. Gladiators just overcommit, force it out too much.
Super Lucky on the camera, waving goodbye to Gladiators as well. Cheers, says let's go. He's a tall man, they can definitely see him, and he's got tall broccoli hair as well.
They are good mates, both of these teams out there, so they're certainly enjoying themselves. A little bit of friendly banter with both sides here, but now it's Gladiators. What can they do? 2 goals down, there's a minute left, there's still time. Crazier things have happened. They need to get in this blue half.
LCT left wall sees Maxu central, but does not land nicely for him to be able to jump off nice and quickly. Maxu with the 50 over towards Kaka, will be challenging versus Super Lucky, and removes him from the pitch. Maybe a little bit of karma after that wave.
Yeah, that was personal, that one, I think. Essex, maybe a
There
shot.
we go.
Stop. Oh, let's go a little bit wide there. The time, the clock is ticking down. Maybe a drop down follow-up. Fiber gets a great touch. Ground Zero's defense has been stellar this game, and perhaps what we need to see in future. If they do win this series, Gladiators trying to change a Super Lucky redirect. Let's go wide.
A flick around nice and high for OSM, but
here we go.
Again, Fiber, an opportunity to just send it back towards the middle. Again, passing down the 1-2-3. Can it be 4-5 and a goal? Not on this chance, but the pass very weak. Central, the demo flies through. That may well be Gladiators home.
That was a beautiful setup. That whole play picked them apart, forced out the double commit. The demo came through as well. Ground Zero 3-0 in the game and about to be 3-0 in the series.
The final 15 counting down. Our dear American friends calling this garbage time quite often. But would it be a chance for Gladiators to get anything just for a keepsake to take home and maybe just clip it so then you can post it on your socials and say, we've gone home today, but unfortunately not by the looks of things. Ground Zero Gaming removing their headsets and removing Gladiators from the RLCS Winter Major. Congratulations on top 12 OCE.
OCE stays alive, the OCE #1 seed. Gladiators, they'll be heading home for this one. They'll take a lot of learnings from that experience, but it's fantastic to see the Ground Zero boys enjoying themselves on stage, getting their first series win. They'll be playing Group A #2 seed. That could be a G2, that could be a FaZe. They've got a big mountain ahead of them, but they need to enjoy this win first.
I think you always have to start by looking at how did we get to this point. Yeah, if you do queue up against the FaZe, against the G2, it's hard. It's hard to deal with that. However, you have those moments where you think, yes, we got the 3-0. This is not a close series for Ground Zero. That is something to be very, very proud of to take home with you. But Gladiators, they fought decently during this competition. Their group was tough. It came down to this OCE matchup.
And they put up a good fight in that series as well. It was a 3-0 sweep. The Gladiators, game #1, and scoring 3 goals, getting the lead. They put in an impressive showing, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. Their Ground Zero taking the win. And moving on, OCE, as we said, both teams 0-6. Now they're 3-6. If they can just build on this momentum, Stumpy, if they can find a way now, I know that they've got a tough road ahead. It could be a G2, but we saw what Power did in Rotterdam. They took down a G2. Maybe history can repeat itself here.
Going to be hoping for the sake of Gladiators and Ground Zero that, you know, that you get these wins, you get these losses, you learn from every single one regardless. We saw a bit of sentiment on social media saying, look, it's hard for us to come from these moments, but you have to learn from it whatever it gives you.
And it's fantastic to see Marky Dudar back on stage as well. What an absolute superstar. We get a round of applause just here in the chat for Marky Dudar, the Season 2 World Champ, if you don't mind.
What a man.
It's fantastic to see him back, the eyebrow man.
On the stage now, though, talking to our winner of that series is the wonderful Subi alongside the fantastic Super Lucky.
Appreciate that a lot, Stumpy. I am here with Super Lucky. And first off, gotta say congratulations, but I gotta know, with CJ over there on the microphone, representing OCE, you guys make top 12. What does that mean to you?
Well, no shade to the Gladiators, but going up against APAC, I mean, they haven't been RLCS for a while, so we expect to be in the top 12, and the goal is top 8. After a bad start to there's the group stage, and we went 0-6. It's a good bounce back, and we still think we can regroup and get a top 8 tomorrow.
Now, you just joined this team just a few months ago, and you're already finding success like this in a live environment. What do you bring to these guys? They're LAN rookies, and they're performing like this. What were the talks like in the weeks coming up to this major?
We definitely didn't want to look at it as like a, oh, it's their first LAN, so we'll see how we go. We still do think we can perform on LAN. We haven't so far, but I mean, they're just as good as I am on LAN, so I mean, I'm proud of the boys so far, and I definitely think we can show a lot more as well.
So with that being said, what do you think your guys' team, what's going to be your biggest hurdle to overcome? Yeah, it's hard to see with those inside.
Biggest hurdle, maybe just the sheer class that some of the, the top teams have, like playing against Liquid, like it was a hard series. They just outclassed us at the time, but if we can get our bearings, I think if we can show a bit more class that we haven't showed yet, we could at least make it a lot closer.
I mean, you created the perfect segue for me. There's sheer class, and you're going to face someone from Group A. We don't know who it's going to be yet. It's going to be G2, G1, FaZe Clan. If you had to pick, if you had the option, which one would you prefer to play against?
I don't know, G1 looked like really good at the start of FaZe, and they fell off a bit, and FaZe looked bad, but then they picked it up. So it's like everyone's sort of the same at this point. I just wouldn't like to play a peaking FaZe. Like if they're peaking, like I just don't want to play that. But anyone else, like it's fine.
That's fair enough. Peaking FaZe is scary. And one last thing while we're up here, one of my favorite things that I get to see in the competitive environment, playing live on stage, the trash talk. I saw you leaning over, looking over here, saying, hit the ball. What else were you kind of chirping over to him?
No, I was just kind of like ripping in, like it's all love to the boys at Gladiators, but after they scored in game 2, Olsen was dropping some quick chat, so I had to let him know after he missed the ball, like, you're not that guy, like, it's that simple. But yeah, it's all good love. I still love those boys out there as well, so.
Well, we loved watching you play. Appreciate you hanging out with me for a minute, getting to chat. Hopefully we get to do it again up on this stage. It'd be great to see, but as for us up here, that's gonna be it.
Round 0 get their win on the stage and advance to the bracket. Was this the master class? Did he finally give it to us?
No.
No?
Not yet. But he had a master class of an interview. I'll tell you that much. That was a master class of an interview. It had everything you've ever wanted.
I do love the calm energy. We don't have enough of that. More players just yell "hit the ball" at the other team. It's like surface level, non-toxic trash talk. I love it. That's the kind of stuff I want to see.
I really liked kind of the resilience in this series, and the challenges were much more confident from ground zero. They were getting up on the second touches. They were beating Gladiators to the ball, and again, those infield passes were huge. This team looked like the squad I expected to show up yesterday. It does come a little bit late, but regardless, a win is a win, and they punched their ticket through. For Gladiators, they'll have to try again.
I am a little disappointed. Gladiators in those first 2 games, they really looked like they could have taken it, especially game 1. They tied it up. They got there and they just couldn't close Wavepunk.
It was so rough. Like, we went to overtime, 3-3 overtime game 1. Like, oh, we're in for a barn burner. We're in for a shootout. This is gonna be a great series. And then it slowed down.
Hit the ball. Max, dude, you're just not in a bad spot right there. There's not much you can do. I mean, it just is what it is. Ground zero, simply the better team. I think they're the better team majority of the time. Me and Jordan Bizzle, we tried to give y'all Gladiators, we tried to give you a little bit of hopium, and it didn't work out for you. And now, we go on home.
I think they appreciated the hopium anyway, so.
Yeah, hopium's always good.
It was earned hopium. It wasn't copium there, folks. Here's the groups as they stand after the conclusion of the first 2 matches of the day. You see Group C there. We got one more match to determine who's in the top, Secret or Liquid, but Ground Zero will be the 3rd seed. Gladiators will join Pioneers, eliminated in the group stage, folks. So 2 matches down. We've got 6 more to go, and it's finally time to see some real big guns here. Gen.G, the reigning major champions, going to be taking on Oxygen. That's our next match. Spaceman, I know you're not going to be on the desk. Got a prediction for me?
I would like to think Oxygen, the way they've looked, and the way Rise has looked on land, let me be honest. I'm never going to bet against him. I think Rise is fantastic, but nobody loses with this series. We all win, so I don't care who wins. you know.
So who are you
Rise
picking?
to Rise.
Yeah, who you got?
Who you picking?
I'm taking Oxygen.
You know Rise lost it.
You know
Rise.
it's not Gen.G on day 1 anymore. It's, this is day 2.
I know.
You know Rise lost to
I
Gen.G.
think Rise is final.
Rise lost to Gen.G in the final. The last major.
That's fine. I said what
Okay,
I
I just wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going Rise.
Hey, he's sticking to his guns. He's sticking to his guns, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Gen.G, reigning major champions on the stage. Going to be taking on Rise and the boys from Oxygen. Match 3 of day 2 of the Winter Major is next.
1974.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
As you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
We are back, and it's time for a big one. Oxygen taking on Gen.G, reigning major champions, now defending major champions as they take to the field yet again here in San Diego. Welcome back to the Winter Major. We got some big ones coming down the pipe. I'm Wavepunk, I got a Bates, I got a Stacks, I got a James Bot. James, how you doing today?
I'm actually doing pretty good. I just had some peach cobbler up there for lunch, and you know, I mean, that puts you in the right spot.
Wow.
Yeah, my turn next.
Can we get through this desk very quickly? I want some peach cobbler, folks. We had some solid matches earlier. We've seen some orgs and some regions do better than we expect them to do, and now we are here ready for a bigger match as well. You can see there in the middle of Group D, Oxygen versus Gen.G. This will be the last match of Group D. The winner will be the second seed out of the group. They will play a third seed from another group, and the loser will be a third seed that will play a second seed. So this might seem like it's just, it's just for seeding. Nah, Bates, this is important.
It's important. It's very important because you really don't want to end up in these third spots. You want to finish second or so because the lower the seed, the harder competition will be initially. Winner of this matchup, they're going to feel comfortable. They want to be first, complexly handle business, but they don't want to finish third.
Folks, the schedule is continuing to roll on here as we've gotten through 2 matches, round to the third. 5 more to go, though. If you're just now joining us, you haven't missed a ton of action. You just lock in. Don't go back in the VOD just yet. You can watch those later on today. We got Crew versus G1 coming up, Dignitas versus Falcons, G2 versus FaZe, the one we're all excited about there at the end. Make sure you're locked in for the full day of action, though. Right now, though, Oxygen, Archie, Jorius, and Rise taking on apparently Jack, Noli, and Chronic. It's time to welcome them to the stage.
For the number 2 seed in Group D, it's Oxygen and the Fall Major Champion, Gen.G.
In the arena already when these two juggernauts walk down that orange carpet. Rise and Chronic leading both of their squads out. Rise, the story of all last season, the fabled young buck made his career in LA a year ago, and then Chronic, of course, being picked up by Gen.G, already a major champion in his own right. But this young man right here, man, one of the best LAN players of all time. I repeat, of all time.
We talk about him so much every time we talk about Oxygen, but the 2 players next to him, Stacks, equally as consistent and very skilled.
Yeah, especially when you look at Joris and the career that he's had playing with Dignitas last season, and all 3 of those players kind of going different directions into the wind, and you wonder where they're all going to land. Joris has been the centerpiece of this Oxygen squad, and with Rise by his side, and of course, with this man on his other side, man, they are almost unstoppable.
Yeah, Archie just keeps making it back to these majors. It doesn't matter who his teammates are. He finds his way here. Oxygen has been having a lot of success, but this is going to be a big test.
Big test indeed, but I think I know where the crowd's gonna go here, because as you swing over to the other side, you got a young man right here. He's a fan favorite, Noli. I know you want to look at that camera, Noel. I know you can hear me. Oh, he's acting. Oh, he's trying to fake.
Those are pretty good headsets.
The ability to ignore bait is something that everybody should be envious of. I need to know how he does it.
Noli, he is such a good facilitator, and he's got huge weapons around him as well. You know, Noli, he's listening now. He can hear us. He can hear us now.
Such a crowd favorite. He knows how to play to the crowd. He hears the whole time. He's acting like he can't. Noli, one of the best distributors in the game, but then you got that man in the middle. Apparently, Jack. Dignitas was a good time for him, but ever since Gen.G, ever since he came across the Atlantic, he's been balling out. One of the best players in the game, one of the best leaders in the game. Absolutely. He wants to continue that streak right now.
And really, this is another interesting matchup. Apparently, Jack actually was talking about it, former teammates with Jorius. So this, this is an interesting matchup. And here is the Wonder Kid, Chronic. I was saying on Rizzo's stream yesterday, no one wins their first lane. No one does it. Except this guy. Chronic is a beast.
And so many more.
The last player to do it before Chronic, Scrub in season 7.
Yep.
That's 5 seasons ago. It's been a while since someone's pulled off winning their first LAN in the RLCS. Defending major champions, though. You heard them talking about it in their VTs yesterday, those Stacks. Apparently, Jack feels like they have the most pressure on them of any team here.
Yeah, I think they're one of the smarter teams, though, in this whole event, in the whole league, because you don't just get there on pure mechanics. They seem to be faster than everybody else because their chemistry is better than anybody else's. They have a deeper understanding of the game. They know how you approach challenges, how you approach every situation, and they use that to their advantage. I think FaZe Clan finally kind of started to figure that out near the end of the split, so maybe they are a little bit more human than they had been throughout the fall, but it is still That guy right there, an absolute genius, and apparently Jack leading the way.
If you talk to any of the members of the team, Bates, they'll say like, oh, the vibes on this team is the best of any team I've ever been on. We're all such good friends. It feels so good.
That's PR.
Well,
that's
I mean,
the PR answer.
No, but here's the thing.
You've seen apparently Gen.G is like a professional PR person.
He is. Okay, but they also have like literally not lost, right? So like obviously their team's gonna feel good. Is it? They did lose to FaZe recently. Is it that they are? The question is like, is the vibes this good because they have been having like a good hot streak, or are they having the hot streak because the vibes are actually that strong for them and their mental is that impenetrable?
Yeah, I think it could be a bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think it's when things get tough when you really find out the answer to that question.
Yeah.
And things have already gotten a little bit tough. I mean, looking at this group, I didn't think Complexity was going to be winning this group. So, this is very interesting to me. Even though neither one of these teams is going to get eliminated here, I think this could be a preview, of a matchup deep in the tournament. Oxygen certainly has that ability, especially with Landboy Rise. I mean, TB, you said he was one of the best players on LAN. That's true. Rise is a LAN player, and they brought him into Oxygen for this exact reason. Oxygen played well in the last major, but they didn't make it deep, and they made that switch. They took Oli off the team and put Rise in because Rise is that type of player that can make the difference.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we talked about why both teams are good so far. Who do you think is going to win? Let us know in the fan vote. #OXG, #GGM1, JamesBot. You've done a lot of talking.
Don't make me pick this
here
one.
we go.
Pick
a side.
It's so hard. I'm going to have to just go with Gen.G because Gen.G, they're the defending major champions. I think they've earned that, but I don't feel confident about this. I think Oxygen is such a talented team, especially in groups. And if you remember the last time these teams matched up, it was a little different, because Oli was playing instead of Rise, but Oxygen crushed them in the groups. So, I'm still going with Gen.G.
Stacks?
I'm sure there's some statistical edge that Oxygen might have, but I just don't care because I've seen too much of this Gen.G squad to think that they could lose here. We're past day one. They get better as they go deeper into these tournaments. And until somebody else says otherwise, they're the team to beat. I got Gen.G here.
EU versus NA. I think everybody knows where I go.
Of course.
Let me know.
Why are we even bothering?
Who am I picking?
There you are. I'm just going to pick
I'm not picking Gen.G. I'm going Oxygen.
I told you.
They're 1-0 in the series. They don't fear this Gen.G squad. They have too much mechanical prowess, too much poise, and I do think they're going to be able to take out the reigning and defending major champion.
He's just salty they have 2 Europeans actually on the squad now.
This is a turning point though for Gen.G. Losing here cements an actual downturn in their performance. And I think it might happen. Rise has the ice, folks. Give me Oxygen on this one. It's split on the desk. How do they feel in chat? We don't know what's going on up here. Chat's a little bit more Gen.G sided. The fan favorite is going to be Gen.G. The desk doesn't know who to pick. The end of the fair's in the house as well. Gen.G's got a lot right on them. Maybe they do have the most pressure of any team. Can they hold it here on the stage in front of the crowd for the first time here for day 2 of the Winter Invitational? Oxygen taking on the reigning, defending major champions, trying to keep the streak alive. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Woo! We are set up for a banger turtle. Gen.G versus Oxygen, baby. I can't wait to get this started.
I was looking at the schedule, and this was the series I wanted to cast, and thankfully I'm here to just watch it all unfold in front of us. The mechanics, the mentality, everything is going to be top tier in this series, and I can't wait to get underway.
And Stacks talked about, I'm sure there's some statistical advantage that Oxygen have, and I think there is a slight statistical advantage in one category. As, hey, Rise, that's the wrong way.
And of course, the crowd favorites already. Gen.G coming out hot with a demo from Nolly. Abjack, easy follow-up, and Rise almost got a chip of it, but just couldn't get the angle, and that's the first one.
Yeah, you saw he was smoked, and as he came out of the smoke, the ball was already rocketing towards the net, so he just had to react. That's tough to do from that spot. Got blinded. A nice opener for Gen.G. This Oxygen team, Jack and Jorius used to be on the same team. They've actually only matched up against each other twice in the RLCS, and Jorius owns that matchup 6-0 in games, 2-0 in the series. Jack hasn't won a single game against Jorius.
And the biggest series win, of course, is from that fall major head-to-head, where we did have Oxygen just stomping Gen.G in that Swiss stage 3-0. They outscored Gen.G in that series 13-1, and well, Gen.G already got their 1 goal, and they're looking to change that statistic this time around. Gonna have to play some solid defense and match up evenly against this mechanical squad Oxygen.
Pop up for Chronic, but that's only Oxygen's ball. Archie, back
Love
to
the
Rise,
pass.
and denied. The Jack just had to stand there and hope he could get a solid touch on it. Saved his dodge until it bounced off of his car, got the save.
Fantastic vision from Archie. He could have gotten the angle, at least tried to put a shot on net, but saw the pass, saw the outlet. Unfortunately, Rise just didn't have a good angle. And this is another one in front of the net. Joreous, quick follow-up, drop down, and everything's tied up.
Oxygen have a very quick midfield attack, and that touch, Archie was ready for it the whole way. You saw Chronic and apparently Jack tied up on the right side of the net and put it right back into Oxygen, not into safety. An easy goal for Oxygen.
And it's really good to see Joreous involved on the offensive side early in this series. He was a player who was definitely quiet in their previous series against Complexity. I mean, he only had about 5% shooting accuracy, 18 shots with 1 goal in that series, and immediately coming out on fire. That's what you want to see out of Joreous. He has to make an impact, and he's trying to do so.
Rise looking for an outlet. Gen.G slowly grabbing possession. Nice quick read there from Jack. Threatens the dribble, then goes for the hard touch as soon as he sees Oxygen commit. Both of these teams capable of those mind games. Jack just can't really find a way in.
What a
That's actually a shot on net. Nolly dumps them out, takes the lead.
This man hopped into the time machine and read the future, knew where Joreous was smacking this ball, takes it off of his car, and he's got a shot on top of it.
Gen.G wastes no time. Now, Oxygen, their passing on offense looks great. They've held on to that midfield, but Gen.G, once they do get down to the blue, they're always a threat now. Jack just lost control, didn't quite have boost, but got the touch back over to Chronic. The pass gonna connect for apparently Jack. Oxygen had to wake up frozen. Gen.G continuing to find a way through and the save. Nice job popping in front by Archie. Another shot denied, just real close, and they squeeze it off the post.
Come on, so close from Gen.G. Knocking at the door. That ball was hovering over the goal line, and immediately we're seeing what Gen.G are so good at doing, and it's utilizing each other, the vision on the field, everybody getting involved, a touch to every person. So methodical and prepared, but with a demo, it doesn't matter what it looks like. If you're deleting players off the pitch, it's gonna be easier.
Yeah, they've been swinging, looking for heads, and they're connecting on them pretty consistently. Nolly just couldn't quite get the timing as it came across, and it ripped straight out into the middle of the field. Perfect bounce for Archie.
I think you see what Nolly was going for, assuming it's gonna hit the post and go a little bit more directly towards the center. Just didn't have that read, but a good kickoff for Gen.G. Might open up an immediate response, but Joreous bailing out his teammates in that situation, gets the full boost, and now patiently flicks this ball out of his own half.
Getting harassed though. Chronic had forced him off the ball for a moment. Gen.G still getting to those challenges. Some space for Rise, got the stealing. He knew he had the bump on the backside. Rise just trying to control it, gets the goal.
You get the bump, and also the pass to yourself from the stealing. Chronic is on the backboard looking for something, but Joreous bullies him out the way. And Rise says, thank you very much for all that open space.
You talked about Joreous' shooting percentage and his goal participation, which wasn't the highest, but that's one that doesn't show up on the goal participation sheet. He's creating a lot of value through those demos. All 3 players of Oxygen. Seems to be a focus of game 1. The demos have been opportunistic, and they've taken their chances out.
And it's ridiculous. I came in here wanting to see more out of Joreous. This man, 1 goal, 2 assists to his name. He is certainly taking the offense in strides and leading the charge, but Rise wants to put another one in and extend this lead.
A high touch that actually forces Gen.G off the rotation. Quite ready for that pop-up. Chronic had low boost. Rise good. Little soft touch. Just the threat of him behind the ball is enough to freeze Gen.G. Good job using each other to move that ball down the field. Oxygen looking deadly here. Another bumpy Goomba stop! Damn! Joreous collects!
Skydiving from the backboard. How do you even land this bump? It's so hard to control your car. He saved his flip even and knocked Nolly out the way. extended the lead by 2, 46 on the clock. Gen.G, this has got to be a good kickoff for them.
Gen.G have just pulled so far off of Oxygen. As soon as Oxygen get control, they're trying to set up in the thirds. That's a great pass to Jack, but quick defense. They're able to get in front of it. Oxygen keeping that 2-goal lead.
Back to the middle, though. Have been a fan of this passing game from Gen.G. Opportunities have been there. Of course, 2 goals to their name, but the defense, so much physicality that they weren't prepared for, and now it's wide open again, overextending on the defense, trying to get a counterattack, some type of transition, but it's not happening.
And the offensive potential in game 1 from Oxygen has been fully realized. Putting up 5 goals, finding so many seams. And they really came out, smacked Gen.G in the mouth, even after they went down 2-1. They didn't abandon the physical game. Rise, who has been a grounding force for this team before he had joined, all that offensive potential. You didn't see it that often from Oxygen, but he is the center of this team. He helps keep them grounded, and he helped get Oxygen a 5-2 victory. All 3 players, an excellent start.
Now at both majors, Gen.G 0-4 against Oxygen, and this is with the new roster now, 1-0. With a great record, a great first game. Joreous leading the way, but it's off the back end of the demos from Rise, and Archie was the glue that kept it all together, Jorby.
You talk about now still Jack winless against Joreous in games played. There's just something that they just can't get figured out against this team. I mean, Gen.G and Oxygen, they both struggled against Complexity in this tournament. But I mean, Gen.G still at Complexity had to work hard for that win against them, but they're really off center right now against Oxygen.
Well, it's not coming down to the boost. It's truly just coming down to this physical game where you're looking to see what else you can do with that rotation. You're extending it forward off the backboard. You remember Rise coming through, saving the flip, bumping Nolly out the way. Then Joreous is also on the backboard. The rotation doesn't stop at the corner boost. They keep going even further towards the edge of the map, and that's been such a great tool in their back pocket that they can use whenever.
I mean, you talk about the boost as well. That's something that Oxygen did really well when they did get pressed. They were stealing canisters, but also a small pad game where they were just taking small pads on their way out. And a lot of times, Chronic, he was starved for a lot of that game, and he kept getting pushed off. They have to keep avoiding orange car or blue cars as they come to demo them. Let's see how Gen.G adapt here in game 2.
They just look so uncomfortable, Jorby, and that's obviously a lot of credit due to Oxygen, how aggressive they've been. Let's see what response we get in game 2. Gen.G back's not against the wall quite yet, but of course they want to get back in the series as early as possible, and some revenge. Chronic on the demo.
Well, lazy walk for Nolly, thanks to the hard-earned work from Chronic here. Turns right back into Archie. Easy goal for Gen.G.
And that's got to feel good. The payback, much needed for Gen.G, who have just been taking a beating. Punches left and right, a couple of uppercuts, but finally that third man taken out from Oxygen.
Jack got the grab, but couldn't keep control. Rise.
Oh, missed.
The threat, Chronic had to jump for it. Rise, he's been so consistent on land. He actually eclipsed everybody else in the RLCS. He holds the record for goals scored on land at 143 of them. He surpassed the likes of Garrett G.
Who's been competing since the beginning of time. Nolly was up for this aerial so early himself. He went in for the 50-50. Abject coming through, another great challenge, and an even better bounce to set up the shot.
You saw Rise turn downfield as Joreous was trying to carry the ball out. Archie was still rotating back. Very aggressive position from Rise. And Archie, that was a tough position to have to jump back and make a save from.
But that challenge game, Jorby, that's 2 50-50 wins in favor of Gen.G. Understanding the best way to approach this ball, how to get it past the defense of Oxygen. Archie forced in a tough spot. Then Joreous in no man's land. I'm not sure if he's looking for boost 14 to his name as you look in the upper left-hand corner, but a defensive blunder for Oxygen. Joreous mid-flip. Chronic takes advantage and says, okay, I see what you did.
Yeah, it was
hard, an over-rotation.
Hard to see what Joreous saw there as he flipped across.
Yeah.
Gen.G definitely had possession there. Maybe he flipped as Archie got that touch. Archie could have had a better kill to the corner. A couple of things just falling apart there for Oxygen.
And that's not the first time that we've seen a miscommunication from Oxygen in their series against KCP. I remember Archie just tried to give a pass out to Jorius in the corner, I believe it was, on defense, but it didn't connect, and he ended up giving it right to the opposition. And the same situation just happened against Gen.G.
And that's really how people have gotten by Oxygen, is they do catch them out sometimes. Love being aggressive. They know that they can be this highly mechanical, highly offensive team. And we see what happens. They get the demo, pushes it off the ramp, and Rise gets the first goal.
All three of the players from Oxygen are patiently waiting, trusting Archie to get this ball past Nolly. The demo's there, Rise is there, and also Jorius for some security.
Definitely savable there from Nolly, but it was a great job from Archie delaying it. He saw as soon as Nolly jumped, he knew they could just let that ball sail right by him. It was a softer touch. It's all about timing there from Nolly. Now, a try for the bump. Jack gets kicked up to the ceiling. Joyous trying to get aggressive. Chronic gets the clear.
You gotta keep your head on a swivel here, Jorby, if you're Gen.G. Every player on the blue side is hunting you down. As long as they're just within range, they will turn, they will cut rotation to take you out.
Oh, Archie gets by. Chronic forced to race back. Archie can be first to it, but not able to make contact. And Oxygen dead on that push. What a first Nolly almost got over the last defender. But Rise gets there. Chronic now weaving his way around. Jack gotta wait for this touch from Rise, and Rise slips by him, but Nolly puts it right back in.
You're seeing Gen.G step up to the plate in the physical game, staying behind the ball, sometimes even leaving it to go for the bump. Nolly, quick pass in the midfield. Rise, wonderful control out to Jorius.
The backboard's looking pretty clean though for Gen.G.
Absolutely.
They've tried bumping Jack a couple of times when he's been there. Haven't quite connected. Certainly a lot of risks for Oxygen. Going for those bumps. Able to get the clear, just can't hold on to the ball right now.
Let's see what Nolly has to do off the backboard. Honestly, just damage control at this point. You're in the lead by 2. Abjack to himself off the backboard. Hunted for something.
Uh-oh.
Getting the crowd excited, and of course this one's gonna get the crowd excited.
You see him on the wall, you see him have space, you've seen him done it! He's done this all season! A perfect soft little touch, he gets underneath it, and I mean, Chronic's just ridiculous, man. He's so good.
Oxygen's worst nightmare right there, Chronic. Don't give him some space, don't give him the opportunity from the ceiling. It's a fancy one. In under 2 minutes to go.
Oh my God, Chronic! That's not fair, bro! You gotta give some people a chance out here!
Chronic, 2 in a row. All by himself, the dunk on top of it. Everything connecting, 5-1 for Gen.G.
Slapping Oxygen right back. Putting a 5 spot on him. The time for Oxygen to kind of stabilize. This one feels like it's about to get out of reach. Nolly gets another clear. Chronic's had those 2 big goals at the end, but Nolly really helped get things started on offense with his 2 earlier on.
And it's also what they're doing off the ball. I mean, I'm seeing Chronic take so much boost. A little bit baffled by what was happening there on the offensive side, but I see Chronic several times. He'll get a 50-50 win, and on top of the fancy solo plays, he's taken a lot of boost, leaving the ball and trying to throw Oxygen Esports off, and that just extra bit of frustration that you can inflict is so impactful for Chronic.
Absolutely. Nolly conducted a pretty good push there, and that's just wasting so much time. Now, Jack expecting a touch from first man. It didn't come. Archie! He throws an arc and gets the goal.
You might as well build some momentum as you head into game number 3. This one should be all wrapped up for Gen.G as long as we don't see an interesting game. We remember, you know, G won that game 4. Things can happen here.
Well, that's true. I don't know if Gen.G will end up giving that up. If crazier things have happened, maybe.
I hope it happens.
Pass and play in front.
Just to prove you wrong.
Oh, it's back out to him. Rise off the backboard, coming across, aggressive push here. Jorius tried to keep it low, and it does allow Oxygen to come back. They get the 50. It was a great decision from Jorius not to dodge into that ball and control, but it doesn't matter. Gen.G line up and they locked him down.
And that was a critical touch too, getting in front of the pass. There was, I believe, a player and an open net now for Jorius. I'm telling you, I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, you feel it?
I feel it that G1 game 4, that proved that anything can happen here in this LAN environment. And my goodness, there's plenty of time, Jorby.
We'll see what they do on the kickoff. Chronic, no boost. He had to pre-jump and hope that they hit that ball into.
Even the game 5 against Complexity, Oxygen were on a tear towards the end of it.
Yeah.
They strung together a couple of passes.
Whoa.
And a couple of goals. Could be the same story here. 2 to go. And Abjack, good interception, but Archie had him red.
Ball kicked out. Rise actually pull off. Jack still in the area. They need to get a goal with time left if they want to pull off that magic. But Gen.G keeping it clean for now. That might have done enough to waste time. There it is, clock hits 0. Gen.G will tie things up.
We don't get the drama. The crazy ending to this game where Oxygen could have gotten back into it, but still some momentum that they can build on moving forward. Gen.G had them absolutely, I'd say, under control in the first half. Certainly they were winning challenges back and forth and moving forward. Every single shot on target. Clean stuff from Gen.G.
Yeah, Chronic and Nolly are real close on the scoreboard. It was Nolly in that first half, really talking about breaking through, great disruption.
Winning challenges.
In that first man position. And then Chronic somehow just gets space, and he does Chronic things, man.
I mean, come on. We're looking at this Mobile 1 high-performance replay, and we're seeing Chronic by himself.
We say, like, solo play, that's not the way to go. Don't do solo plays. Use your team. And Gen.G are even like, it's a thinking man's game. And Chronic's like, no, dude, I'm sick on the mechs.
It's a thinking man's game, but if you've got Chronic, you don't really have to think too much, okay?
Well, you actually have to think harder.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jordan.
It's a lot of processing.
I mean, he's getting a hat trick.
Ridiculous.
That's all that matters right now. You've got one player who can make an impact, but the main thing you want to take away from that is everybody truly did get involved, and it was a unit that moved forward against Oxygen. Gen.G were able to respond in game 2. Let's see how game 3 goes.
Exact same scoreline, but flipped right off the kickoff. Wow. Oxygen off the bar, still away. Jack can't get the save. Jorius gets it.
Kickoff heavily in favor for Oxygen, and it's been this way since the second half of the previous game, and it continues along that trend. Ball rolling across the goal line, easy finish from Jorius, but an even better earlier shot from Rise to get the assist.
Wasn't a bad adjustment from Jack. Again, having to time that side flip just to get square on the ball, but tough to do from that area in the net. Can't lose that kickoff. Here
double
comes
tap.
Archie.
He's got the boost.
Double tap. Oh,
come
Jorius,
on.
double tap dynamite.
The mechanical monster coming alive yet again off the backboard, all the time in the air, setting up the angle, dropping it down, and putting 2-0 on the board.
And the placement as well. The middle of the net. Jorius hit that any lower. It's likely a save. He still had to hit the top. And Oxygen rocket out to a 2-goal lead early.
These kickoffs have been huge for Oxygen. And another one. This is the third kickoff going in favor of the blue side. They're immediately thrown into Gen.G's defense, who are struggling to get boost, can't break out. Finally, they do so. Abjack, flip reset, and a blunder on the defense of Oxygen, but bailed out quickly.
Now, Jack had no boost. He couldn't go for it. Chronic was just off the line of the ball. He couldn't go. Oxygen definitely fortunate. Gen.G couldn't find a hole, but here comes Chronic. Jack's jumped. Jory is there to beat him before. Ball kicked downfield. Nobody from Gen.G will get there. 3 goals now. Every game, one team is just rocking it out to a multi-goal lead, and they just can't seem to be stopped. Another demo just opens the net wide open. Nothing they can do about it.
It's always been so one-sided, and that's the frustrating part of getting demoed, of getting bullied on your side. You're forced to use some of your brain power to try and read when these players that you're up against are going to go for demos, and that distracts you, Jordan. You can't focus on the play style you want, on controlling this ball. You're too paranoid of when you're going to get taken out.
Whoa, Rise in the air. Pass back to Archie. Oh! Pinpoint precision from Archie.
Pinpoint indeed, threading the needle. And Rise was already in the air to pass that back to Archie. The pre-jump assist.
My God.
And that was a beauty.
Gen.G even tried a fake kickoff, and it didn't even work. Jack got the ball down the field, and then Jory is trapped, and he's like, cool, we're gonna score again. But here comes Rise.
And here they are on the kickoff. Another one in favor of Oxygen, these guys. Game 3 has Oxygen written all over it.
Hard ball for Jack to get to. Nolly on the catch. Nice quick flip over the first defender. Made it awkward against Jorius, but he set up, and he misses, but whoa, the layers coming clean. Archie got the save, bounced it back into Jorius. Now Rise, maybe he can buy a little bit of time. Archie, man, Jorius can come in. Ball kicked over their heads. Gen.G, though, just trying to get started in Game 3.
I mean, they can only hope for some late game resurgence now. Any signs of life at this point would be something for Gen.G. Maybe a solo play more. I mean, you threw Chronic forward before and it was working out, but you can't expect that every single time. And here he is, the player we're talking about, full boost. What's he got? Up in the air, by himself, over to Abjack, but it's too far, and they immediately lose possession.
A couple of times that's happened. Jack, I think he's feeling a little rushed. He jumped early, had some passes earlier, couldn't connect on it, or Jorius cuts him off. They're just not connecting like we're used to seeing Gen.G connect.
Which is a bizarre sentence. I mean, Gen.G, they have always been on the same page, so to see them a bit flustered, certainly surprising, but you're up against Oxygen nonetheless. Definitely expect it to be high pressure. Another shot from Abjack. They're looking for anything, Jorby.
See if Nolly anything up, but Oxygen clean up on defense. Jorius in net for the return. Oxygen trying to play advance. Archie's got to come back, and it's off the bar. But Jack, you saw him playing the touch, respecting Oxygen on defense. He couldn't get the rebound. Now Rise over Chronic.
Backboard.
Has to let it drop. Still a loose ball. Jack gets in front.
I love that patience from Archie. He knows they're up by 4 goals. There's no point in overextending. At this point, I think the goal is to leave and keep Gen.G scoreless. Don't even let them build momentum, because we're seeing how effective that can be. If you remember, towards the previous game, Oxygen started to build some strings on the offensive side, and that has bled into Game 3.
That was a good recovery from Jack. He got, hang on a second.
Got it.
Hang on! Oh, Chronic got the red. But it's not over. Here's another one off the bar, and he almost got the rebound. Rise next up. Does he have it? Archie sits in the box, but it's taken away, and Nolly's not going to let another rebound go into Oxygen's car.
Starting to look like a training pack for Oxygen on the offensive side. They're just getting dished out so many fantastic looking passes up in front of the net.
Even right there, that pinch goes straight back out to midfield. All the Gen.G have to chase it down. Jack leaves that challenge, set it up. Now it's up to Archie to get the clear. Rise. Safely gives it back to Jorius. They will not give Gen.G the ball, shutting them down. Gen.G responded so well in Game 2. Chronic will pick one up here late.
This is important. Again, I talked about it, Jorby. Just showing any signs of life towards the end of a game can bleed into the next. That's what happened with Oxygen here, and Gen.G are trying to follow along that same narrative and hopefully push into Game 4, because this one should, keyword should, be over for Oxygen.
Oxygen tried to make it interesting last game. We'll see if Gen.G, they only got to score a lot of goals here. Chronic lifts that up, but Archie, he had that angle covered. Comes across. And they're wasting tons of time with every challenge they get. Right here, they're just center of the box, but there's no real disruption. They can get the ball back out to midfield, but all of Oxygen are ready for the touch, and they get another clear.
Even after a double commit we just witnessed from Oxygen,
but they put it out into space.
And Jorius was so quick to recover from that situation, get in front of Gen.G. I'm rarely seeing a moment where Gen.G have more space to work with in the midfield. Somebody on the blue side is throwing themselves forward. Final seconds drop. Oxygen take this game and now lead the series.
Trying to get second in their group. And not that second or third really matters, because you got to play someone out of Group B, and that's Falcons, Vitality, or Cape.
Right.
Pick your poison. It's going to be tough, but none of these games have been close. All 3 of them, multi-goal wins by 3. Actually, every single game has been a 3-goal win for either team, but Oxygen outscoring Gen.G at the moment.
Which just comes down to, I think, the defensive structure, what's been working. This one wasn't as demo heavy and more pass reliant for Oxygen. You know, they started out getting some momentum with more demos, with physical plays. This was all about finding each other, using better vision on the field to always find a touch to a player. And that really picked apart Gen.G, who were probably focusing more on the demos than they were the positioning of Oxygen themselves for the passes. They just didn't want to get taken out.
Really love how Rise looked in that game as well. Obviously, he had the pre-jump pass
beautiful.
To get Oxygen their 4th goal, but he's also just been difficult to get by whenever he's tasked. His positioning off the ball, always so clean. He has a really good idea of how Gen.G want to play this game. And so far, Oxygen, they've gotten advantage twice on Gen.G now. Let's see how they respond. They have not had the possession. They have not had the control in the last 5 minutes. Here come Oxygen again! Off the post, just barely saved by Chronic.
How do the reigning major champs deal with this pressure? Match point on the line. Backs now against the wall. All eyes on this orange side. This kickoff has been a lot better. Good recovery from Gen.G. It just wasn't immediately given away to Oxygen, but as I say that, Rise quick to turn this ball over and shove it into the corner, set up a pass for Archie. 3 players in net. That's gonna get saved 100%.
Oh, Chronic got bumped. This opens up a gap, but good recovery by Nolly. That could have been disastrous. Oxygen have opened up scoring every time, just like that. Kicking Chronic out of the way, but Nolly comes into cover. Gen.G need those layers. They want to be successful. Good clear, not good enough.
I like that first touch from Jack, keeping it close, then a better 50-50. Reminiscent of what started Gen.G in this series and got them a game. Good challenges, but now they're flooding this ball out into the midfield, but nobody's there, and Rise recognizes some space and keeps possession, finds Archie, but a better challenge from Chronic. Things building for Gen.G.
They just don't have an angle in. Jack, all he can do is move the ball to the sidewall. As long as Oxygen are forcing Gen.G to the sides, that's just fine defense. Jack went for the pinch, but Rise gets there in time.
And more control. That's the second time in a row. Rise
scooped it over.
Blowing this ball down over to Archie, back to Rise. Fake it out Nolly to himself. Sets up Archie, but he's demoed out the play. And everything comes crashing down.
Such a great idea from Rise. Make his car big, force the ball out into the center. He puts his car far side of the ball to make it happen, and then wow. I need to look at that one again. The ball just skirted out to the side. Oh, maybe Jack would have had something there.
Abjack was floating in the air, then the shot hit him while he's falling down. A bit of misdirection. It almost worked out for him, but still held scoreless. Both teams, as we approach halftime, Gen.G might take out Rise, but he dodges the demo and gets the clear.
Tighter game this time around. Each game so far, it had about 4 goals scored by the halfway point. Another quick clear, but no, they can't get back to it. Forced into that tough spot. Chronic bounces off the ramp as he got the clear. Now Jack is forced into defense. But Jorius doesn't leave the play. Leaves it for Archie. Archie, full boost, but saved. Still a loose ball. Rise up high. What? Twice. Nobody can go. Jorius the whole way back. Has to defend the clear. And he does get the next 50. Oxygen holding firm, not giving Gen.G free transitions. Able to push back. The pressure has belonged to Oxygen more than Gen.G so far.
And I'm still so impressed with Jorius. He's throwing himself forward like this moment right here. And after the first touch, can continue to follow it. Jorius, there's so many layers to his rotation. Whether he's the first man or the second man, always getting involved. Abjack takes the boost, forced to deal with more pressure. Oxygen, they are hunting, waiting for this first goal opportunity.
Pop-up ball for Oxygen. Chronic had to wait for it. That's a stretcher for Jack. He just doesn't have enough boost to continue that. It was a hard pass to receive. You need a solid first touch to make it work. Now Nolly just misses the ball. Oxygen, it's a free touch, but Archie just too high. Easy challenge for Chronic.
Easy challenge indeed. He pre-jumped it. Rise just wants to stay behind this 50-50, evening out as we are closer and closer to the final 60. We've seen both teams have good stretches downfield, but nothing yet with an execution. And Nolly, here's the first execution we've been waiting on.
And Nolly finds the seam. Lined this one up really well. Rise went for the soft touch, but the ball gets away from him. It bounces on the top of the ramp and bounces straight back out. There was nothing he could do to recover. He had to use the corner to recover there. Easy takeaway from Nolly. The shot, not as easy.
Well, it's all about the awareness to even go for a shot. Usually in the corner, those shots on target, not as fruitful. You've always got a player waiting on the goal line. There wasn't one from Oxygen. And now he takes advantage of it, but Chronic is bumped out the way. Gooba stopped again by Oxygen.
And apparently Jack got there in time. Now Chronic whips it quick to Jack. Good square up, but good square up by Rise rather. Jorius gets the clear again. Oxygen, despite having that pressure, they're the ones that need to respond. Jack got it over, taken away. From Oxygen again, Archie, full boost, back to Jorius. 50 back over to the corner. Oxygen trying to keep possession. Rise over one, taken away by apparently Jack. Another pass, over to Archie, denied. Nolly would not let that one go through.
Nolly prepared for it. This is the closest game we've got all series long. Just a one-goal game, 10 seconds left. Nolly wants to extend the lead. 5 on the clock. Archie looking for a clear down the other side. They need something. Otherwise, we're heading to game 5. That one is going to do it, sending us to championship field.
And a much closer game 4. Both these teams have better data now. This far in, the demos aren't working out as well. The 50, it's become a lot tighter. No one wanted to take as many risks. Where you saw Oxygen take a lot of risks with bumps and demos with their 2 wins, but they didn't really have that many opportunities. They had to constantly win those 50s. Gen.G were in better positions. They weren't losing the boost game as hard against Oxygen, despite the pressure they were putting on. They wouldn't give them the center of the net.
And there were still good looks for Oxygen. Like I mentioned, this is the closest game we've seen throughout the entire series, and that one would have been ridiculous, but indeed we have Gen.G bouncing back. And this is providing all the content, all the shots, the mechanics, the defense, everything we could have asked for from this series. You see Oxygen up against Gen.G, and you know it's going to be a good one, Jormy.
Jack at 98 points. That's crazy.
And they still took the dub.
They still took the dub. If you don't gotta do anything,
listen.
I don't feel like Jack did nothing, but he was certainly getting harassed a couple of times. Chronic as well.
And a lot of times that'll happen, Jorby. You'll be that one player that gets targeted. Abjack was able to dodge demos and just fit in where he needed to. Didn't overextend.
Oh, game 5. Champion.
Here we go.
Field. Gen.G. Jack looking for his first match win against Jorius. Can he bring it here? We get underway. Oxygen have been a force on the kickoff, and a great follow-up early there from Jorius. Archie just sends it in the middle, and that's not gonna get it done.
And that wound from the fall major has got to be fresh still for Gen.G. They remember what Oxygen were able to do against them in the previous split, and they are back for revenge. Winning the major wasn't enough. They've got to put Oxygen in their place, but let's see if that demo-heavy playstyle comes out in game 5. Sparks flying, Archie up in the air, drop down pass, wide open, and Rise the finisher.
Oh, that's kind of dirty from Archie. Hits the negative angle here, gets behind the ball, drops it down perfectly to Rise, catching all of Gen.G out on that clear.
That's just unfair. You're slowing the ball down completely. At that point, you don't even want to hit the angle. You know you've got a second-man striker coming through. You've just got to slow the ball down. Another kickoff in favor of Oxygen. Every single time I feel like Oxygen are bouncing back, it's from these kickoffs.
Look at Archie, squares up on the ball, wants the kill every time. Chronic goes off of it, it pops right back into Jorius. And Archie just delivers the perfect read on the kickoff. And there's nothing Gen.G can do about it. They're just straight up losing in that part.
And it's a high risk, high reward. Oxygen love to do that close cheat on the kickoff. And we've seen a couple of moments in this tournament at this major where they push too far forward, especially with Rise on that kickoff. But sometimes, and what we're seeing right now, it can pay off.
Maybe the answer for Gen.G, if you want to get back in this game, there's a couple more kickoffs coming. Maybe you don't cheat up. Maybe you play a little safer because you just haven't had any success on the kickoff.
You could try and match it with a closer cheat, but at this point you might not be used to it. That was a risky play as Abjack left it. The ball is sent flying high to the left side.
Would have been riskier to hit that ball out into Oxygen. Maybe give them a third goal. We've seen this story play itself out twice before. This soft touch back to Jack from Nolly. Chronic has to stretch for it, but he wins it. The ball's a little far away from him for that.
You know, I saw some solo plays earlier on in the series. I was kind of hopeful.
He was a little closer to the ball. Nice little outlet pass. Ooh, hard one.
Ooh, I didn't even see Nolly there.
A three-point passer, but Jack couldn't play good the dunk.
The Gen.G are willing to send everybody forward if that's what it takes. And Archie doesn't care. He knows he can go between all 3 of the players, but again, more close passing. Colin passed out to the left side. The read off the post, and Chronic is there.
And they caught Oxygen out here. Chronic coming across Jorius, trying to cut him off, and Chronic leaves it, forces Jorius to give up the touch to Jack, who just sends it right down the middle. He saw the seam. Chronic makes sure that ball goes in with how close it was to the post.
And that's great positioning from Jack. Just waiting on the pass out from Jorius, like you said. He could have pushed forward more, but understood that a clear would come out and he'd be presented with a fantastic opportunity. They have now gotten themselves within 1, a win within their grasp, but Oxygen, they've already got the win so long as they can hold on.
Rise, touch gets away from him. Looking for Jack. Jorius waits. He does not win that 50 though. Jack, a demo through 1. Jack across the box, taken away by Rise.
Corner double tap. Nolly flashing in real quick.
Jorius.
Get a good touch. Jorius, what do you got for us? A flip reset, maybe a double tap Chronic. He's patiently waiting for it.
Jack trying to delete Archie. Missed him just a tad. To commit from Gen.G. Jack in the air. Now the net's open and Jorius nails it.
Nails it indeed. I don't think you get any more accurate than this. Top corner and in. One of the best shots we're gonna see. It's pretty, it's accurate, and it's clinical. 3-1.
It's starting to get a little too sweaty for Gen.G. And they stabilize. Oxygen just owned them on offense. Jack, here he comes, tries again. And he fails.
Look at the follow-ups. I mean, we're seeing mistakes from Archie. He didn't even get the touch, but he has enough time to recover and get back into play. Now there's all this space. Abjack is alone. He pre-jumps it. Archie way above him, but still somehow Abjack can find a way.
Good dive in front from Jorius. Rise was going to be left all by himself. Old defender wants to be left to defend two players. Oxygen keep getting in front of these challenges. Dump off to Rise. Rise with the ground pop, air dribble. Archie trying to bump, and Jack gets in the way. It's just not winning these touches, Turtle. Like, Jack gets the clear out, but he doesn't actually get the follow-up touch. Oxygen just get in the way of every single try. And back in the net. Molly, quick save, but that's the worst post bounce that could happen for Gen.G. It kicks right back out to Jorius. Chronic has to defend that touch. He's got no boost left. Nolly's last rotation. Jack's sitting back in the corner. They're constantly having to catch this ball out. Now Jack has no boost here. And he's hoping he can get to Chronic, but look, he cuts him off again, and it's a free goal! Oxygen, they're reading Gen.G like it's a Dr. Seuss book.
Jorius, all he has to do is hit this ball off the sidewall, let it float in. It's as easy as that. Get the read off the clear, wait for it patiently, and you've been presented with a free opportunity. Barely any boost. How does this kickoff go? Of course, it looked like it was in favor of Oxygen, but thankfully Chronic can read it. And now get a big 50-50. This could be the start of something, but at what point is it just too late? 60 seconds and counting for Gen.G. Something has to work for them, and they get lucky with the post bounce. Could this be the start of it, Jorby?
Oxygen have smothered Gen.G on offense. Can they get anything? The ball just kicked away. Maybe they get a lucky bounce. No. Jorius, back and forth. There's Rise again. How many times has he done that this series?
Too many.
How many times? He is the post, doesn't matter. A post hit's just more time wasted on the clock. Just more time for Oxygen to play with their food. They get demoed. And Oxygen's so clean in game 5.
So clean, and it's too little too late for Gen.G. No time left. The gap is too big for Oxygen Esports. Even if they get one for the road, it's not enough. What a performance from the European squad that is Oxygen Esports. The speed has been there. The demo started us off. Jorius got involved early on. Rise as clutch as ever. And of course, Archie, the glue that keeps it all formed. Oxygen Esports taking the series win 3-2.
You wanted to see Jorius show up. You wanted to see his goal participation.
He was there.
Ratchet up.
He was there.
How about a Hattie? How about a Hattie for you?
That is ridiculous.
How about those demos? He was all over the place.
All over the place.
And now he's 3-0 against Jack. That's got to feel pretty good.
I just can't get over that the speed difference in this series was so big between these two teams. Oxygen Esports had enough time to miss a challenge or lose a challenge, recover, and somehow get back into the play, even if they weren't there initially. It's ridiculous. I think Gen.G, I'm not sure if it was too much respect given up, or they just didn't have the speed in this series alone. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing boards and figure something out, as they are now the 3rd seed coming out of this group.
3rd seed, 1 and 2. I don't think anybody had Gen.G dropping 2 series in their group.
I don't think anybody had Complexity. Maybe. I mean, Complexity are pretty good at groups, but my goodness, you see Gen.G and Oxygen here, you know it's going to be closer, but...
I mean, Oxygen scored almost 4 goals a game. They scored 5 twice. I mean, what more can you say about it, man? They look so good. And now you're wondering for Gen.G, you got to go into round 1. Not at your best. It's not your best look. And I think more credit to Oxygen. Had absolutely
100%. I mean, this didn't look like it was Gen.G completely fumbling the bag here in this situation. Still good opportunities, but Oxygen Esports were just that much better with every touch, with every adaptation, play style changes, everything connected.
Well, that was some hard-nosed smack-mouth Rocket League from Oxygen. and I am excited to hear from the boys. Let's send it over to Subi for the winners interview.
Appreciate that, Jorby. I'm here with the winners Oxygen, and more specifically up here with Rise. And right out of the gates, Rise, we know that you were almost put on the IR, injured reserve. You got problems with the hands all the time. What happened this time? I mean, look at that.
Well, I cut my fingers here at boot camp, and I broke my wrist, obviously, about a month and a half ago now. But we're recovering well. We got the dub.
I mean, recovering well for sure, because, yeah, you got the win, and the fact that you can still play mechanical with a hand like that, I would hate to see you at full power. But, you know, I gotta immediately go to the kickoffs. It just felt like that was a huge weak point for Gen.G in that series. Was that something you guys realized before the series started, or was it something that kind of crept up as the series went along?
It was actually something Archie said in game 5, I think, that we could just score kickoff goals because they were trying to do the same thing every time. So we just kind of like figured it out, and then, yeah, worked well for us.
No, it's good to point those things out as you see them. Now, this team, Oxygen, played Gen.G in the fall major and won 3-0 and only allowed 1 goal from Gen.G. This time it was a lot closer. What do you feel like the difference was? Obviously you weren't there in fall, but this time you're on this stage, but they seem to fight a little harder this time.
I think it's a thing of confidence. This series was honestly just a placement series. But it was very sloppy. It wasn't enjoyable to play really until the last 30 seconds when we'd won. It seemed very back and forth, and every game was like 5-0 at some point. It was really weird.
Do you feel like that was just mistakes on both sides of the field, or do you feel like there was some slower gameplay that led to mistakes on your side? What was it from your end?
It felt like we just canceled each other out, and it was like whoever got the first goal, the other team then had to come out, and then it's just more and more goals. But yeah, it was really weird to play.
You know, before these majors always start, there's always people out there that do power rankings, people like casters saying who they think is going to win the major. One name that I didn't seem to hear was Oxygen Esports. So this is the last question. What is the message to all the haters out there?
Look, man, we trolled our group, let's be real. We could have won the group, we bottled it. But, you know, first few series online, we've beat the supposed best team in the world. So, we'll see.
We will see, and we're gonna see some more from that series as we throw it back up to the desk.
Boy, we saw a lot from that series, a lot of goals back and forth, blowouts one way, blowouts the other. Bates, I don't understand how you can win a game like 4-2 and then lose like 5-1 and then come back. Like, how do you make sense of all this?
Because Rocket League is just a momentum-based game. Also, once you score the first time, you're in a different position. The other team really needs to stretch their limits and really try to put the offense on, and that just creates more and more mistakes. Both of these teams did play a solid series, but Oxygen, they're just the kryptonite of Gen.
I mean, and Rise said it even in the interview. This was such a back and forth series. It was crazy. 5-2 the first game, and then running it up 5 again the next game. But it was back and forth. And, you know, at the second game, you thought Chronic was just going to take things into his own hands. There was a moment where he had a crazy musty goal and then immediately scored right afterwards. But then Oxygen found ways to battle back. I thought Jorius played phenomenally well. There was the one shot where he blasted it off the elbow. You could just tell he was in the zone.
Oh yeah, he was in the zone all right. It looked like 1v1 Jorius. Every single touch was exactly what he was intending to do. And we say all that, but it still went 5. Gen.G, they played their hearts out right here. 2-1 in this game in particular. The crowd won them the win, but Oxygen, Wave, you said it. Rise just has the ice, bro. He just knows how to win.
Man, but you heard him in the interview. He was like, this was still close. I wasn't confident until the final 30 seconds. And really, Game 5 stacks wasn't decided until the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, that whole series, first of all, it was a perfect lunchtime series because we got to eat lots of pizza coffee, lots of it. But, you know, watching those teams go back and forth, I felt like Gen.G did not nearly play up to their potential until right near the tail end, and then it was already too late. They were overwhelmed time and time again throughout that series. It felt like every other game, shot after shot after shot, they were just completely bombarded. They didn't get any chance to breathe in their own defensive zone. You don't see that happen to Gen.G very often.
Well, I mean, you can see them there in the Group D. They're going to be the third seed coming out of that group. They do survive elimination. I consider them to be a pretty low torque, high horsepower engine. You give them time to get going. Eventually, their max speed is going to surprise everybody as the tournament keeps going on. Here we are, folks. The 3 matches down, 5 to go. We've still got some bangers coming up later, but if you want to talk about a match that has to do with a seeding where everything's on the line, but you also are going to lose nothing, this next match is exactly what you guys are excited for. Secret versus Liquid. Both teams at 2-0. You win, you're the top seed of the group, you get to skip Saturday. You lose, hey, you got it, you're still in the group, so you still get to play Saturday. It's going to be a banger. What a barn burner coming up, folks. Don't go anywhere. The Winter Invitational. We'll be right back.
1974. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you, I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel every day after running for nights. We feel so just dropping down to build our own. crossing over like I am.
The day is just starting here in San Diego. We are going into match 4, going into this is the turning point, folks. We've got Secret and Liquid taking to the stage to compete for top of their group. Welcome back to the desk, folks. Here we are. We were hiding in the darkness, but now you can see us. How do you rate Gen.G, Stumpy?
After that series or generally?
After that series, right now.
After that series, I still rate them as one of the favorites, I think, to take it. However, my God, the Oxygen, they just have their number. That is just their boon. They can't get over that hump. I think it's part of that Joria's factor with them as well. I think they seem to overthink it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to Jack Berman for the Gen.G documentary, and we spoke a lot about, like, when you play your ex-teammate, you really want to beat them.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's confidence as well, you know, Joris. We know what he can do when he's on song, when he's feeling it. And,
oh, man.
I mean, this Oxygen lineup, they got him in Rotterdam, they've got him again here. But that series as well, it was for seeding. It wasn't for, you know, all the chocolates, if you will. So.
But very quickly, there's going to be a box of chocolates, and one player is taking all of that every single match. The single elimination bracket is coming up here. Like, yeah, sure, you make it out of groups, but at this point, you can't lose.
Yeah, they can talk about it for seeding all they want, but now that Oxygen lost that, they're going to play the winner of this upcoming matchup. And if that ends up being Liquid, I know they don't want to see him.
I think every team wants to avoid Liquid realistically as well, where like they're looking so good in that group. Yes, we said it was a group of life day 1, but like if you could really have that choice, Liquid is a team that you would, I think, quite wholeheartedly attempt to avoid.
Is there any group of life in what is effectively just a battle royale of teams? Only one can be left standing at the end. We have eliminated 3 at this point. We will see how the rest of these goes. Group A and B still to be decided as far as who's being eliminated there. But Group C, or excuse me, Group A and B is who's being eliminated. Group C, though, who's going to be in the top is the question, as we still have Team Secret and Liquid to play. That will be our next match. So we take a look at the schedule and see what matches are coming down the pipeline. We've been talking so much, CJ, today about which matches were our favorites. Obviously, G2 FaZe is the one everyone's really looking forward to. Any other matches you think the people who are out in the field in DreamHack should make their way over for it?
Well, I don't know about out in the field, but I'm sure the people at home will be interested in that K-Corp vitality.
The K-Corp vitality, the French boys just battling away as hard as they can. But yeah, that's the big one for us.
Liquid versus Team Secret is your next match on the main stage.
Top 8 is on the line as Europe and South America collide. Please welcome Team Liquid and Team Secret.
Look at the players, and listen to the vibes of that song there. If you like that song, that's Codes by Odd Kid Out, and it's available in the item shop until April 10th for 300 credits, but I can guarantee that's one menu that these 6 players are not about to open here.
Yeah, that's one thing they're not about to open. That's one thing if you're at home, you should open, but I'll tell you this. Watching Liquid walk in, the height of the team, they just progressively got bigger. You saw Chronic come in first, then you saw Hatap following him up, and then you saw the man, CJ, all the way at the back.
It's about physical stature, this plan. This is the storyline that I'm running with. And Oski, he's just physically imposing, like yourself, Stumpy. You don't want to be sitting across from him.
He's large, Oscar. Was such a phenomenal presence just nearby. And in the middle of this team, though, Atto. He has been popping off in that Group C. His performance has been, I think, not quite what we have seen him historically, but that is not to mean that he is not at an unreal level.
Is there a weak link for Liquid?
Oh, no.
They are just I think maybe when Oski going shoe shopping and he can't find any like shoes
on the field, Stumpy.
Oh, okay. No, in which case, no way.
Oh, okay.
No.
Just making sure.
There's not a single weak link on his team. It's just whether or not they can outperform their usual like demons. They usually get top 8 and then they falter and they lose to the winners. That's what Chronic reminds me every single time. It's about whether they can break through and elevate themselves to finally become a major champion, a top 4 team. They have absolutely no weakness.
On the other side, though, they've got Team Secret, the team that we just criminally underrate. Top 4 at Rotterdam, they're here again, 2-0 in the group. Maybe a #1 seed here as well.
I think when you look at South America too, you always talk about obviously historically your complexities, your furies, etc. But now Secret, they're the top dogs in South America. They are the ones that have broken through and sad. You were talking about, battle of the units. That man is another imposing figure.
That is, I didn't think about that actually. I was all about Oski and the ball, but sad he's showing up as well. And Team Secret, Bates, like they know how to play on land. They really play style top-down. It's doing the fundamentals, doing the basics right. And that's what they do so well.
Yeah, very G1-esque. They're doing everything that they need to do. Low 50, solid play, great counterattack, and alongside a phenomenal defense. This matchup in particular, it's a clash of play styles. You got the one side, Liquid, the high flyers, the freestylers. They're going to take it and try to pound Secret to the ground. But Secret, they've proven that they can just sit there and take all of it, and they will save every single shot. Hit you with a KV1 counterattack, and at that point, you're losing the game.
It was fascinating listening to their interviews and the videos we were playing yesterday. For Secret, they made top 4 in Rotterdam. Furia made top 4 at Worlds. I think both of those results they consider to be like, oh, this is a really big success, this is great. Top 4 no longer feels like a big win for South America. They know they have what it takes to win it all, and at that point, they're looking for the grand finals.
I think you can be as consistent top 4 as you want. You can kind of get those points and think, oh, that was decent, that's good, but that eventually becomes a benchmark. And if you go below that, you're thinking like top 8, we did not do as well as we thought. Grand final, yes, that is the next step.
I'd take a top 4 every day of the week. I It's a testament to this region, though, South America, coming through. The fact that we're looking at them, top 4, okay, let's see some top 2s. I mean, that's a huge compliment to them.
Yeah, and hey, listen, it really is a huge compliment. Also, of course, you would take top 4s, OCEs. Y'all can't even crack top 8 no more.
You'd take a game win with us.
I'll take anything.
DJ, y'all need to be able to do something at this point. But I'll tell you this, man, this matchup, I really want to know, looking at it, who y'all think is going to be the superstar in both squads? I feel like it's not as obvious as people
it's obvious for me. You know that Oski's going to show up, the big man. He's
large
and he's in charge. He's got his brother here who's about 7'8".
He makes me feel so
Kevin's in the crowd, and just knowing that he's got like a bodyguard as well. Like he's big enough to look after himself, but no. I think it's hard to pick for Liquid. Obviously, a Chronic as well. He probably goes under the radar for Liquid.
He does go under the radar.
Atto and Oski as well.
I normally find that when I'm doing the Team Liquid Day 1 streams on the Fridays during our regional events, Chronic's the one who I think holds the fort down a lot of the time, but when they're all working proper synergistically and they are actually working as that perfect trio, and they're just that conveyor belt of players, he's the one that I look at and think half the time, my word, like how does anybody do that in Rocket League?
So you're picking a Chronic?
My person would be a Chronic personally. He amazes me more than anything.
I feel like, man, for Liquid, I'm looking at a Chronic as well. I've seen the same things there. He's the player that comes to mind. And part of that might also be the fact that he represents the team so often in interviews and things like First Touch and stuff. I see a Chronic's face on it. But he to me is what Liquid. He's always where my eyes drawn to when I watch the team on the field. When we look at the other side though for Secret, the obvious choice is KV1, but it's not like it's been a one-man show. We've seen a few performances here this week already, Bates, of like one person dragging their team across the line. That has not been what Secret's been doing.
Oh, yeah, no, Secret's a complete roster, and I do think that the person who's going to have to step up here and really shine is going to be Knight on the defensive side of the ball. You're going to have KV1, he's going to have his 1v1s, he's going to have his opportunities to shoot. Sad's going to fill in offensively and defensively, but it comes on Knight to really make sure and keep them in the game, because Liquid, they can turn a 30-second stretch from a 0-0 game into a 3-0 game. It's about stemming that time, stemming that momentum. Knight is on you.
Yeah, well, KV1 was just electric in Rotterdam. We saw what he did on the defensive end, but it's really just been a well-rounded team effort right now. These guys just don't... It's almost... We talk about how important the midfield game is, but these guys just let you do whatever you want. They've got a man on the backboard. They've got a man back post and front post. Oh, going to be a hard wall to crack here, that secret defense.
This is going to be a difficult one, chat. Who do you think is going to be able to do it? Let us know in the fan vote. Hashtag TL, hashtag TS. Stumpy, who you got?
I said I'm on those Liquid Day 1 streams, and they have been one of the most exciting teams, I think, for a very long time. They are my, not dark horse as yesterday, they're more my grey horse to win this entire competition. They're not quite underdog.
They're not like a navy blue and white horse?
So yeah,
who's
something
your
like
favorite
that.
then?
Well, you can get into that when they play, obviously. No, Liquid, I'm taking them for this one. They are one of the best teams in Europe. They're number 2 at the moment, behind the best team in the world in a lot of people's eyes. But Liquid, for me, they are going to ideally pop off here and show what they can do in their first real challenge of this major.
Okay.
Look, you say they're number 2 in Europe, but I think they've got a pretty good case for number 1. I mean, they're coming off that final regional, the 3rd regional win in EU.
Yep.
These guys are the most informed team in Europe, and they're showing it so far. Yet to drop a game. They're looking fantastic. I'll go Liquid as well. I think they'll just be too strong.
Listen, I ain't got much to say. Give me Liquid.
Big man.
Guys, we come up here, we just criminally underrate Team Secret over and over again.
I'm not
folks.
underrating
Yeah,
it.
Liquid. Give me Team Secret. My goodness,
Why?
what else do they have to do to prove
Give
to you that they're here?
Give me an argument. Give me an argument
They
why
have
Secret's going to win this game.
First off, they're going to be galvanized by any of this energy that has been coming off of all the fans and everybody off of this. And we continue to see how well they perform. They are also 2-0 in the same group Liquid is right now. I feel like they've got this. I feel like it's not going to be. I think it's going to be close. I was going to say it's not going to be close, but I'm not going to.
I feel like we convinced him the other way by the end of that.
Somebody's got to believe in Secret, okay? Folks, let me know how the chat feels about it here, folks. 62% favor there. Man, this is clearly Liquid's match to lose. Let's get into the next match of the day. A best of 5 for top in the group. Win this one, you get to skip tomorrow. Let's get down to the field and play some Rocket League.
Thank you, Des. Let's talk about it, right? We look at how this series could go. Both these teams come into this with a 2-0 record in the groups, most notably Liquid and Secret, making quick work of Gladiators in Ground Zero. This is the first true test both these teams have, and it's going to have to start through these best of 5s. I mean, Liquid mechanical demons. On the other side, Team Secret, some of the best defense you're going to see in the entire league.
Yeah, absolutely rock solid. In the past 2 majors, statistically, they are the best defensive team coming into this major in Team Secret. They don't allow a whole lot of goals per game. They're a tough nut to crack, and honestly, you may even need some of that physicality that HG gave out yesterday, but they want Big Oz. Give them one on the board.
You're going to have to worry about some of those demos, those bumps that come through the midfield lane, but when you're worried about a corner from the opposite back wall, that counterattack blossoms, and Oski puts away the first goal. Team Liquid striking hot.
Great shot from Oski. Huge start from Team Liquid. Really thought it was going to take a little bit longer than that to crack this tough nut that is Team Secret. They're a difficult team to get the ball by, but insanity can always happen right off a kickoff, and Liquid just want to see how much time they can actually spend over on that Secret side of the pitch. Do they have consistent, strong pressure where they box Secret in and force them to work really hard, or is it this constant exchange in the midfield?
The opening goal would love to slow the post. If you are Team Secret, Stad sneaks it through. Okay. We're looking for the defense for Team Liquid. It wasn't there. Stad just the better read in the air.
Yeah, he has a lot of time there in the midfield, a whole lot of space as well. Atto trying to go over there and cut it down, and Sad, he just did the work when you gotta have it. You have the space, can you execute? Absolutely, great shot.
Game ones can sometimes be a wash, but we begin the proceedings very quickly. Both teams notching up goal apiece. Oh wait, to see how Liquid quick to respond in the counterattack. They win the opening kickoff, and with that, they have fallen through. That third man now pressing up, but possession for the moment back to Sad. We'll switch over to KV1. He finds it down with a clear lane. Knight putting it on target, and a quick save down to the opposite post. Chronic will have to reach out and extend his fingertips to keep this one alive before another transition for Liquid and an open net for Liquid. It's 2-1.
Really aggressive challenge there from Team Secret in the midfield. They were trying to keep this one a little bit contained and just lost 2 races in a row. You can even see KV1. He realized he was already too late, tried to give it up, and just couldn't make it back in time. That's just great pressure from Liquid. Great movement, having the resources, pushing up at the same time, and finding a way to win a race.
And it's got to be tough, right? You open up with a demo, you're thinking KV1 creates the man disadvantage. They're 2-1 there, power play for the moment. But very quickly, Team Liquid respond to the action. They call up their best man, and the point runs up the field, finds an open net. KV1 trying to stall out now. And they'll burn a lot of boost to keep this one alive. Oski on your screen underneath. Almost a give and go, but Liquid will slow down the offensive third.
Really like a Chronic there, a lot of patience. Dished into the middle, Oski after having taken a little bit of boost. Trying to reset, but Team Secret could be a dangerous counterattack. And you love to see that aggression from Bates. Way to go out there and fight. He's almost going to score. Nice save from Team Secret getting back in time. Sad, almost caught out.
Count your blessings, moving along. Bumps, bomb.
Ball still stays in the orange side of the field. 3:15 to go here in game one. It's been all of Team Liquid to start, right? You're talking about that two-man spread. When the triangle offense opens up, that's where Liquid get punishing. The bumps, the demos, the physicality. But Secret have handled it so far. It's been the open nets that have burned them for the moment.
Wow,
and it's been the recovery through the net. Atao is able to find another.
This is a great shot. No questions asked. He gets a lot of space. He's able to dodge a bump in the midfield, but it's a Chronic really getting there in the net, getting in Knight's face, making it as difficult as possible for him to actually make a play on the ball. You can see him just forcing him into the back of the net, and just not enough time to get back to it. Great pressure from Chronic.
Powerful punch, 42 miles per hour on the replay, but a very quick 3-1 lead to start. 2 minutes burn here in the best start of this best of 5 in game one. It's really been all Liquid. We'll see the response now as Team Secret try to slow the play down. They'll bring it towards the sidewall, and KV1 can be dangerous from this angle. Very little boost in the tank. The resources just aren't there. Team Secret have to try again.
They're really going to have to give up a lot of ground here as well. KV1, you need to just buy a little bit of time here in the corner. It does just that. So Team Secret should have a pretty decent position now. It's just a matter of, can we make something happen? You can see Knight is playing very conservatively at the midfield line. Wants to make sure that they don't allow this lead to extend, and he almost got caught one more time. Team Liquid probably doing the best job of anybody in recent major history getting around these Secret players.
Those rotational cuts are deadly. Team Secret have to be ready for it back at the midfield, right? Controlling that 50-yard line is so crucial in this series. And slowing down the mechanics of Liquid's going to have to be the tall tax they will answer. As the Tau comes from the sidewall, has plenty of boost to burn, gets it right over towards the backboards. Anybody else going to follow up? No. 2 commit, and it's a self-team bump. He'll just leave the ball, and it's loans him into no man's land. Here we go. Oski playing it through the corner, and we'll wrestle this one back down to the ground. And until we'll try to center it back out, does so, but bumped off the play.
Little double commit from Team Secret as well. It's going to really limit support options here in the midfield, and time starting to become a factor. May start to see Secret bring that third man a little bit closer to that midfield line, try and win a big challenge, and just have more numbers than Liquid. There's a big demo, and it's way wide. It's not way wide. It's a little off the net, but either way, you would have loved to see it go in if you're Secret. You needed it.
I mean, not all demos are the same. You're seeing another one to clear the defensive lane, but no counterattack to start. Team Secret just have the numbers upfield. They haven't been able to get those second touches, those rebounds off the backboard that have worked so well to start their tournament run here. As Oski would try to play close left, but it's quickly denied, and with that, we go back to the midfield. And Chronic looking for the challenge into traffic, does escape, gets possession, circling into the lane. Atao through the crease, cutting it down, but a big demo to slow these numbers. And Oski still stays alive, playing it from the back wall, centers it. Liquid missed the touch. Chronic up next.
Great time wasting here from Liquid. Dumps into the corner, just missed. Could have really extended the lead. Oski trying to keep the pressure going. Trying to keep it as well, and that's a nice punt from KV1. You need to force Liquid out of your own area. You need to find a way to get up the field. Now you got to string a few challenges together if you want a shot.
Game ones can sometimes be a wash, but in these best of 5s, they're tough achieves. You're looking at an opportunity to very quickly jump on the next of Team Secret, and how difficult that can be to try to swing yourself back into this game momentum, let alone the series as a whole. It can go by very, very fast, and Team Secret still struggling to find an answer here at the start. Might just kill it here. Been burning time for Liquid, and that should do it. It's going to be a game 1 win, regardless of the scoreline says. All blue for the moment, as Liquid will find a 1-0 series lead very, very quickly, and that was relatively clinical.
Yeah, I think relatively clinical is a great way to put it. I mean, they actually don't have a whole lot of shots, only 6, but when you convert half of them, and in general, you're finding ways to move that ball around the midfield, you really can't hate the way that Liquid played this game. It was a great job moving it across, using that width of the pitch to really space out Team Secret, and it helps a lot when you control a little bit more boost as well. And even with a demo advantage over on Team Secret's side, what was that? That's 4-2. Just not able to find enough of those to really prevent Liquid from having that support structure behind them in the midfield and keep that ball over there on the blue side of things. So really nice job from Liquid. You obviously don't have to change anything. The ball's totally over in Secret's court. You're going to have to make some type of adjustment.
I mean, it just feels like, look, you're thinking, okay, maybe the demo play is what helps for Secret, 4-2 for Liquid, but in that instance, right, Secret getting the better of them in the physicality. Regardless, the counterattacks were just a little bit too easy for Liquid. It didn't look like they were getting a lot of contest on that sidewall, a lot of space for the likes of Atao and Chronic to find opportunities in the passes, and with that, you started to see that meticulous grind that kind of wears down on Team Secret as the game waned on. They just couldn't find an answer to get back to midfield.
Yeah, and if you're Team Liquid, obviously, once you get that nice, comfortable lead in the midfield, there's no real reason for you not to just smash it down on the other side and say, look, Secret, do you have the mechanics to find a way to get through this? Or can you move the ball horizontally across the pitch to force us to give you space? And then can you identify that space to move the ball back there? It's a very difficult task when Liquid is a team. And just, if you give them up something early, it's surprisingly difficult to come back against a team like Liquid because they just really won't give you anything.
And there's certainly merit there, right? When you come back down to just an equilibrium for both teams. Let's say the long clears aren't there. Let's say the defense is struggling for both sides. Mechanics v. mechanics, you're going to be looking at Liquid to have that advantage.
You have to. Generally, across the board, I would agree with you. There's a lot of opportunity, and mechanics really do enable you to increase your level of aggression, find ways to constrict more space because you can cover more options faster. That ability to be technically proficient really gives you a lot of options and the ability to really constrict your opponents and force them to respect you. So in general, I'd have to give the edge over to Liquid as well in that department. I'm not going to say by a whole lot, of course, but
sure.
If you look at it, top to bottom, you probably give them 5-10% edge in that area. And more often than not, and the game is tight as Rocket League, 5-10% edge is plenty.
We hope you've been enjoying the action all day long. If you haven't, you're just joining us, welcome into round 3 of day 2 of the Winter Major here at the Rocket League Championship Series. It's been an absolute banger so far. We expect this one to continue. And off the opening kickoff, Liquid picking up where they left off in game 1.
2 in a row now, just under 20 seconds, and they find one on the board that looks like a completely harmless touch. It's out to the sidewall, but you don't have the boost to actually get to the double tap and clear it up the field. You end up coming up a little bit short. Team Liquid's right there to close the gap on you, go straight towards the net. Everyone on Team Secret thinks they're safe on this clear, and unfortunately could not have been more wrong.
It seems so often that you're just waiting for a Liquid to maybe slow down their pushes to get a little bit off on their cadences, but it just hasn't been there. KV1 trying to pinch it and squeeze it off the top post. It's off the bar. Knight recovers nicely, and that's the response we're looking for.
Great job from KV1, obviously. Way to stick this one right on the bar. He forces the defender to come and respect him, and that's a great recovery from Knight. Yes, obviously you're hoping the first go around goes to the net, but that's okay. That's why you focus on your landing, get the wheels on the backboard, go back to it. You can still make it happen.
And we got a bit of time. There's only still 4 minutes around. We can shave off a couple of seconds. But that's a quick response from Secret, right? You give up a bit of a blunder on the defensive end, you come right back down the field, take possession, and force it to Team Liquid. Make them respect you back at that 50-yard line. So far, it really has been the boys in blue, but we stay in the orange half for the moment. Ball will get back to the midfield as Oski will try to clear it. A Chronic, the redirect, leaving it for his teammate. Everybody getting involved on this one. Ball yet to touch the dirt, and Atal will miss just barely looking at that redirect, but a big clear, and Knight's on his loan.
You're gonna do a Chronic, huge block, and there's KV1 to come drive the nail home. You got to appreciate Knight's ability to just stuff this one on the line.
With this much time, you're holding your breath, and luckily your teammates rotate in. KV1 gets the call and punches it through. A lot of time on the clock, and finally, for the first time in this series, granted, still Forbidden Temple Game 2, a 2-1 lead, and a lead at that. Team Secret have something working.
That's unfortunate if you're a Chronic right there. You think you just made one heck of a stop on an air dribble, and sometimes they make a good play. Absolutely jammed it right there on the line. Great challenge from Team Secret to keep that one in play. Now if you're Liquid, finally have to make something happen here. First time they haven't had a lead. We'll see, a lot of time left obviously, but can you keep moving that ball effectively and efficiently like you did in game 1?
There's been a couple of corner grabs there for Liquid, so resources in the tank if they want to expel some of this and keep this ball alive. We've seen them get very aggressive, almost hyper so. As Oski plays it through the corner, keeping it low to the dirt. KV1 will pop it high, and Knight will get the call, but eventually wins the 50 to try to get back to midfield. Atal now takes 40 in the tank, squeezing it off the backboard, pinches. Oski follows in, and it just carefully decides to roll it way in.
Secret is so close to getting out of this jam. You just see Knight go right over the top of him. Couldn't get that demo, and then again, just missing it on Oski. They're so close to creating that space to find a clear, and Liquid's just getting away from him. Somehow able to close that net. It's a thin margin.
Those are the frustrating goals you give up if you're Secret. You've worked so hard on the defensive end and continued that stat you've had. Remember, this is a team that got top 4 at Rotterdam. They have proven they can go the distance, but Team Liquid is a different beast. They have shown up time and time again during the Winter Splits, getting our Winter Regional Championship to boot. And Atal going to play it through the corner yet again. We go down to these solo 50s where Atal still wins, and he's 1v2ing through the box. Leaves it up now where a Chronic can push up. Atal now swings in, cuts down the crease, 1v2ing again. Oski will play his part. and try to keep this charade going. It's just been a revolving door of Liquid to start.
It's all starting because one of the Team Secret players just completely misread the ball as it read up the wall. They just allowed a solid 20 seconds on offense for Team Liquid, and ever since then, Liquid's got their teeth sunk in now, and they just refuse to let go, but finally not the best spread of the field. It's a forced punt from a Chronic, and great support from it. Oh, KV1, much needed touch out of the safety of the sidewall, but now you got to make the subsequent challenges, and Liquid, it's just rock solid at the midfield line, right into the middle, and hello, second save. This one's towards the post and kicked away. Finally, Sadness says, hang on, we need to breathe for a second, get out of here.
Finally, a foot race to the opposite corner. Into the blue half we go. It seems like it's been so long since Secret have found their way upfield. And we burned a lot of time here on Forbidden Temple. Still a tie ball game as Knight will win another 50 and gets it to slowly roll off the back wall. Oski just misses his touch, and now Team Secret start to press. You got Knight working through the corner. Akronic's gonna have to fall off to get boost. You're gonna play it high off the backboard, but Ital still finds a way to fly into the play, close this one down, and steal possession right back on a beautiful 50 back up to the other side of the field.
Careful right there. Sadness thinking he was the one who's gonna get that demo, and that's a nasty pop as well. Forces Knight to take this out on an awkward air dribble. Oski just wanted to neutralize the counterattack, throw it into a neutral spot, and Team Secret really not using left and right very much. It's kind of straight back into the teeth of Team Liquid. Gotta be careful on how you move that ball up the pitch.
Island is always back for Team Secret. They don't want to overcommit. 2 numbers up now for the moment. And if they start to split, you can pick off those one-on-ones. Mechanics alone, Team Liquid are good enough to find the angle and play at the disadvantage, but here comes Oski from the side wall, looking for the pass. Chronic wasn't there, rotating back for boost. He was too much thinking about just the recovery game on the counterattack, but Chronic gonna try to burn everything he has, does so. But Team Liquid, yet again, will not find what they're looking for.
Yeah, you need Secret to start recognizing when they've actually got a little bit of space, try and use it. Not really focus too much on possession so much as they are getting it out of a potentially dangerous area on their own half. Your Team Secret, start looking around a little more. That's a great stop, and this is going to be a tough save, and thankfully KV1 able to recover. Only 20 seconds left, though, and while I haven't necessarily liked the approach from Team Secret, it's been enough to keep them in the game.
It's a big touch. It's a big clear as well. There's the demo, trying to create a lane. Under 10 to play. Maybe this one goes through the corner. It will. Long clear. Atal's up. And if it touches, it's a bounce. Hold on, Liquid will kill it on their own side of the field. Everybody breathe, exhale, now we go to OT.
I just don't even want to mess with that one. Just throw that one down in the corner. If you go for a pass and it gets picked off, all of a sudden you're in trouble. Team Secret. Oh, air dribble bump, and follow through as well, smashed off the backboard.
It's been a pattern right now for Liquid, trying to play through the left side of the field, work the corners, and force the defenders to pull their numbers off the goal line. Then you get lucky with an infield pass to punch it through for a redirect. Team Secret are starting to read it. Now the adjustments have to come through for Liquid. Ital on your screen. Fennec in hand. Will fall back to the midfield. Chronic gets his call. A lot of the boost, a lot in the tank. Octane working forward. Corkscrews to the corner. Liquid trying to fight for this possession and wrestle it out of the jaws of Team Secret. And they might have just done it. Big save to fall through. You can't let that one slide.
Crazy one to almost concede if you're Team Secret. Very tight support here. Third man coming through, just keep them honest, go right towards the net, try and buy a little time for you guys to finally get set in the midfield. Look at that bump, just throws off that Team Secret timing.
That was a big bump, potentially a clear that could have led to a pass, but the 50's now at midfield for Team Secret. It's Knight, just 1v1ing his way through these defenders. But the clear game just hasn't been strong enough for Secret. They have been stifled on their own side, constantly committing numbers at this, having to swing through the net for these diving saves, as Liquid will still try to find possession, but Team Secret haven't had a sustained drive downfield for offense. Maybe this starts here. KV1 wants to call game, and he goes to the up post. It's quickly saved. Team Liquid survive.
They almost jumped all over it. It was a couple missed plays from Team Liquid, not the best read on the ball, and KV1 trying his best to capitalize, but unfortunately we'll have to look elsewhere. Gives a little stutter step to Oski. Look at that support. Team Liquid, they really are sending too deep back, and there's the right idea. Get the ball in the floor, take the space that you're given, and look at him just win it straight through. No! Oh!
You think it can't get any worse. The 50 at midfield, he had numbers up. And no matter how you read that angle, that's going in.
You hate it.
That is a brutal Forbidden Temple loss for Secret, and Team Liquid just do what they have to in the end. The pressure at midfield and that corner play was relentless.
Really well done in general, across the board for Team Liquid, of course. The challenge game, gotta give them the edge across the board for that one. It's the reason that they're getting a lot of extra chances. At midfield has been tough to get through, and again, just like to see Team Secret slow pace of play down a little bit, force Liquid to come and take the ball off them instead of throwing it right back at them and just hoping they have time to reset. That's really the adjustment I'd like to see Team Secret make, and I don't want to watch this Mobile 1 high performance replay, man. I don't want to see KV1 trying to get this to safety and have the nastiest post bounce right back into him. It's just not fair sometimes.
It just felt like they were so close. Team Secret were so close to being able to break out of that monotonous push that Liquid had on the stranglehold the entire game. Through the corners, through the challenges at the midfield, Team Secret finally started to read that excess pressure. And it came down to 150 that just bounces the wrong way on the infield. They're like, oh, I got this, I'm squared up. And all of a sudden it goes between your legs and you're like, how did this get through?
Brutal, brutal, brutal. That's the way it goes sometimes, but Secret not out of it yet, obviously. Kept it, I would say, a much more competitive game than game 1 was, of course. So the adaptation slowly there. Nothing to do, kind of brush it off. Got a long way to go back. The reverse sweep on the table. No reason to get stuck up on it. Just go out and play the next 5 minutes, and you know what you got to do.
And you got to think those positives are that the momentum's starting to swing maybe back a little bit for Team Secret. They have made adjustments. They fixed some of their mistakes in game 1. Much closer affair there in game 2. But we'll see how the kickoff goes in the opening points. As Sadness tried to keep this one moving, Knight gonna pop it shallow. Gonna go off the opposite post. Back wall.
Oh, nice
shot. Quick goal. KV1 starts things off hot.
Great job. This time they identified it for space. You can see Knight, he looks, there's an open spot on the backboard, and he stretches it to go get his own pass off the wall to throw it back into the middle, really crisscross these Liquid defenders, and KV1, great vision, understanding the Liquid's absolutely frozen on the goal line, picks the great spot in the net.
If there's ever a way to respond going into game 3, that's probably how you want to start.
Oh, yeah.
Granted, a reverse sweep, totally possible. Liquid, one of the tougher teams you're going to have to do it against. You're going to have to slow those mechanics. As Atal way off the backboard, and that is a great diving save to keep this one at a 1-0 ball game.
Great recovery again. Team Secret understanding just because you missed it the first time around doesn't mean you can give up on the play. Get those wheels stuck on and reset your position, and that enables them to make a nice save right there and keep their early lead. See if they can hang on to it now. 4 minutes is a long time to go.
And if you're Team Liquid going into this, you're going to keep doing what you did in game 2. Constantly send numbers up to challenge those 50s. It worked out. There's no reason you shouldn't try it again.
Yeah.
Big bump from Sad, and the closing clear from Acronic will keep this one alive.
You mentioned it. Liquid really has, you said they had someone on an island. They sent that one way deep back because sometimes that clear would get just a little too far away from Team Secret. Liquid would just throw it right back towards that Warren side of the net. And really wondering if they're going to keep that same structure here in game 3. Obviously, no reason to change it until, you see Team Secret beat it. And this is the way to do it. Again, just bring that ball down, slow down pace of play. Yep. No guarantee that that first man's getting through, but you need the time for your players to actually move upfield with you instead of just constantly needing, oh, I have to go over to my own corner and grab boost as this flicked off the corner, and that's a great stop.
It feels like it's always upfield. It's a 1v1 for Liquid versus Secret. And the mechanics have been there. Oski following in on the play, gets the call, looking for a hunting demo in the net. And KV1 will play it sharply off his own backboard. Sad trying to clear, but it's not there for Secret. Liquid will capitalize with the center, but nobody following up.
This time that strong clear down the pitch, absolutely a necessity, and trying to dot one lower left-hand side. Again, Team Secret well in position for it, and just missing the demos again, and it feels like if those start to come through as well for Secret, suddenly have a little bit more space to work with, you never know what's going to happen.
We're at about 2 minutes going here in game number 3. A 2-0 series lead for Liquid. Can Secret pull something out? Now fighting tooth and nail to their own corner. They don't have boost to play with. Low for everybody. Into the opposite wing we go. It's going to be a long clear for Liquid. Atal underneath. Oski gets the call. Looking for these 1v1s. Secret starting to read some of those challenges in the opposite end, and now they're getting out freely.
But he's got no boost. Sad really just keeping the pressure to keep it. Great KV1. Great job of managing the timing, but unfortunately a better angle from Oski to slow him down. Really trying to force those defenders towards the sidewall. Make it difficult for them to find the options in the midfield. And again, a little bit of physicality on Acronic, forcing them out to the side, trying to remove options from Liquid's counterattack.
Congesting the lane was pretty efficient in game 2, but time quickly dwindled away, and that OT is a stinger. But here we go. with Sadness trying to lead the charge. We're starting to see more contests on the counterattack. Secret are not letting Liquid get these recoveries and get upfield uncontested.
I don't understand why Knight just ripped that straight towards the corner. Had all the space in the world. And got one touch towards the corner and then can't dish it to anybody who can score it because no one's up the field yet. That's been the issue for me. Just not recognizing there is that time to take. Once that Team Secret counterattack, just a little 40 boost in the tank. Knight over one, almost over two. Chronic with a safety tap. KV1 is able to chop it down, and a toe coming across the goal line. Great stop, and now it's a hard counterattack for Liquid with some physicality. Trying to cut hard left near the post, and that's going to be saved away. Sad, going to kick that one out to safety. Team Secret hold on to the slim lead.
Liquid are still here. They're still fighting, sending numbers up one at a time, peeling them off the rotation, and finding ways to become a nuisance for Team Secret. As 1-0 leads felt like more like 0-0 for the majority of this game 3. Liquid are pressing, and they're fighting and hunting for that opening goal. A Chronic, beautiful redirect. Sad will close in on the play and keep this one out. Still the lead here for Team Secret.
Where do you go with this, Oski? That's the right idea. Straight off the ceiling to keep it close into the middle, and that's going to get tipped away off the ceiling. And that one will get poked out to the safety of the corner. Team Secret still hanging on, not ready to give up just yet. Only 20 seconds to hang on.
And Liquid have not had the sidewall available. They've been having to go right up the gut. That's credit to Team Secret. Oh, that's a missed touch. Oski senders it back out. Atao didn't want the challenge. He was going to get bumped. 4 seconds to go. KV1 going to put this game away. Could he? Now you got to play all the way up the field, but it won't happen. GG's all around as Team Secret will find themselves a game.
You got to start somewhere. Still, overall, I got to say Liquid in the driver's seat, but sometimes being in the driver's seat isn't always enough. Team Secret is still a stingy team on defense, and they're a tough nut to crack. What is that? 8 saves, of course. Not messing around and saying you're going to have to get a little something else going if you want to crack us. Well played, Team Secret. Got out in front early again. Just hang on to that lead the best you can. And again, if they just take a little bit more time, if they identify that time in that space, you really feel like they're going to have a much more dangerous counterattack available to them.
And this is the Team Secret roster that had that statistically stellar performance defensively. How good they were at Rotterdam, how good they've been so far at this event. That is what is needed against Liquid. You're going to have to win those 1-0 ball games that are very, very close down the stretch. When we start to see that game come around the bend, right, as the bell curve evens out, it was constant pressure in meeting the challenge of Liquid at midfield. We weren't seeing the sidewalls used anymore. Secret were able to get up and congest those lanes. You saw it, Chiefs. You called it out. There was no longer an opportunity for maybe those small gaps to be opened up where Liquid could start capitalizing and finding opportunities.
Yeah, gotta always be aware of what the options are for Team Liquid, and it felt like a lot of those opportunities really were just coming from Team Liquid consistently finding the ways to win consecutive challenges in a row. That's really where Team Secret was, the initial hump to get over was, okay, hang on, we got to kind of neutralize this a little bit, and after that, now it's just a matter of, okay, how do we start our own counterattack in an effective way? That's really what you're hoping to see continue to get refined if you're a Team Secret fan here in Game 4.
You can rip the page right out of Liquid's playbook. Just start sending numbers, constantly attacking the ball in the chase. That's a dangerous ricochet that careens its way around to the adjacent corner, and now you'll follow through. Chronic winning another big 50 as Liquid start off hot. We haven't had a goal yet, but it certainly feels like we're close to one. Mr. Chronic will fall back in rotation. Boost now in the tank here for Liquid. But that's a giveaway, and Sad might punish just a bit off target.
Not a whole lot to work with, but definitely a half chance. That's where you really hope that you've got that precision shooting of bait available to you to go into that top right-hand corner. Props to Team Secret for noticing that, yeah, there's people in the net, but this is the best choice, and definitely put them in the driver's seat early.
Numbers at midfield now for Secret. Oski will have to play through his own corner. There will be the clear. Atao slows it, held his reset for as long as possible. And that led way to immediate possession takeaway as Secret tried to punish through with just essentially bullying their way towards the net.
Team Liquid, they want those big crosses out of their own side. KV1 again. There's that pace adjustment from Team Secret. They want the dribbles, they want the air dribbles. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but is it enough?
I'm liking the placement from Secret. Just a bit off target. That's a dangerous ricochet. Atao will get the rebound through the corner.
Okay.
With another. That is a huge 50, but an even bigger save. And now comes the chance for a counterattack. It's off the demo, but he's off the post. It's a little bit too wide. A Chronic now gets taken out of the play. KV1 has to circle back at his own goal line. behind, and there's numbers up for Secret. How does this not go in? Liquid have to be banging their head against the door, and nothing opens.
Yeah, it was definitely the initial flub. You had the 2-on-1. That one should have been scored, but after that, it was really just a towel. Okay, I need to hold on to this ball. I need to buy time. It's highly unlikely I score. Knight gets a kick one away out to safety. It's a tough one again. Team Liquid, now they're the ones with multiple opportunities. Huge challenge again, out to neutral space. Team Secret get themselves out of the cage.
Defense keeps you in game. Secret finally showing up, but the offense has to be able to meet that pressure. As Oski will try to find the clear, but now we start to see the numbers push up. Team Secret are taking these opportunities now that the sidewall isn't available for Liquid, and with that, they're finding more presence at the midfield. Chronic gonna try to continue this play and extend it, but he has no options, has to fall back in rotation.
Yeah, didn't really have much space to put that ball somewhere that was playable. So Team Secret kind of stuck into the counterattack. Now, I gotta say, I like counterattacking right up the middle a little bit more than off the sidewall, because it gives you the ability to cross up those defenders, move the ball left or right, and they kind of have to look at both. Easier to lose a mark that way, and I think Liquid definitely hold the edge in that regard, but right now, corner the safest place for the ball to be if you're Team Secret.
And we saw that counterattack segment right up the gut, really what Liquid were starting to refer to when they couldn't find the sidewall, they couldn't get down to the corner. And just flip it dangerously. It's a pinch, not a strong one though.
Okay.
The clear is there, Standout's gonna give it to KV1. We'll go now to his POV. Fennec, trying to find it off the back, the double tap. You gotta be joking! KV1!
You can see it coming. KV1, look at him. You can see Oski just flipping back. He knows he's not going to be able to cut in and play defense. So he's like, okay, I'm going to track with you, and I'm going to put it all on you. You have to hit this real tight double tap. And KV1 says, oh, you sweet summer child. You've given it to me.
This is just a series of small adjustments, and Secret had the defense to boot. Now the offense is starting to kick into high gear. And this is where things get interesting. The sidewall's gone. We've hit it ad nauseum. We're going to hit it again. Team Liquid now have to find a way to create more offense other than just bullying their way through the corner. The mechanics haven't stepped up, but Team Secret have. We'll see if they can do it yet again. Back to the midfield line. We'll grab boost. KV1 will look for his teammates in rotation. Gives it on a 1-2 give and go. Knights to the corner. He'll swing back out on rotation. Third man falls back. First man now pressing. Here comes the rotation. Oski tries to get it through, but he will do just that. And for the moment, it will stall out. Team Liquid don't have numbers up until Chronic finds the play.
Yeah, really nice bump as well. Chronic trying to lay one in and needs a little help. Oski was really thinking some touch was going to happen there. He was playing tight backside support, and ball just slowly rolled across the box. Did they give one up back the other way? It's a little too slow, a little too wide. Team Secret will not extend the lead.
Now, what do you do here if you're Liquid? Other than going right up the gut like we've seen a million times out of a million, Oski trying to close this one out. How do you approach this play? A Chronic trying to center, but nobody's there. What do Liquid need to change in the final minute?
There's your answer. Oh, they found the bump on the goal line. They gave him this. They gave him the shooting lane off the strong clear. And unfortunately, that secondary support coming through for Team Liquid, hard off the ceiling. Now if you're Team Liquid, now you're right. Now you need all the numbers. You can't afford to play passively. There's a double commit. That's what kind of happens when you're trying to get all three people going and forward and just trying to make some type of offensive push happen. You don't have the cleanest communication. You may just throw off the scent a little bit.
These touches are starting to get a little bit sloppy. Team Secret are capitalizing through the corner. Now they press. That demo's huge. The follow-up hit off the top bar. And yet again, the numbers continue. Under 20 to play here on Coliseum. If we're going to Champions Field, it's through the defense of Secret. Liquid, still hunting, still thriving for a goal. But that's a slow roller in the front of the box. Everybody calm. 6 to go. Liquid have to press, and they gotta go. You get one swing upfield, and it's one chance at that.
Okay.
A Chronic through the corner. Attel will try to play it low. He has boost to keep this one up. It's front of the box. It's still up, Achieves.
Not over yet. Chronic, little floater, and finally just poked down. Get out of here. We're going to Champions Field. Oh, Team Secret, you never know, but they start off hot again, 2 games in a row on the board early. Actually, again, they're getting outshot. They're getting out-pressured. And that's what you mentioned, you know, that defensive stability. It's what gets them through these games. It keeps them in the tight ones. Another 1-0 victory for them. The reverse sweep well underway, and it's really just on Liquid. They have the right idea, I think. You said, how do you start cracking this one down? You know, they do send the force. They've got the numbers. They go for that hard bump in the net to try and maybe capitalize, create a shooting lane for that third man in the midfield to just rip one on target. And that's really what they're trying to do here in KV1. That's why you have him. Mechanics, you get him in one situation. That's all you need if you're Team Secret.
I don't think it can be overstated just how important the resolve is here from Team Secret in this series. Going down 2-0 very quickly. Pressure's now on your shoulders. How do you respond? They've limited the opportunities on offense. Liquid having to get more creative. It hasn't happened. But Team Secret's defense has pulled them through these close games. We're looking at 1-0 leads, 1-0 continuations. And now they find themselves on Champions Field. I mean, granted, this is for top seed in the group, but this is a massive match for both teams, and Secret have shown resolve that they needed to have against a powerhouse like Liquid.
That's that biggest adjustment as well. Team Secret managing the pace of the game just a little bit more, slow it down. You don't have to rush everything, but that was an excellent cross from Liquid trying to start off hot, and they still may do it. The kickoff pays dividends. There's so much space to work with, and they just go right to left, left to right. And Team Secret can't keep up with it.
That's an open side ball. You tried to see a demo follow through, but Acronic dodges it in time, recovers nicely back into the lane, and makes that L cut very sharply to give the advantage to Liquid.
And that wouldn't be there if the game hadn't just started. The positioning would have been completely different because everyone spreads out to all the sides of the field to go collect some 100 pad somewhere. And that's what Liquid does. They just kick that ball left to right. They win a few challenges and say, hey, there's the space. We'll take it, see what happens.
You're still thinking about the formalities of the opening kickoff before that one's in the back of your net.
Yeah.
You burn 30 seconds, already a 1-0 lead for Liquid. There's the musty. You got to save this one. You will. KV1 might give it right back to the boys in blue. Oski from the opposite corner, looking for the center. Bullied off the play, and you already see some of the pressure right now as Secret don't want to give anything away for free, but Acronic wants to turtle this one through.
Really cheeky idea from Acronic, hoping maybe he could get a second flip reset to throw off that timing from Team Secret. You can also kind of see that adjustment from Liquid. They don't have that super tight second follow-up anymore that they know they have to give a little bit more ground because Team Secret started to move the ball on the defensive side a little bit better, try and trap it, so they need a little bit of that space to adjust to where that clear is going. And that's why you can see a Tao here. He's thinking, okay, can I have the time to cut this one down, or do I leave it for Acronic? And Liquid just knows, okay, we have to give a little bit. We can't just take everything.
Secret are giving a lot right now defensively. They're allowing Liquid to press up. Numbers at a time, 2 on the split, 1 on rotation. The island is back. That's the common denominator. You got 335. Great catch on the bounce.
With a bomb.
Here's the follow-up. What a save! Oski with the save of the series to keep Liquid alive here in this game 5.
Huge equalization denier. What a stop. Had a dude in his face as well. Not an easy play to make. And a floater across the middle. And that's a great bit of awareness from Sad. You know where the ball's headed. You know where the shot's coming from. You're able to cut down the passing lane. Excellent bit of defending.
KV1's going to play it low. Gets around 1. Numbers start to funnel into the play. Gives it to Knight. It's a slow touch. Soft at that off the bottom of the Fennec. And Knight will fly back to midfield, full in the tank. Boost is there. Team Secret have resources, and they have them handily, but no time, no expense now, as KV will put it back into play, into the corner on the blue half. Team Liquid now have to find that defensive prowess that Secret have had so far in this series.
A little too aggressive from Team Secret right now on offense, but actually this may turn out well. Knight, air dribble, there's the bump, and there's that support that comes out of the middle of the box and says, hang on, I'll help you out.
It's an inappropriate Rule 1 happening in the back of the net. Get back into the field. We got games to play.
We don't have time for this.
2:29 on the clock. Low in the corner. Oski trying to play it in the center. He'll find a Tao. What a pinch. Second touch there. Numbers back out. They escape. Closing in on the lane. Traffic around for Liquid. Sadness will pop it high. We've seen this before. Numbers not giving it away for free. The offense presses. The defense falls back. And there's the possession for Liquid through the corner.
Only touch there for Acronic out to the safety of the corner. Sad hoping someone was going to be across the box there. Didn't really have a better option. And Liquid, now do you think about, okay, it's 2 minutes. Do we kind of go time waste mode? What do you want to do here? This is a very awkward part of the game. You'd like to extend the lead, but you know that time becomes a factor, and you never know. Team Secret and South American aggression may just come out of nowhere, and you may get counterattacked hard when you're not expecting it. Down in front, Oski just trying to keep the pressure going. That's a nice touch off the corner, but that's the one. They missed the challenge. Oski is forced into an awkward bit of control here. You have to buy time, and he does just that.
We're seeing both teams burn a lot of boost to stall the ball out at midfield. They're kind of testing the waters here. That pinch is absurd. As Team Liquid almost put a second on the board. Time continues to dwindle away. Secret now have to find the offense where the defense carry the majority of that load. It's up to the offense to swing back out in full force. Sadness might get the call, but very quickly possession back for Liquid. From the ceiling, Oski flies into the play, was off screen for the moment, and Acronic trying to keep this one lively as it's back to the 50-yard line. I don't know what's going on, but it's just been chaos on these transitions.
Nice dribble, great control. That's the one constant you've always been able to count on this entire series. Oski has been able to move the ball around the pitch at will. Toe trying to do the exact same thing. Awkward flip reset. I'm not sure if he actually got that flip there, and all things considered, it does waste time off the clock. Last chance here for Team Secret. Can't afford to be passive anymore. You gotta make something happen now.
These 50s are huge, trying to pull it back down to the ground, but Oski, we've seen this before. The demo is big. It's a 2-0 lead for Liquid. 28 seconds to play.
Gets the job done. One-on-one. Yep. Just go for the air dribble bump. Chip it high. Force the defense to come to you. Respect the option. Try and force them up off the backboard. But at that point, you've committed to going straight through the defensive lane. And Oski, great execution. You probably just sealed this one.
I mean, it feels like it was just light jabs throughout the majority of this Game 5. Both teams trying to find where their footing would stand. And there wasn't enough right now for Team Secret offensively in this series to pull them through these types of situations. The defense stepped up in 2 and 3. It carried them through 4. But in Game 5, the offense was nowhere to be found. And Liquid was just a little bit too much, just a little bit too quick, and a little bit too mechanical to put this one out of reach. And they might get one for the road, but it doesn't even matter. It's a 2-0 win. And with that, the series is done.
Well
a
deserved.
3-2 for Team Liquid.
Well deserved indeed for Team Liquid. Hard fought, to be fair. You thought maybe you had this one in the bag, but one thing cannot be denied. Throughout all 5 games of that series, didn't matter if they were winning or losing, they were the ones in the driver's seat. That's exactly why attacking tends to be a little stronger than defending. Defending can keep you in the game, but you have to be able to flip that switch, move that ball up the offense, and start the attack and have some bite behind it. To be fair, Team Secret started to figure that out. They're like, okay, we recognize we have to take a little bit more space. We start to move the ball left and right. We find a few more options. We make some things happen. But across the board, Team Liquid, they were winning the challenges in the midfield, boxing Team Secret on the backhand, and it doesn't matter how good your defense is, you can't hold out indefinitely, and it's just unlucky that Game 5 you basically ended up winning off the kickoff, just went straight into the net, put yourselves in a hole early, and Liquid said, nope, you're gonna have to work extra hard now.
And it is a bit poetic the way that game ends with Oski essentially just winning a solo chow, bumps his way through the net, and all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, that's Liquid we're used to. Like you said, the opening kickoff, Liquid find the opening goal, but with that, Secret had their defense throughout the majority of this series, but it really just came down to finding the offense, and it simply wasn't there. But you know who is over on the main stage? It's Subi. Take it away.
Hey, thanks, Spaceman and Achieves. I am here with Team Liquid's Achronic. And Achronic, first off, I gotta say congrats on getting top 8, #1 seed out of Group C. Tell me about the emotions going through that team, through that series.
I mean, we know we can beat them. We just played our game. First 2 games just showed we were better than them. Then I think we kind of like thought we already won the series, so we kind of turned off. But then Game 5, we just came back and won the series.
Now, I'm sure you are aware, you guys do a lot of studying before matches, but that was the #1 team in this major for defense. And they showed it in games 3 and 4. They shut you guys out. All they got was 1 goal, but it got them the win. How did you change things up in Game 5 to get your offense going?
I think like their defense is really good, but whenever like we go for demos and stuff, like we kind of break those defense. So I think we just went for more demos and it kind of worked out.
Yeah, take the defenders off the pitch makes it a little easier to score, especially when you have a weapon like Oski out there. I mean, he really opened things up on defense and an offense, but I want to rewind the clocks a little bit. You guys haven't really had the greatest success in live events. Fall Major, you made top 8, but you didn't make it further than the group, or I'm sorry, than the quarterfinals. How is it going to be different this time around?
I think we are like kind of tired of losing to the winners, so this time we're going to make it past that and we're going to be the winners. We have something as well, which is like 3rd regionals we win, so now 3rd major we should win as well. So that's how it's gonna work.
I mean, the math makes sense in my head, but you know, I'm no statistician. We'll have to get direct on that one, see if it makes sense. But you guys miss Worlds. It's gotta sting a little bit. That has to be the ultimate goal. I mean, obviously a major win would be, I mean, top of the world for that time, but ultimately that goal of making Worlds and doing well there has to be on the horizon, right?
Yeah, of course. Like winning a major is not the same as winning Worlds, of course, but we're gonna fight for both wins. So,
you know, we've always talked about when you guys took the scene, like this is a young team. You guys have all the mechanics. You guys have the skill to dominate the scene. You just need to find the consistency. seems like you guys have found that. Seems like a lot of people are kind of favoring you to take this major. So what do you have to say to all those Liquid fans that are not only in this building, but all over the world?
Thank you for supporting us, even though we are kind of inconsistent, or we were. And we are ready to prove that, yes, we're going to win this major.
Love it. Love the confidence. Appreciate it. And that's all we got up here, but we're going to have the boys on the desk break it down even further.
Thank you so much, Subi. And with that win, Team Liquid secure the #1 seed out of Group C. And a battle down to the end, a defensive masterclass there in the middle. That series had everything.
I mean, it's just good to see Oski step up in Game 5, wasn't it? Defensively, offensively, Team Liquid. I think Iconic said it well. They came out strong 2-0, and then it looked like they switched off a little bit. You can't let a team like Secret back into the game because they'll take it all the way to 5.
Well, I mean, that's what you saw, right? The first 2 games were very much how Liquid wanted to play. They made sure they controlled it. And then a couple of 1-0 nail-biters. Secret bring it to that 5. And then Oski Masterclass, final game. He's just huge.
I mean, listen, he's a big baby. He's a big baby giant, and out there he just lets you know on the pitch. It just permeated all over you, bro.
So
big
good.
saves on the back end, free jump saves to CJ, and then the air dribble bump just assert his dominance.
I mean, we're speaking about this, watching the series as well. You could see both teams were just on individually, mechanically.
Yep.
All the touches were phenomenal, particularly in the Game 5 with the pressure on the line as well. I mean, these were clearly the top 2 picks of this group.
That's also where you see Secret's defense come in. The fact that, they were managing to get just 1-2 goal games a lot of the time versus Liquid, and they were holding off that insane offense is such a testament to that South American defense.
Yeah, and if I'm Secret, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I had a couple opportunities where I could have slotted a couple more shots, gave myself a better chance to compete. Even going in that Game 5, we talk about Oski with the big save. That shot really should have went top right. Those little moments, those little details are the reasons that separate the winners from the losers right here, CJ.
I mean, it's not all doom and gloom for Secret, though. They don't get top seed, but they are certainly still alive in this tournament, and we could be seeing them make a deep run as well, but Game 5, it was all about Oski. Good to see.
So we take a look at our overall tournament view here. You can see how the groups are evolving. Some of them locked up. A few of them still have a few games left to play. But we are starting to see teams here into the bracket Bates. As we can see Complexity in there. We can see it doesn't Liquid down there at the bottom with that #1 seed. They'll get to skip tomorrow.
They do get to skip tomorrow. We're looking at Gen.G in round 1. Going to be playing the Group B2 Team Secret, Group A3. That could be FaZe, G1, G2, oh my God, you don't want to be right there. Group A2, ground 0, gonna have to go up against one of the best in NA as well.
I like they've also got, if Secret manage to win that match, they'll be going up against Complexity, which is going to be a real butting of stags, seeing just how well they're going to do.
We saw that at the World Championships as well, the Sam heads going
with the club,
each other with Fury in the club, so that was a phenomenal series. I'd love to see that.
Crowd always gets hyped, I think, for ones like that, where you see them run into each other. Complexity obviously moving to North America. That would be great.
It would be a wonderfully serendipitous meeting if we can make it there, folks. Here's the schedule for the day. We are now halfway through our matches. We got 4 more to go, and we're swapping over to the other side of the groups. Karmine Corp versus Vitality, Crew versus G1, and G2 Esports versus FaZe will be coming up here in just a little bit. But the next match on the docket is a match for survival. Dignitas, no wins yet. If they get this win over Falcons, they have a chance. And if they're not, they are out of the groups. Falcons versus Dignitas is next.
1974.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
team to watch for the Winter Major, G1. Easy team to overlook. I know, not the strongest finishes overall throughout all the regionals, but at the same time, they end up losing to some team that makes the deepest run in the regional, maybe top 2, maybe even winning the whole thing. Had to fight through 2 teams in tiebreakers to make it here, not to mention 2 teams that a lot of people thought were better than them, and they ended up winning that. Not to mention as well, Mark by 8. The guy who gets kicked from BDS is upset about it, winds up back here in an international major and says, I'm gonna win this thing, we're going into the spring split, I'm going to the world championship, and I'm gonna prove I never needed those guys anyway. It's gonna be amazing to watch G1 make this deep run. They've put the work in, they've got the ability, and it's gonna be a great time to watch them.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, like scenes I do like. I stop counting, feels I could try, I should try. Hold my breath, I won't make you wait. You're mine for the taking. My eyes on your shapes. You're mine for the taking. Take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance in the daylight. Look down
One side carries the hope of a region, the other, the expectation and weight of rosters that came before. Dignitas versus Falcon is next as we welcome you back to San Diego. And man, what a day it has already been. I'm Wave Punk. I got Bates by me as always, joined by Corelli and James. Corelli, what you been doing? I feel like I haven't seen you in like hours.
There's some incriminating evidence of me sitting on a beanbag.
Yeah,
I was been watching the games. It's been a nice, relaxing time. Had some lunch, James, and been enjoying
what have you
this
done
day.
today? Have you casted?
I casted the first game of the day.
Oh, wow. Yeah, then you decided to come over here for 2 seconds. Okay, I just had to make sure Jack Collier was doing stuff.
Come on now.
Come on now. Jack Collier, listen, if he wasn't doing something, I was going to put him on something.
Chat, if we get a
Here I am.
If we get a chance to make fun of Corelli, we're going to do it. So here we are. Let's take a look at the overview, folks, and how things have gone so far. How the bracket is starting to shape up. As you can see, the groups are evolving very quickly here. We are getting close to being done with that group stage and being totally in elimination territory. Every match of that bracket will see a team go home. That last match we watched, we saw Liquid qualify directly through to the quarterfinals. And that leaves us with just 4 matches left on the day to conclude. G2 versus FaZe is coming up at the end. We've got Karmine Corp versus Vitality, a regional duel there. Crew trying to take down G1, and G1's been taking down some big teams so far this event. But right now, it's coming down to Falcons versus Dignitas, James.
Oh yeah, and this is a Falcons team that got swept by K-Corp, but you know, people have been saying it, and I agree. They played really well, even though they did get swept. Dignitas, there's a lot of expectations, but this is going to be a very challenging matchup for them.
Falcons versus Dignitas. It's time to get the teams on the stage.
MENA Royalty takes on North America's underdogs. Make way for Team Falcons and Dignitas!
it's hard to undersell the power of the dynasty that Dignitas was at some time. Do you feel like the players feel that way?
You know, I really don't think that's what's in their mind at all. I think right now they're focused just on this match ahead. They had to fight so hard to get here, and they didn't really have any incredible results in NA. They were just consistent. And I mean, that kind of sums up Andy's whole career. He was consistent, but finally consistent with some bright spots that put them through to this event. So I think they're really just focusing on this matchup because this is life or death for them. And the Falcons are no pushover. But this Dignitas team, they have all the components. But the Falcons, like Stack said, this is Mina royalty. And Ahmad, he has already hit shots that we'll remember for a lifetime.
I mean, it's base. We talked about it last time they were on the stage. This team, they're not just playing to try and win at Winter. They're not just trying to play for themselves. They're playing to earn spots for the rest of their region.
Yeah, they're always a team that's going to show up. Them and APAC, they have additional pressure on them, but especially this MENA team, especially Falcons, because they know that they are capable of performing, but they also know that their region has multiple teams, at least 3, maybe 4, that can really compete at the world stage. So they're trying to get as many spots as possible. Is that they're not just playing for themselves, they're playing for their nation, their country, and the rest of the players back at home. It's always additional pressure on them, but if any team can do it, it's them.
On the other side here, Corelli, a team that we have seen evolve over the years, and James pointed out, this has been easily their most consistent run to date.
Yeah, absolutely, and I just want to point out that man right there. I've been the biggest Andy truther for a long time, and I'm so happy to see this kid come on the stage. And for Dignitas, they have played such close series with their opponents. Even the K Corp, you look at the scoreline and you say, okay, well, they got swept, but they were so close in those games. And then it took a peaking Radossin to take down this Dignitas squad. And that new pickup in Evo, boy, he's been special here for Dignitas.
Yeah, he's loud, he's got a little bit of flavor to him, and he really does love playing Rocket League. He is creative in a bag. If you need a demo in the bag, and he's got you. If you need a reset, he's got you. He's been such a nice addition to this young Dignitas squad, the youngest in NA, but this man right here, he's been on every single team ever, James, and he's always at lane.
Well, it's just hard to believe. Dre's already coming back with a third team, too, here. Obviously, subbing in for G2, Envy when they became Optic, and now again battling back, proving that he's not just
He's the real deal.
He is the real deal. To get to this point, this is an achievement many people never reach in their Rocket League career, and Dries has now done it with 3 different teams.
That's right. You look up consistency in the dictionary, you're going to see a picture of Dries. He is one thing, consistent. Doesn't matter the roster, doesn't matter the people on the team, and it doesn't matter the organization. He's going to be here. The Blue Wall's not playing.
Yeah, they're not.
Put that down. Anyways, Dignitas versus Falcons. Once again, it's a battle of play styles, kind of like we just saw. Liquid versus Secret. Offense versus defense. Falcons, great offensive squad. Dignitas, more defensive, but they can do it all.
Especially with Andy. I mean, that last man defensively. That's
Mr. Nolan.
Mr. Nolan, that's right. Maybe even King Nolan we might be able to see.
The rare sightings of King Nolan.
Rare sightings. We might get that. And they need that because he maybe has been a little bit of quiet here. It's been Dries and Evo that has been really dragging the offense. And of course, those are the ones you want down the field for Dignitas. They're going to have to show it here against Falcons, who are oh so tough defensively.
When we talk about the ally assist of the week or of the day, I mean, Mr. Evo has earned it, I think, multiple times at this point.
Is it Mr. Evo?
Yeah, well, they're all sirs at this point. But yeah, Evo and Dries as well. The passes that man hit especially during day 1 play-ins, were some of the craziest passes I feel like I've seen this season. I'm really excited to see how the stage impacts them. For many of them, this is going to be the first time playing with a crowd like this, surrounding them in the round. This isn't like they're all in one place. You know where the crowd's at, James. The people are all around you at this point, and that creates just an extra, like, it's triggering your sense of fight or flight. The people are behind you and in front of you. Where is everybody?
Oh, I guess, you know, in a way, the Dignitas team, they're spoiled by it, you know, because in the day where we just had the stage, everyone's looking down, you had that sense of safety, you know, like, oh, behind me there's no one, I can just focus on the play. No, you are surrounded, and the crowd has been loud this weekend as well. They have been cheering. You could hear it through the stream. Yeah. And so, you know, it really does add a whole different dynamic, and it adds to the pressure, but also for the people who feed on that pressure, the players who love that, you can tell that the crowd energy, it's funneled right into them, and they'll hit crazy plays.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. The Falcons on one side, Dignitas on the other. FLCN, #DIG, depending on how you're feeling. James, quickly here, who you got?
So, you know, this is a tough one. I think Dignitas, they have all the components. They've got all the pieces, but the magic for the Falcons is back. You could tell in that series versus K Corp, they are playing well. I'm a believer once more. I'm going with the Falcons.
Sure.
I believed him up to this point. Put me down for
Let's go.
Dignitas.
Let's
I
go.
might be the only one here on this desk, but I've been truthing him all for his entire career in Andy, and they've been so close to winning a series here. I think they do it now.
That's great. Give me this Dignitas curling
Don't
out
you dare throw
attitude.
that.
There we go.
No.
Give me the Falcons. Why does everybody keep Remember, Doctor, stop Falcons. I just believe the Falcons are going to win.
No, come on. Give it to me, baby. We got
we knew he was going that way.
We're seeing Mr. Nolan. We're seeing Evil. We're seeing
that
Breeze
have
do
your
this.
name on it?
Don't talk about it. It's fine, folks. It's
mouth.
amazing. I'm a big supporter. I love it. They got to win it in like 3-1 or 3-2, I think, if they're going to make it happen and they're going to survive at this point. But, folks, let's get into the game, folks. Big weight on everybody's shoulders here. The Dignitas of old. They established such a name, and this new roster's trying to live up to that former glory. But the other side, they're playing not just for themselves, but for the world. Let's play some Rocket League. Dignitas versus Falcons.
With just one series, Drees and Evo can complete the whole journey from undesirable to undeniable and punch their ticket into the weekend here at the Winter Major.
They got to fly higher than the Falcons, though, and that has been a task that Dignitas needs to do right here, right now. Winning this series gives them a huge net of safety. They cannot afford to falter here.
You cannot ask for a tougher schedule than what Team Falcons had to endure yesterday, going through K-Corp and Vitality. Very different results on either side. As Evo couldn't quite catch up with this, he'll take a shot on, easily sent away by Ahmad. And Ahmad looking for boost that's not there, so he'll be out of the play for a moment. O'Callaghan delaying. TRK will take over, and Falcons unfazed by the unsuccessful trip for boost downfield.
Yeah, you gotta see, just notice how Falcons are playing around the field. This could be a chance. Evo, though, will knock it away before he gets knocked down. Also gets a good 50 over on that midfield, and Andy pushes it through. Could be a chance there. A double commit, though, between Evo and Drees, and maybe Falcons can muster up something the other way.
TRK is gonna take his time, let his teammates get in position. Able to drop that down to Ahmad. It goes all the way across, nobody home. O'Callaghan has to come in from way in the back. Got by. This shot coming from out of nowhere. It looked like Dignitas invited him to shoot. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you can't give a man like that space. Look at Khaled. Beautiful touch on that. Top corner. Andy realized the mistake way too late. Just couldn't get there in time. Khaled picking up that first goal and Falcons racing off.
So the challenge now laid down to Dignitas. How do you answer? So important too for Falcons taking it off to a quick start after they struggled early in their two series yesterday. Ahmad will line one up and slam it home on the near side.
They're ramping up stacks. Look at this. I love that from TRK. Since it says, Ahmad, go get it. And my goodness, the read off that back wall. Great follow-up, great goal. 2 goals for Falcons. They're setting the tone.
This could get real ugly real quick for Dignitas. You gotta find a way to stop the bleeding. Evo just goes right on by. Ahmad faked him out on the wall. He's picked his spot, but Andy's there to help out. TRK keeping it available. O'Callaghan will watch this go over his head. Everybody retreating. This is an opportunity for FaZe. And it's still on the goal line and forced through by Drees.
Big man plays right there. I love this patience from Evo. Everyone expecting him to go up. Instead plays the low 50. Ball pops out. Drees seeing what Evo does. Says, let me follow up with that as well. Nice dunk to get Dig on the scoring board. 3:19 left. Plenty of time for Dig to start to get settled here because Falcons, they came out, gave him a couple of quick punches, but now Dig's starting to punch back.
Did wonder watching them yesterday. We saw Falcons both times, wondering if they could put together a full 5-minute game. It seemed like they would dominate one half or the other, but never the full 5 minutes. Andy, gonna keep this close to the vest. TRK just waits for him to give it away. Deep into the corner, it's Evo. Gave it away to Ahmad, but he couldn't get to it. So now Drees and Evo going to work. They're past one, but O'Callaghan's right there, and the easy stop. Here we go again, back into the Dignitas end, and good defending way up high. Got to be a lot more proactive than they were at the start of this game. Dignitas is picking it up.
Yeah, definitely got to be proactive. Got to keep the clean rotations in here as well. And it seems like they've been kind of managing that and giving each other proper space. They also forcing double commits off the Falcons defensively. And maybe could be a prime chance for them to strike. Evo trying to push this through. Does get it to midfield, but nobody home, so TRK will be able to pick up the ball and some boost as he tries to bring Falcons out of their own half.
TRK waiting for Ahmad to center. It's a good one, and Evo's right there, well read. Dignitas staying alive here with 2 minutes remaining in this opener. Now TRK has Ahmad to his right. Evo and Drees both go, so it'll be Khalid who has to bring it back forward. Ahmad up high, drop down to Khalid, and another double commit defensively.
Wait.
It's a little awkward. TRK made that more interesting than it needed to be.
Yeah, a little bit of panic setting in there. Things start to slow down, but Falcons have to be careful. We saw this in the Vitality series, where sometimes they get a little too overextended, and that could lead to some chances here for Dignitas if they can pull them out and hit them with a sharp counterattack.
See if Dignitas can stay out of their own way here defensively. It's Evo on the other side, blocked by both Khalid and Ahmad. And Drees tracking here as Ahmad will play it through. Ahmad to center, and Drees has that one easily. The demolition inconsequential on either side. Now TRK, floater, just a little high and sent off, but not cleanly out of the zone. As they're struggling to play kind of point-to-point defense, now they finally do clear out. Andy for Drees for the tie, denied by TRK.
Yeah, a little sloppy coming out from Dignitas, but they are finally able to get into that upper third, only for a moment though. And maybe that could be the difference here. Not being able to set up consistent offense against a team like Falcons that love to break out could be a difference maker. Drees lines it up. Evo, it's a light touch. You see Andy, he's too far out, can't get there in time. They're gonna have to try again.
Seems like they're just off a beat with their offensive rhythm. Nobody's where they need to be for these passes and centers. It's Drees now trying to bring it down to Evo, got in the way at least of Ahmad. But now it's only Andy at the back, had to put a hand up, shots wide, follow-up is not. Ahmad might have put it out of reach.
And it comes back to it again. Too far forward, Drees, Andy last back, just didn't think TRK had that ball. Very interesting for Andy to go for it, and then that sets up a lane where Falcons can complete that play out. Now up by 2, it's looking like the Falcons are secure in this game.
We've seen strange antics off kickoffs late in games in this tournament, but we haven't seen any major chokes so far. Evo couldn't get one around in front, and time is gonna run out on Dignitas in game 1. Falcons get the win they needed. Remember, if they just win 2 games in this series, they can't be eliminated by losing. So important to get that first win where they'd struggled early in series earlier yesterday with losses in the first couple of games to K-Corp and Vitality. Of course, they did come back against Vitality and pull off the reverse sweep. But a strong win here, especially because it felt like they did indeed dominate for all 5 minutes, which they'd struggled to do just the day before.
Exactly, and then on the side of Dignitas, you gotta think, this is a team that is also playing against a clock here. Seekers cannot drag out. As we take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, Falcons struck fast and they were quick to make work and really set, like I said, set that tone. Dignitas were playing from behind. They cannot do that. They don't have the time to.
Andy with that many shots, nothing on the board for Dignitas. That's got to change for them, of course. I mean, Drees and Evo, as good as they are, they're going to need him to at least create a few opportunities for them, get a few juicy rebounds, get some lapses defensively out of Falcons. Not everything has to be right on target. You can drag the defense out. We've seen both teams kind of get the jitters defensively and double commit every now and then. Those opportunities are going to be there if they're able to create. We go to game 2 now at Forbidden Temple, and we'll see if Drees and company can do just that. Khaled's going to give it right back to him. It's centered for Evo, but the clear there for Khaled. And it's Falcons kind of making a mess of this again at the back. So Khaled's got to bail them out. In front for Evo, no. Well won by Khaled. Gates open behind him, and Team Falcons get an easy one.
Pull him out. Net wide open. Look at this, great B2. Ambitious challenges and interesting positioning from Dignitas. As they are looking for an edge here, but you have to be realistic. You have to know, okay, Khaled has his ball. We need somebody in the back end.
So Falcons score first again. See if they can open up another 2-goal lead here. Andy, right at Khaled, he's up to the task. Another double commit there between Evo and Drees. They just, again, can't get out of each other's way. Andy's got to bail them out at the back. Now Evo with a full tank of boost, but gosh, Daz, We didn't see this very often during the North American regional season, but right now, Dries and Evo are in the same spot at the same time, all the time.
Yeah, they're in the same spot, and then Andy has to get these dive saves instead of having someone back. It's like they don't know if they want to have a third man super far in the back or play up front to add extra aggression. They're trying to figure it out, but they don't have really the luxury to be able to do that. Falcons are in the lead. They need to make a play.
Andy making sure to go for that midfield boost. Evo went for boost as well and just barely had time to get back. After that pinch effort, now TRK bullying. Evo's got to jump in just ahead of O'Callaghan. So Team Falcons making Dignitas scramble quite a bit. That's a good ball into the zone, but Evo can't get up for it in time. He does take out TRK. Dries off the angle, again cleared out. Not a lot of passing going on here either on the Dignitas side.
Yeah.
Oh, Ahmad pulled the string on him. Just changed speeds a little bit, and it's 2-0.
They've been playing this fast game. They didn't expect things to slow down. Look at this, slow and controlled. Played the 50 well, angled the car perfectly. And Falcons, once again, showing up. That's 2-goal lead here, so much time within this game. Ahmad himself getting on the board, TRK, of course. And they continue to play at this elevated level. Dignitas still look like they're trying to figure things out.
Almost looking like a carbon copy of game number 1. Evo in TRK's way, and he still managed to get a piece of that challenge. Back the other way now, Andy, and he's stopped by O'Callaghan, and the opportunities still few and far between for Dignitas. Everybody lets this one touch down to the ground, and that works out to Falcons' benefit. They continue to run the show. Double tap, bang, bang.
Ahmad is amazing. Look at that read. Goes up TRK, thanks for the pass. I got this one all by himself. Andy didn't stand a chance.
You're just sitting there on the goal line going, please, Lord, let him miss. Not happening. Not on this stage. Ahmad to center. For TRK out of the corner. That's a big booming clear downfield. Andy up for it, but just too strong for him. And now Evo with Dries waiting for a pass that never gets there. Andy's got to bring this all the way back with a full tank of boost. Dries for Evo. Up high, O'Callaghan's got it. Rebound available, but O'Callaghan's got this as well. And again, Dignitas not in position to take advantage of the rebound. Instead, they're in position to watch another goal explosion courtesy of Ahmad.
This is getting ugly at this point. Dignitas on their, what could be, no, this is their last life.
It is.
This is their last life, and Falcons don't care at all. And you can see it in the gameplay. 4-0, we still got 2 minutes of Rocket League left. And if you don't show up when it comes major time, you see what happens. You get bullied. TRK with the goal.
Can somebody call the ref over? I think they're tapping out. 5-0 with still 2 minutes left. And the significance of this game in particular, Dignitas dropped this game, which almost seems elementary at this point. Even if they come back and complete the reverse sweep, their fate is not in their hands. They would still need another result to go their way. They would need Vitality to beat K-Corp later on today.
So let's talk about some magic. We have to see 5 goals in a minute 40.
Yeah, right. There's a lot going against Dignitas right now. The only category they lead in, demolitions. Everybody's got 1. That's not much to hang your hat on here. Ahmad has O'Callaghan in the midfield. Falcons not really too keen on jumping forward. They don't need to at this point. They've made their statement. And Dignitas still yet to answer. Evo for Andy. Not there. Dries will try and keep this available, but nobody else is there. Everybody had to retreat, get boosted up, because they don't want to lose 6-0. It's TRK to the crossbar, and nobody else following up. We'll see if Dignitas can break the shutout at this point. That's the only drama remaining in the final minute of a dominant Game 2 from the squad in blue.
50 seconds. Falcons at this point just trying to run the clock out, but man, you gotta wonder. The desk kind of alluded to it. Dignitas have that potential. I mean, we've seen them stacked. We know that they do. But it feels like we're getting a completely different team here. Like they haven't woke up yet. If there's any time to wake up, is right now. Less than 30 seconds to go. And Falcons trying to put this series on match point. TRK almost putting that one into the back of the net.
Haven't seen Ahmad on the ball in a while. He's been the leading scorer in this series. He had 5 goals yesterday in those 2 series with Vitality and K-Corp. He's got 5 now in just about 2 games. It is utter dominance from the squad from MENA. Team Falcons up 2-0 over Dignitas, and no end in sight for the Americans.
Match point, and for Dignitas, it's a win or go home. Not even just win or go home, winner. Maybe still go home.
Yeah, well, they are home ultimately. We're in San Diego. There we go, I heard a few pops. 5-0 though. Falcons just dominant, 8-1, the scoreline in this series. And the numbers tell the story themselves. As we look back at the Team Falcons Mobile 1 high performance replay, it was all MENA, all game long. TRK even forcing that one through. It's just, even if you got a hand up, it did not matter. It was not enough. And now Dignitas, remember, there's no timeout here in the best of 5s, so they've got to figure it out in the 60 seconds between games. I would not want to be their coach right now because that's way above my pay grade.
Seeing this though, this is where, you know, as competitors, you really get that true test.
Yep.
Mary, going up against a team that is like Team Falcons that has that hot hand, and you not even being able to get on the board. How do you bring yourself out of that? How do you turn it around? We'll see if Dignitas can do it. They're facing elimination, and Falcons, oh my, they are pushing the issue.
Really, if it was a fight, they would stop it. They just did not even let him get out of the corner. 1-0, 4 seconds in. The crowd was trying to rally Dignitas in between games. And they've been silenced yet again. O'Callaghan to the corner. Second touch to set up TRK. They're just on a different level right now. Evo, leave it for Dries. Problem is, Dries doesn't exist anymore, so Evo's got to take over. And it's going to be a little bit wide. O'Callaghan made sure it didn't get anywhere close. Andy pinch across, and still not there. It's just Dignitas too slow getting forward. Now TRK for O'Callaghan. Clear the runway, 2-0.
How do you fight back when you're being constantly held down? This is unbelievable. Punch, punch, punch is Team Falcons. Dignitas. This is a team that number 5 in North America. You understand how tough it is already to qualify for these majors? And to get here and be on the last game. It's just, you want to see them come out and at least get something. They can't even get that one.
Panic, panic, my turn offense, me ball, whatever you want to call it. It's all going wrong, and then TRK delivers this one. 3-0 in less than a minute.
Oh my goodness. TRK, look at that angle. Woo! He's elite stats.
This is unbelievable. I mean, Falcons, they needed to win. That was the directive. They didn't need to dominate like this. They have taken all the drama out of this series early. They've pinched away. Ahmad's there for it. Now he's going to look for more. He's gone a little bit quiet after he scored his 5th goal in less than 2 games. Here goes O'Callaghan. TRK coming on. Rebound will come all the way out to midfield. TRK and Ahmad kind of almost guessing who was going to take charge. Dignitas have had their opportunities to take advantage of a few miscues, and they just haven't because they've double committed, they haven't communicated themselves. It's been a mess every time they get anywhere close to the Falcons' net.
It has been. It just feels like just not being on the same page, where, you know, they have ideas, everyone is coming through, but also at the same time, it really is just kind of Falcons elevating. I feel like their 50 game has just been there. They've been faster to the ball. they've also just been able to kind of set each other up and really build back that strong offense that a lot of people knew that they had. It was questioned coming into this event, but I really don't think that there's many questions now.
Ahmad, table setting, no, this one's gonna be cleared away. But it just continues. Falcons deciding how long they want to stay on the Dignitas half. Now it's Drees. Drop off for Evo, and he'll get one here just before the halfway mark. And a little spark of life for Dig.
There's the breakout. Drees with time, gives it to Evo, lines up the shot. TRK moving too fast. Can't get there. Half a game left. Can Dignitas use this, turn it into some momentum?
One goal for Drees, one goal for Evo. That's been it for Dignitas so far. But they've got half a game to right the ship. Evo trying to just control this, and he avoids TRK. Very slowly downfield, trying to set up Drees. He'll get the corner boost steal. And still, O'Khaled able to shake that away. Now it's TRK. Might have got bumped by Ahmad, but Ahmad cleans up the mess. And now we dip down to the 2-minute mark. Dignitas at least getting back onto the Falcons half and showing signs of improvement late in game 3.
And now they've got that offensive pressure. What can they do with it? They're trying to turn it into more. Andy looking for small ball plays. Will pick up a demo as Drees tries to put the shot on, but got blocked out. He cleared downfield. Andy will try once again. They've been able to manage and maintain possession here, and they are starting to, it feels like they are picking up in the pace.
Andy retreating. Drees had to wait a moment, and he does make the stop on O'Khaled. Keeps Dignitas at least with a pulse here in game 3. Ahmad, a nudge by Evo. Trying to bring this through the corner, and instead, Evo did the work for him, and it's still just harmlessly across to the opposite wing. Now O'Khaled give way to TRK. They've been the well-oiled machine here so far in this series. Team Falcons trying to put the finishing touches on a clean 3-0 sweep. Andy now, right at TRK. One by the Saudi, and then it's O'Khaled.
Whoa!
Being off the post, and he'll slam it home.
And another goal from Falcons. Khaled will pick up his second. He's shooting 2 for 3, and off the woodwork and in. 3-goal lead, 54 seconds left. Falcons, we saw them yesterday. They took that loss to K-Corp. The blue wall was too tall, but you can see they've definitely upgraded the wings here.
Listen, sometimes you're the Falcons, sometimes you're a field mouse. And right now, Falcons are the Predators. 4-1, almost a formality at this point unless Dignitas have a miraculous comeback in them. O'Khaled with one save, Ahmad with the clear, and more precious seconds melting away. TRK almost certainly would have put this series away right there. Drees, lob ahead. Doesn't matter now how many goals Dignitas gives up if they can't score on their own, but it's coming back in. Ahmad, the dagger!
Oh my goodness, the pass play is just so beautiful here. Drees tries to play it to the sidewall. You see TRK send it to Ahmad, and Ahmad just has Drees in the most uncomfortable spot and is able to force that through. 17 seconds left. The time at this point doesn't even matter. 5-1's the scoreline. Khaled looking to make it 6, and he will! Team Falcons, my goodness!
They have beat them, and they've beat them, and they've beat them, and they've beat them. Team Falcons came in with one singular objective: dominate, and they have achieved. What a performance in one of the toughest groups that you're gonna see at an event like this. Team Falcons will survive and advance at the expense of Dignitas.
And they'll get one more for the road. Team Falcons take the series. Dignitas will be sent home. But this one, I feel like was so much more of a statement for Team Falcons. Just again, showing that potential, showing what happens when you let them work. Yeah, that's right, flap those wings, because those boys are flying high, and they're gonna be flying to the playoffs as well. Clearly have elevated the gameplay, and I am very impressed personally.
I'd be very scared of this team, the way they play, and again, how they performed coming back from basically the dead against Vitality. I mean, they looked dead in the water, no chance of coming back, and they managed to pull it off. And their loss to K-Corp, as entertaining a sweep as you're going to see, easily could have won any and all of those games. This is, as usual, a legit major contender. We'll send things back to the desk after Team Falcons sweep Dignitas out of the major.
Curly, I think our hopium might have been copium.
I don't have anything to say.
That was a.
Yeah, what does that plushie have to say there?
It doesn't
Nothing.
have a mouth.
Please,
Say anything at the beginning.
please, save me from all the pain. Falcons were laying the pain. I mean,
that was pretty dominant.
you know, you really do have to just point to that Karmine Corp series and the Vitality series from the Falcons. Just, you can see they're oozing with class now. They're playing confident. I mean, Corelli, we were talking a little bit how you said, you know, in the past, Falcons were tending to play to their competition. Well, I think that's done. They're back to being confident. They're back to setting the pace. They're not playing to whoever they're playing. They're playing their speed, their game, and that is what the Falcons can do. They dominated that series.
It was Falcons' game from start to finish. I mean, game one, it maybe was the closest. Dignitas had a little bit of a foot in the door, but then after that, Falcons just stomped it out. And as you were saying, James, it's important to recognize Falcons have really struggled recently on the international stage. And even in a game like this is maybe more of a trap game for them, one that they're expected to win. And they come out and they absolutely make no mistake about it. They were the better team here against Dignitas, and they showed that in every single game.
It's just levels. It's just levels on the pitch. Dignitas, you're your youngest team in there. You gotta get your experience up. It's gonna take more than just raw skill to beat a team like Falcons, who have found themselves at this land, and they might have, the keyword might have, just booked the tickets as they found themselves going up against Gen.G tomorrow. Potentially, could be that it might finish Group B second place.
Man, how did you like the speed you saw from them, though, in this matchup? That was the main thing you were commenting on previously, that you wanted to see the Falcons bring back.
Yeah, they need the speed. But honestly, if I'm the Falcons, I kind of want to play Gen.G, because Gen.G's been playing a little bit slow. Falcons been playing a little bit more fast. If they end up getting Group B3, then they're going up against the Oxygen team, who's been moving around, humming around every single place. So it really doesn't matter. Group B2, Group B3. I think, let me see it. Oh, well, Falcons might be hoping that K-Corp loses.
They might be, folks. Yeah, if Falcons were to lose and be Vitality Falcons, I don't know. I think with a tiebreaker, yeah, I think Vitality takes the top spot there.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah,
we'll see how that one pans out. Group B still one match left to be played, but a lot left to be determined, folks. Speaking of that match, it will be coming up here shortly. We'll see that match as the second to last on the day. The penultimate, Karmine Corp versus Vitality, be going on there. But next, folks, we've got a big one here. Crew, a new challenger appearing on the stage, going up against a team that is surprising everyone. The big surprise of the tournament so far is on the stage next. G1 versus Crew.
to you. I gotta get to you.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains.
Warm-ups are underway for G1 versus Crew. 2 of the 3 South American teams have already punched their ticket to the playoffs. Can Crew make it 3 for 3? Not if G1's got anything to say about it. Welcome back to the Winter Major live from sunny San Diego. And this is a match with a lot on the line. Depending on how this goes, you could see either Crew or G1 eliminated.
Wait a second. Did you say 3 South American teams?
Yeah,
I
think complexity would call themselves South American.
No, that doesn't count. They're counted as North American.
56% South American. Round up.
Nah,
100% on his shoulder.
Okay, he can wrap whoever flag he wants around his shoulders. The facts
He's
of
from
the matter
Chile, man. You can't do that to him.
The facts of the matter is he's getting preparation and work against NA rosters, his NA team.
Yeah, he is playing in the North American region. That we can absolutely agree on here, folks. And they've already punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. Complexity sitting at home right now, probably. I was gonna say eating some pizza, but they're probably eating like bell peppers and like asparagus or something healthy to keep their diet. That's what healthy people eat, right?
I like bell peppers.
Yeah. Bell peppers are great. Underrated indeed. Broccoli? That's your top vegetable?
That is one of them.
How are we on this topic right now? I don't know what I've done.
Broccoli's pretty good. It is pretty good.
Let's talk about Rocket League instead of food. We don't know anything about that stuff. There's Crew versus G1 gonna be the next matchup. Karmine Corp and Vitality waiting in the wings for the results of this match so that they can take to the stage. And then G2 versus FaZe. Every time I talk to a fan out here, Bates, I'm like, who are you here to see? They're like, I'm here for FaZe or I'm here for G2. Yep. They're all waiting for that last match.
Yeah, they're all waiting for that matchup. And look, they're not the only one. I am too. The G1 Crew, make it quick and make it snappy.
We'll see what happens here, folks. The next matchup on the docket, South America versus Europe. Teams we did not expect to see them here, they're here now.
It's a big fight feel in Group A. Please welcome the Crew and G1!
Recent history has not been kind to the South American 2 seed. The club going out early in fall, and Crew 0-6 right now in group play. But 4 out of their 6 games, all 1-goal deciders with G2 and FaZe, with one 6-0 stinker in there against FaZe. This has been a tough run for these rookies, but they have kept it close for the most part, and I don't think you can really expect much more from them. This being their first international land.
Absolutely, and right here on your screen, you got drops involved in 4 out of 5 of Crew's goals so far here on the land. Moving down the line, Brad, all 3 of these players from the Crew are RLCS land rookies. And hopefully by today, they're feeling comfortable and ready to go.
Nah, Jorby, I'm not going to let you get away with that one. You can't expect much more from them since they're land rookies. Get that nonsense out of here, Jordan Bizzle. Because we all know you have both South American teams finishing in the top 8, which means they have expectations on them. Rufinho, he's a really good Rocket League player. Got mechanics, he's got ability. This Crew team, they play with that South American style of Rocket League. They're not like Seekers. Seekers are a little bit strange coming out of South America. They're more defensive. The Crew, they're all offense. They're trying to put the pressure down and make you fold, make you bend, and ultimately make you break. But then, on the other side, this G1 roster, man, let me tell you something about this young man right here, Atomic. Johnny boy, I know you're listening right now. I'm not going to say which one's the better Atomic, but I will say this much. This young man right here has been balling out. He's been repping the Spanish flag, and he's been playing absolutely phenomenal so far this event.
This team has easily been the surprise of the tournament so far, Jorby. We all know that they're good, but taking wins over FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, no one really expected them to take it in 5 against them. And even against G2, it went 5. This team came up, they showed up, and Dorito, big reason why they've stretched it so far.
Exactly. I don't want to have all these naysayers, all these haters getting on Dorito for missing a couple balls. Everybody misses balls in this series. They wouldn't have gotten to Game 5 if Dorito hadn't have played so solid against G2. This young man has been nothing but pure consistency. He had a couple mistakes, but of course he cut his hair off. He's a completely different man. A year later, he's back in California, and a year later, he's trying to make another Saturday turtle.
The veteran alongside the rookies, he's going to be leading the way, and he does so especially with those rotations outside of the ball, getting demos, being annoying. And Mark Baid certainly was the catalyst, at least at the beginning of that FaZe series, in my opinion. And so far, nothing but good stuff from G1.
Now, it's important to let everybody know the stakes of this match. If Crew were to sweep or to only drop one game, a 3-0 or a 3-1 win for Crew, they will advance out of the group, and G1 will be the 4th team in the group. They will be eliminated. Wow. If Crew were to win 3-2, they advance out of group if FaZe defeats G2 a little bit later on. And it's kind of the opposite on the other side. Any win for G1, they advance. They completely move through. But if they were to lose 2-3, they advance only if G2 defeats FaZe. So a lot of different results here. The important thing, as long as you win, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
But main for Crew is just don't go to game 5.
Now, Crew don't have to worry about what's going to happen in the future. They need to worry about what's going to happen right now. And this team, they have shown really good gameplay this weekend. They show that they can hang with the best. I think that they get in their own head a little bit. They beat themselves a little bit. You know, against G2, they're rushing their sequences. They're trying to outplay. Every South American rookie team comes international LAN. They come in overconfident. They think they're going to outspeed everybody, but it doesn't work. It never works. You got humbled against FaZe. And to me, that humility was the best thing that could happen to them yesterday. Gave them a lot to think about coming into today.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win this match. One of these teams going to be going home from this group. We're going to find out in this match of Rocket League. Hashtag Crew, hashtag G1.
Yeah, I'll go first.
You go first?
Yeah, I've been going last as of late. No, I mean, not last. You've been going last. I'm going second last, but I want to go first. See, listen here, bro. I never pick Sam teams to win basically anything. Everybody knows that, and I'm not switching it up right here. Give me G1. They're just too consistent, too solid. Crew, I think you guys have offensive firepower, but unfortunately, Jorby type jump a little too much. You're not a top 8 caliber team just yet. G1 has that.
I mean, they're not just out of it yet. Hang on a second. Crew has played G2 a little close. Yeah, FaZe smacked them 6-0 in one game when they got swept, okay? But they've proven they can play. Have you seen Drops? You see Drufo? My boy Drufo knows how to play the game. They're just nervous up there, okay? But the nerves are done. Yesterday, the initial games are out of the way.
How are they done?
Day 2 now. Put Crew Esports under my name. You know I wasn't going to pick anybody else because none of these bozos are going to do it.
I think, is he right, Turtle?
Absolutely correct. I'm not picking Crew.
Yeah, I'm picking G1
I'm 100% going G1. They got outscored 11-2 against FaZe, bro. It's not happening. They got humbled against FaZe. I don't think they got humbled enough. This will be the final dagger that makes them come back eventually and perform a little bit better. Up to your expectations there, buddy.
That's savage. How's chat feel about it? G1, the favorites on the desk, and the strongest favorites that we have had yet in San Diego. 90-10. My goodness.
91.
And it's going the other
direction. Can we make a 92 though, chat?
Yo, shout out to my 1%ers. Let's go.
Come on. Where's the South American fans? South America, the one thing they absolutely always win is the chat votes, right? Because they know what they're doing. Folks, we ain't got time to find out. It's going to be a 91%. Favorites in every way. This is clearly G1's match to lose. Can Crew be the spoilers? We're going to find out. We're almost done playing best of 5s here, folks, but the short sprint is on the table still. Gotta avoid game 5 to avoid being the last one out of the games here. G1 versus Crew.
Thank you so much, Jess. Spaceman achieves a continental collision. We have ourselves here because guess what? It's South America versus EU and Europe's finest. Let's get into it on Manfield Night for game 1 of this best of 5.
A lot of pressure here for Crew. Only one way forward, and it is to win. Cannot afford it. G1, couple more options you can even get in if you lose here. That being said, just kidding. Take it all back. Reset. Take a mental break.
It's
Hold
a prank.
on.
It's just a prank. We've been through this before. Jorby knows what this is like. We still got about 5 minutes still on the clock. Don't worry, we'll get back into game 1. Welcome back to our faces. Spaceman achieves. This, of course, is Crew versus G1, and this is a situation, not a conversation, that when it came into this major, we all thought G1 would play great. Didn't expect them to do what they did against FaZe.
Yeah, no, G1 definitely, like, they were my underdog pick. Well, not really underdog, but team to watch. You know, they're a very easy team to overlook, of course. It's still a difficult group. You have G2, you have FaZe, so it was a big win over a team like FaZe, who came in as a heavy favorite to even try and win the whole thing. And Crew definitely came into this one as the heavy underdogs out of everybody else. There's a lot of questions to ask there. To be honest, they played okay day 1. It's really just a matter of, okay, hang on, we need a little bit more consistency, kind of struggling, not super hard in any one area, but just overall, maybe 1 or 2 notches below their necessary caliber to come out on top on both sides of the ball. So here in day 2, you hope they've settled in a little bit. Again, can be pretty rattling going to LAN. Gotta settle in, take some time, but that being said, there's a lot of good pieces over there on Crew. They have a lot of offensive firepower. Brad Drops and Drufinho, they don't mess around. Drufinho can move that ball. He can really make you work for it on defense. The only problem is, of course, you know, G1 are pretty dowdy over on that defensive side of things. And Dorito, say what you want, you know, maybe one bad miss yesterday. It's not even really a throw. It's okay. You're gonna have to do the hard work today if you want to come out on top of your crew.
And these are the fun parts of major tournaments where we look at a team in G1 and think, okay, moving out of the stables, a dark horse candidate. They could start making some noise, already has done so, and now a chance to potentially relegate themselves into the rest of the weekend. If they do so, how far do we see this team go?
Crew?
G1.
G1, well, I think they've got an opportunity to go all the way, of course. If you think crew, I mean, yeah, I think you can reasonably say they have a decent shot at making top 12. Beyond that becomes a little more questionable, of course. You know, that consistency, a big part of it. But G1 definitely has the pieces to make an incredibly deep run, and not one you can afford to take lightly, that is for sure. Dorito marked by 8. It's just not an easy team to work around. There's a reason that they would consistently top groups during the regionals. They're a tough team to fight against.
And if we have to pull the conversation down to a focal point for G1, marked by 8, somewhat of a revenge tour for him this year, obviously how BDS went. What do you think that mentality has done in that position that he's found himself in, has done to help elevate this G1 squad?
That's always what you're looking for. It's, you know, T-Bait's over on the disc yesterday. Gen.G, the one's making stuff up. Mark by 8's the one who's got actual beef with people. Mark by 8's like, nah. I never needed those guys to go and make a deep run in tournaments and win things. He's out here to prove that he can do it. Never really got the chance to show it on the big stage. So Mark by 8. Anyone wants it any more than him on that team, I would be quite surprised.
A surprise to be sure, but so is potentially the start of this game 1. We load on in, the players look ready, the coaches, high fives all around. T-Bates talked about it, the haircut, maybe that's a good vibe for things to come. I don't know, you take the intangibles. Look, I'm not superstitious, a little bit. When we get into game 1, all I'm saying is I need to see the defensive crew step up to meet the challenges of G1. G1 did a fantastic job of cleaning up the defense, closing the spaces against FaZe, propelled them to a series win and a very interesting series 1 to say the least for FaZe Clan. But that is the kind of confidence you want out of G1 for crew. Any takeaways, any small nuggets of information that they're going to need to potentially put this series away?
Well, if you're looking at crew, obviously the biggest thing you have to worry about, of course, is G1 has really great support down there in that midfield. They don't have a problem leaving one guy back, you know, defend some type of one-on-one, one-on-two. It's a tough team. They will play tight. They'll try and force you to make a mistake. They're going to pressure you hard. Not going to be able to get through for free. You got to be able to move that ball. You have to change the pace. Just going one speed is not going to work against a team like G1. You've got to be able to mix it up.
And here we go into game 1 to open up the proceedings. It's been a demo, a bump, and a clear through the back lane. It's very quickly, both teams getting their chance at a possession. But into the orange side of the field, we'll look for that clear. G1 try to get back to the midfield line, and Mark White will send it on its way.
Love that disruption from crew, totally eliminating that third man from G1. Don't hate that idea. It does take away a little bit of that support and forces that approach upfield from G1 to be perhaps a little more conservative than it would like to be.
Into the neutral zone. The litmus test now for Trop as he has 2 in front. 1 commits and 1 is successful. It's marked by 8. The clear is out, and the Tromic will follow. This ball jets laterally to the opposite wall. Sidewall now cleared. The boys in blue trying to make their march upfield as they have numbers in front to worry about. And with that, the corner opens, and that's a beautiful shot on recovery. Just a little bit wide, but I like the chance and the opportunity. G1 trying to play their placements.
Yeah, I like the idea from G1. It's really just showing him early on over on crew that, like, look, we're going to keep you honest. Things are going to be going on target. You can't afford to try and make some aggressive play because you may just give one up for free that you didn't see.
You had Brad rotating through the back line, overextending for that back boost. Rotation would become a little bit easier as G1 look to make their march upfield, and will do so. Dorito drops it quietly, and that's just off target. That's a chance you want back.
Yeah, not a good touch from Atomic. That being said, able to figure it out. Marked by 8. They've reset themselves. Sometimes the touch gets away from you. It's all right. Make the adjustment, rotate back. Huge challenge. Druvinho needs a little bit of help from his team here, and out to the safety of the sidewall. Unfortunately, no options for him.
So Chow trying to pull him apart on the defensive end, but so far all quiet on that front, as it's a big clear through the back line. Ball on the blue side of the field, possession here. Extra touches, still 1. Brad clears. You got Druvinho working on the opposite corner. It was dropped through the side. Brad rotating in, looking for his teammates. Druvinho on the opposite wing won't get the call. And and he'll fall back towards the corner. Now he takes his chance with a lot of boost to find that clear, and they can play with their food here. Just try to keep the defense honest and punch that ball downfield for a clear just to find out what he can see.
Ooh, Crew mistouch. It's actually going to cost him along with the demo, and that's going to be Dorito breaking through. Tough call here. Crew actually had an okay idea. Out to the side wall, and unfortunately it's that miss on the double touch forces Jorfinho. He's got to try and cover up. He doesn't have a better play than that, and just ended up losing the race.
Dorito beats the lane, and Crew bite off more they can chew in that opening goal, but about 1 minute, 30 some odd change on the clock burn to start this game one. Again, we had a pause, we get into it, and it has been both teams having their fair share of chances, a couple awkward placements, but we move on. And with that, we continue to play.
Oh, is that a
Atomic, beautiful touch, almost snuck it through, but 2 commit and the clear. Another big one from Crew, trying to get out of their own zone.
Great save from Jorfinho, under duress in the net there, and beautiful job pulling that one off the goal line. And now you got to try and keep it in this orange half, but man, that's the difference. See that missed double tap from Crew, conceded a goal. G1 absolutely nail it, break through the midfield line, and there's a transition, drops off the wall and kicked off the boards. It's away to safety.
You're thinking maybe he has a chance for a shot there, but I don't know if he likes the placement to the up left post, try to play it for a teammate on the center. Like the call, Crew still looking for their first goal here in this series. Best of 5 to move throughout round 3 of the group stage, day 2. The RLCS Winter Major underway. Minute 50 to play. Jorfinho underneath, and that's going to be cleared by Dorito. He'll play it to the corner, but as a one-on-one, he has to win. Doesn't get the boost either. Resources in the tank. And drop will go back to the midfield. So you have numbers to stack, 2 on the goal line, 1 pressing towards the ceiling. And this should be Jorfinho's ball, and he'll find the clear.
Nice hard cut from Atomic, but it kind of got away from him a little bit. Big chance for Crew on the counterattack here. You get to take a lot of space, but can you hang on to it? And Brad, he was positioned well. It was really just a big forcing clear from G1. Says, hang on, go back. We're not ready for you.
And speaking of forcing clears, look at those forcing touches through the corner, but that is a beautiful dart. It's popped up. It's alive. Numbers here. Jorfinho trying to keep this one moving. They'll start the contest, and Brad will follow suit. Nice. The permutations start to spread. Numbers inside the box. There's the clear. Atomic not letting anything in for free.
Yeah, really nice recognition from Atomic there. He actually read the fake challenge, was like, hang on, you're just going to try and bring this down and jam this near post. And Atomic all over it. Great understanding of where the play's headed.
It's a beautiful play by Brad. He was looking for the pass, but Drop left it to fall off. Keep the numbers up. The overextension begins. Crew do have some here. There's the center. Quick challenge to cut down the lane. Center it back out. And now scrambling a bit on the defensive end, just trying to make sure you get it clear towards that midfield line. Under 60 to play. G1 holding on to a 1-0 lead that they've had for the majority of this game one.
With a bump and so close, but not enough. Again, G1 just able to sneak through some of these Crew challenges and bump opportunities. Time ticking. Got to make something happen.
It could be Dorito to open up the proceedings, and if so, the docket's full, and we know how quickly he can make those reads. But Brad has one underneath. Jorfinho leaves off instead, and he plays it on a solo. I love the hesitation to hold the reset, and it's creativity like that can open up the sky, and it's creativity like that that ties up this game.
And you're right, it all goes back to that little misdirection. Brad making them stop and think about it for a second, gives Crew a little bit more time to get up the field, get set for wherever that clear goes, and then says, Drops, here's one for you. Can you make something happen? Banger back post.
And the G1 defense bites on that swing. That reset pulls them off the play. Then you get a nice center. But that kickoff is not what you want. G1 capitalized mistake from Crew.
Kickoff goes wrong. Very hard cheat from Atomic, and unfortunately they just lost it to the wrong side. The player behind for Crew cut to the right, and unfortunately for G1 kicked out to the left, so they just break through for complete uncontested shot on target. And a little help from the post, never hurt anybody.
It is not the first missed kickoff for some of these teams this weekend, but it is Trop trying to tie this one up. Jorfinho has plenty of boost and resources here, and that one will be that. Quiet for the moment as G1 tie up and respond. It's a 1-0 series lead in that one, and it's a 2-1 win in game one. Crew were able to find some rhythm, but not enough in the end.
Could have been something. Could have been absolute thievery, to be honest, from Crew Esports. You find a really nice equalizer, but you never know what's going to happen on that next kickoff. G1 cook one up, move the ball the right direction, and tough break. End up conceding with only about 10 seconds left, and in general, a little more commanding from G1, not significantly. It's not like Crew was sitting there boxed in all game. They were definitely moving the ball out of their own half. It was just like, okay, hang on. We need a little bit to figure out how to actually get the ball into a scoreable position, and that's really what you're looking to improve on in game two. You know you're not having a problem with clearing the ball.
Yeah. And the point that this kind of boils down to just a missed kickoff. That is positives, though the negative, for Crew going into this. They were down a goal, they find one back, and it was some great creativity in that offensive third, being able to pull defenders out, make them bite on the challenge. You beat the safety to the back goal line. I mean, that's an open look, and they capitalized. Granted, there were a couple opportunities for Crew when they went down the field, the same with G1. Placement wasn't quite there. Maybe some hesitation early on in the series, but it could be a tale of things to come.
That hesitation definitely brought on, because early on in this game, G1 was like, hey, we're going to fire him hard. We're going to fire him straight in the middle of the net. You're going to have to make sure that you're back there. We're not just going to, go up for these challenges with no plan in mind. It's going straight for you. They kept him honest early, and that kind of says, hang on, we can't just press the go button. Yeah. They're make sure we don't just rush them down through the midfield. So really like G1, a little bit of early keep them honest play. Says, hang on, you got to be a little more careful than just doing whatever you want, and that's a great idea.
Plan of attack cannot just be W key, W key,
yes,
W key.
W key down is bad.
Exactly. Try to find a little bit more dimensionality to their offense, which, granted, both teams did. We saw the adjustments move forward. Thursdays and Fridays of major events, you want to be able to make those quick corrections because you're getting into a long marathon coming up for Saturday and Sunday, and boy, oh boy, is it going to be a tough one. But G1 looking to be one of the dark horses here we have so far on a bit of a run. Crew currently 0-2 in their standings, and a couple of interesting mathematics that would have to go their way. Though granted, if they win this series pretty convincingly, they would be moving through, and G1 will be in fourth, henceforth relegated from the tournament. But with all that said and done, it's still a G1 win in Game 1, now going to Forbidden Temple. Any adjustments you need to see out of Crew, or is it just luck of the draw and don't miss the kickoff?
Well, you never hope you miss the kickoff, that's for sure. You never want to start off on the back foot. That's not a fun way to have anything begin, of course. But in general, I think overall, there wasn't too many kickoffs. Nothing looked like it was going horribly wrong. It was just wrong place, wrong time for that kickoff in particular. You couldn't ask for it at a worse time if you're Crew. But in general, I like the ideas. Again, I think they did an okay job of managing the space on their own half. It's not like they're getting boost starved. Like I said, I thought the clear game was good enough, forcing G1 to reset deep back to their other side. They didn't have any issues. They weren't getting boxed in. The defense was sound, and that's really always has to be the starting point when you're not sure what a team is going to do against a team like G1, who's probably more of a favorite. You're really looking to make sure that underdog team is like, okay, can you actually hang with them on the defensive side? So that's where I liked. Now you just have to focus on, okay, let's get the ball into the middle. Let's think about where to attack G1. Now we know we can hang with them. Let's just create something.
Big game 2 could be in the cards for Crew, but G1 will escape and try to clear this one away from their own zone. A little bit awkward on the double pinch. Didn't quite work out the way they had hoped, but Dorito, with very little boost, quite literally nothing in the tank, will just try to keep this play alive, and Atomic counters. For Jorfinho, leaves it to Brad. The clear starts and already early pressure from G1.
That's that tight support from G1 that says, hang on, we're coming at you. You got to pay attention. And Dorito diving at one. There's Atomic again, crashing the box and seeing if Crew's going to be a little bit slow on the defense. G1 knows that they probably don't actually have anything to score there, but they're trying to catch them by surprise so that if they get a favorable enough challenge and it just kicks back into the middle, the third man's going to come through and clean it up.
That's a big win by Atomic. That 50 at the top of the key allows Mark Baye to rotate out and try to play the 1v1. He does so. Atomic will keep it on the ground, looks for his teammate, but quickly intercepted, and Jorfinho is up with it. Centers for Brad. Beautiful shot and beautiful read, all beautifully set up down the field.
Finding the open space here. They just pick this one off in the middle. Mark Baye can't defend the backboard. Jorfinho, just a little bit of a drop pass, says hang on. Obviously, it freezes Mark Baye in the net because he sees him still following that ball, and he's like, well, hang on, this may go towards the net. I can't just jump at it, have to see where it goes. And Crew knows it's going to get kicked down, so they're just a little bit faster to the follow-up, score a nice goal, and start off out in front.
And it's very reminiscent of their first goal, and their only one so far in Game 1. They're following the defender, and off the kickoff, finally one goes their way.
That one's just not fair. Brad, the hard cut across the middle of the field, and look at Atomic. He's the guy defending it. He says, hang on, get out of my passing lane. This one's got to go to my buddy Jorfinho.
Things are coming up Crew. We started Game 2 on a hot note, 2-0. Plenty of time still for G1 to figure things out, but it's a beautiful response so far.
Really nice.
And we'll see how they play on. Clamp this down, Jorfinho. Try to get it out to the midfield.
And the demo.
No, can they follow this one through? It doesn't look like it. And fighting back tooth and nail at the midfield line, contest after contest, a beautiful redirect, but it really goes nowhere before Brad has to slow it down.
Dorito just trying to buy a little time. G1 needs to reset here. Get the structure going. Says, let's try and slow this down a bit, make sure we know what we want to do with the ball. And man, the challenge game just going up and up for Crew Esports, finding some type of touch, hard cut in the middle, and a nice stop from Mark Baye. And even got all the time in the world here with your Brad, and I don't know if that dump off was really the best play, but they'll keep the ball.
Yeah, even if they're not finding boosts in the corners, you're still getting Jorfinho to follow in, just contest, and that's enough. a chance. Atomic couldn't find anything. Great defense out of Crew to start. And that defense has helped their offense flourish upfield.
Oh, Atomic trying to get there. Drafinho knew he was the last option. Didn't have a lot of boost either. Very scary situation, 2 in a row, and Dorito actually misses the boost deal, so a little bit of help for Crew Esports in the resource department, and that's not the touch to do it. Got to buy time now if you're Atomic, and kind of forces you to just throw it away.
It's a decent touch if you're cutting downfield, but coming back up in rotation, it's tough. Diving save, Atomic will get it towards the corner. You're thinking for a moment, we got a 3-0 game, but Brad's thinking he's got 2 in front he has to work with. Tries to go for the slow, Dorito will punch out on the clear. Possession here for Crew. They're going to leave it to Drafinho. I don't blame him. And that's an interesting touch. I like the idea, but just not enough finesse to finish the play.
Yeah, it was actually incredibly difficult. I couldn't tell if he wanted to actually go for the flip reset and just realized that it was totally unfeasible, or if he was just trying to leave one in, but drops, just crushes a challenge, and a great stop, punched off the post. G1 keep the deficit to 2 and keep the game at least relatively alive. There's still a surprising amount of time on the clock.
The attempts are continuing to follow through. Crew are finding ways to get creative. These redirects at midfield, getting the ball into awkward spots where G1 have to burn a lot of boost to be able to continue this play and get back to some rhythm on offense. Breaking up the frequency that we see on the challenges. The 50 game has not been there for G1. But Crew have been more than happy to punch it out defensively. What a beautiful second touch it was from Brad. The epic save is in, and we slow down into the corner. Dorito gonna try to fight his way forward. There's a bump on the backboard. This double commit will work out.
Man, G1 really trying to force everything they can. They know they need 1 to go in and have time left. So they're willing to take a lot of risks, try and make something happen, and that's what it is. Dorito, that's not a bad idea when you need to score 2 goals. I like the idea here. He's the last one back. Yeah, you can give up the time and the space, but to be honest, if you pick that one off, you're in a 2-on-1 back the other way. I think with only a minute on the clock, it's worth it to try and steal that one, and it looks a lot worse than it is, but it's a decent idea.
And that's where those interceptions at midfield really help you create space, right? You're getting on the off cadence, G1 now starting to worry about rotations being cleaner. It's those touches from Crew Esports where they're just finding one another on the passing lanes, and the infield's starting to open up. They're finding opportunities, they're finding cadences that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And it's a great adjustment going into this one, but Mark Valle trying to circle his way around. Dorito is like, I am not coming up for that ball. You're going to have to figure something else out. Atomic will get the grab at midfield, so you're certainly thinking you have boost to be able to burn here.
Mark Valle's like, I can't help it that I just want all these challenges.
Somebody please.
I just wanted a little help to maybe get something, but not to be. Crew will find a way to tie it up in game 2, and honestly, well deserved. Like we said, it's not the defense that was the issue, it's creating scoring chances. And G1 trying with that tight support. You see how that kind of gets broken down when the play starts to move with an extra width across the pitch, because suddenly that real tight spacing, you start to realize there's a few gaps in there that you really can't cover when you're just trying to force everything through. And eventually, well, they'll get one back at 0 seconds, but that's more a feel-good goal than anything, of course. Gotta see Dorito. Yeah, great flip reset. Off the, oh, Drafinho, buddy.
We won't talk about it.
That's okay.
It's garbage time. We won't talk about it.
I think he had no boost. I don't think he could have got there. I think he was just up.
I mean, these were the flashes in the pan for Crew in game 1 where they started to break out of the bottleneck. They started to find more creativity. And going into game 2, they eventually broke through that stronghold. They started getting in some of their power positions in the corner. They had control at midfield, and you can see it here. I mean, look, 8 demos for Crew to 5 for G1. It doesn't tell the whole story, but it is a chapter that's important.
I didn't even notice all the physicality in that game. Like, I definitely remember some demos happening. It certainly didn't feel like 8 and 5. How kind of comes out of me from nowhere?
I think it was just all those contests at midfield that broke up a lot of the passing.
They were pretty hot. Yeah, they were going straight at each other with a lot of pace. So nothing for free, and maybe that also contributed to some of those extra space, or that extra space that Crew had to operate and move the ball through. So hold the lead in a demo. That's always good. You take people off the field, makes things a lot easier to move the ball, that's for sure. But Brad, hello, 739 score game.
Yeah.
Talk about a guy getting it done everywhere on the pitch. 4 saves, 2 shots, 2 goals, 1 assist. The man was a beast there.
We saw him on the backboard, we saw him with the clears, we saw him in midfield. You see him everywhere. It's like a Dr. Seuss character. He just kept finding ways to show up, and you're like, when will you go away? It wasn't going to happen. But Crew were able to notch this one up. The equalizer comes in game 2, and game 3 we go. What do Crew have in store, and what do G1 have in their back pockets to be able to switch this one in a different gear? Already off the kickoff, Atomic will get the back corner grab.
Oh, too fast.
And you're seeing some contest very early. You're going to have to prioritize that midfield. And Dorito
I'm
Is
pretty
that
sure,
an own goal?
I'm pretty sure this was a sweet.
That
sweet
is
goal. Yeah.
awesome.
Banger.
That was good.
Unlucky.
We go next.
We
to the second
go
kickoff. In 9 seconds in, we already got a 1-0 lead. G1, you get one for free. Now, how do you build upon it?
I'm pretty sure that was Brad, right? It was Brad or Drops.
I think it was Drops.
Either way, we love banger own goals. Print it black and white. It
That's
looks
the
real
Rizzo
juicy.
shot.
There we go. There's the Rizzo shot.
Oh my.
But G1, you'll take that. Never going to be too mad about the other team just putting one in their own net.
With the way the crew were scoring in game 2, you're thinking, okay, we stalled their momentum a little bit, maybe get in their own heads, just trying to clear it out of their own line. It has been all of this pressure, all of this overwhelming presence from G1. They have turned it up to a different dial. And this is a ridiculous restabilization to try to find an angle.
Really loved the control there from Atomic. You just wanted to see him have one person to get the ball over to, and unfortunately came off the bar a little bit weak. But G1, you're not kidding. They were definitely camped out over on that blue half for a decent amount of time, and this is the real first look that Crew has to maybe keep the offense going. Drops almost caught too far forward. Just able to waste a few precious moments to get everyone back on time.
And he did his job. Just got to play it high enough for your teammates to get in for support. Now the cavalry rides in, and Brad going to try to keep this play going. Picking up all the small pads he can find. He's a very hungry man. The mark by 8 fighting for his life. Luckily, Dorito is there as a guardian angel playing sentry through the back line. Will find the clear. An opportunity for G1 to capitalize on the pressure they have upfield and that demo. Power play available and open. Here's mark by 8. Corkscrewing his way towards the corner. But it's another conquer on the opposite wall. Drops will escape for the moment, but possession back to Dorito.
Yeah, that's the thing. The demo comes through. Yes, it opens up a lot of space, gives you some more options for where to move the ball, but if you throw it out towards the ceiling where no one can get to it, it's not going to make a difference. Ping pong off the post. Little pinball to safety. Crew will keep the deficit to 1.
This pressure's been overwhelming. It's been relentless. It's suffocating. And that is a brilliant save, but Crew have to have more. They need more to get back out to midfield. I mean, G1 are sending it. Their game plan coming in this was, we're just hitting W. We're going all the way upfield, and we're going to challenge you on your own post. And here comes Dorito off the ceiling. Don't even start. Looking for the connection. It was there, but a better break up from Crew.
Yeah, gotta give a little bit of ground there. Too aggressive from G1, but thankfully Crew Esports don't really have the command of the ball in that situation. Nasty pinch, hot one to handle, and it's actually going to be a counterattack for Crew. Look at the physicality, and mark by 8 dodges the demo, gets out and cuts the play down. What a defensive stop.
He was shadowing behind that ball just patiently. And that one is from the side wall. Another interesting goal for G1, but it does land through. Let's see how this one breaks down.
Okay, there's 2 people in the box. They cut forward, one to defend the corner, and the other one just went. He had to have gone to the other corner to grab the boost, so they just thought they were going to be able to cut that one down, and maybe that one kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit with the smoke screen. It's tough to see, but Jorfinho wanted that corner boost and ended up pulling him out of position.
You're thinking the player in demo is probably rotating to the ball, and then you can cut back into the lane, but at that point, you're watching your life go by your eyes, and it's just very quickly 2-0. 2 minutes to play. A lot of time on the clock for Crew, but it's been a very interesting response from G1. They haven't had to do a whole lot other than apply pressure, and that is a bit, but Crew have essentially given them open opportunities. And Dorito leaves it, marked by 8 sends it. Atomic rotates, and back to the orange half we go.
Yeah, just to the corner, just to force Crew to approach from a very one-dimensional way. There's only one way the ball can go. It's a little bit easier to defend. That's why the corner is the safest spot on the pitch on defense. And a little flip reset forces Brad to make the backflip stop. Drops doesn't have a whole lot of boost, so not a good spot here for Crew. And they're all covering the same part. There's the open space on the backboard. You need a little help, and oh my goodness, the second time in the game some pinball happens. That one's off the post, and finally says, nope, it's going in.
Jorfinho falls off the ceiling like a bird getting hit by a plane, and then they just start collapsing in the front of the net.
Oh, man.
They're out of boost, they're out of ideas. You can only throw so many numbers at this ball, and that's kind of the first goal that G1's been able to really work for in this game 3, and it's very quickly a 3-0 lead.
That's why that backboard on defense, always something you got to keep your eye on. Yes, you have to defend the net, but when it's open, it costs you, and they bang one off it for number 4.
Yeah, let's just keep it rolling. Why not? Put it on a Hoops mixtape. It's Dorito. Beats one, perfect angle, double commit, that's hilarious, and the net is wide open.
Well, a double commits, Brad's rotating in from the corner, and he's gonna try and defend the backboard, but he sees he can't actually get to the ball, so he comes into net, and he's got so much space that they just run right into each other, and all of a sudden you don't have the net coverage you need.
Oh, look, there goes Dorito. Oh, look, it's a 4-0 ball game. 60 seconds to play here in game 3. It was a very good response from Crew in that second match, but so far it's been all of G1. They'll take the series edge, bearing a miracle here. A 2-1 lead for G1. But Crew, maybe something for the road, get them some momentum going into the next one?
Oh, wait. Mark by 8.
Talk to me, what are you saying?
He has 46 score this game. His teammates have 607 and 346 score. Now, I'm not saying Mark hasn't done anything, but he has goose eggs across the board, and he's kind of just been like, yeah, I'm here. It's always nice when your two teammates just get the job done.
I think that says a lot about what G1's been able to do. Everybody getting involved, to an extent. Jorfinho gets absolutely deleted. We'll see you on respawn. And that will be the weighing moments here of game 3. Bit of a quiet one.
I want to see Mark by 8 gets to 100 score.
You think he has enough time?
I think he just got there. I think he just got a clear and a touch, so I think he ends up at 120.
That's what counts.
You got over 100.
You got to own it when you have it. G1 in game 3, take the lead in the series 2-1.
Man, it's not often you see a game where one player really doesn't have to do anything. He picked up that save, I'm pretty sure, right in the final seconds. So.
I mean, it really feels like Crew were taking a couple steps forward and then 3,000 steps back with just the miss on the opening kickoff.
Yeah,
give up the corner grab. Granted, there was a demo, so that's a little bit different, but every time they tried to make progressions upfield, it was getting red or they were getting beat.
Yeah, that was the G1 game. And you know, that game 2 was pretty nice from Crew. Again, there was a lot more space, moving the ball horizontally, trying to exploit how aggressively G1 wanted to play. And then you see what happens, though, here in game 3, where G1 get their teeth stuck in, and it's the challenge game, and you just can't shake them. That's what happens. You get 4-0'd, and you just look like you can't move the ball.
And this is what they did against FaZe, right? Once they get their bite, they're not going to leave. They're going to be able to hang on. And we saw it in the opening kickoff, just applying constant pressure for the first 30, 45 seconds, similar to what was in game 2. But this time, it does work out, a 4-0 scoreline. And now we go to Coliseum. Game 4 guaranteed. 5 potentially. We'd love to see it go the distance. But for Crew, what needs to turn around right now if we want to go to Champions Field?
Crew, I guess. Honestly, I'm not sure if there's really anything you can do about it except wash, rinse, repeat. You know, it doesn't feel like this isn't the type of game where you have the ability to necessarily change the pace. You know what I mean? Because so much of the ball movement determines if you can bring the ball down on a dribble or slow the pace or anything right now. And oh my gosh, score it, Atomic, you deserve it. Look at Dorito tie up everybody here. Look at the little shimmy shake on the backboard. Am I gonna hit it? When am I gonna hit it? And everyone on the net and Crew is just like, someone please help. And Atomic says, yeah, I'll end your misery. Bang, we're going to the next kickoff.
Mark by 8 gets a bump as well, and that's the open lane. The space creates opportunities, you take advantage. The kickoff works, another game back-to-back, where kickoffs are just the name of the game. And Crew tied this one up.
Jorfinho, well deserved. A little bit of a passive cheat, hard out to the left. Jorfinho, honestly, way to go and get that one. That was not an easy one to score. Had to go all the way around the left side of the ball and kick it right post. G1, this is very possible that they ended up with possession there, and he just went and made a play.
That's a bit of a confidence goal, but now that the game is tied, the series is not, you want to change that script quickly.
Really
What
nice.
a beautiful touch and a beautiful
my
bump.
goodness.
That's how you get back in this series.
Jorfinho, that's just inspired. You see him twisting his car, and you can see Mark by 8 on the backboard. He's thinking, is he actually going to shoot this one? And so he starts to get ready to go and save all the way across the net. And that's when Jorfinho says, you're giving me the space. Now we drop it down, cut it into the box. That's just taking what the defense gives you and making something work. Great bit of pass play from Jorfinho.
And it's trusting that communication as well, trusting your teammate to be up ready for that call. Something that worked in game 2 for Crew, something we hope to see continue. And now G1 will have to have their answers as they try to move downfield. Drop, playing at that 50-yard line. We'll get back to the midfield. Gets a pass right back off the ceiling. This could be interesting, but immediate cut into the lane, intercepted. Mark by 8 saying absolutely not.
Yeah, but they missed the ball and kind of throws off a bit of the structure. Don't know if this counterattack has a whole lot of teeth to it if you're G1. Yeah, the slow floater towards Nate and Mark by 8. Actually, he was playing incredibly close support there. I mean, trying to make something out of nothing, really, and it almost worked. Crew almost wasn't able to get up to the top of the net.
These solo challenges from Atomic have been deadly, but it's nicely read. Brad shutting down essentially what would have been a flourishing offense through the corner. G1 will have to figure out something else. And It's left up to Atomic on his lone devices. Dorito will get the corner grab. Never mind. That's off, and the defense now has something to show for it.
That's your big differentiator, I think. Whoever ends up winning these games has been able to control the pace of the play, because that's really the only way this one works out. If all things relatively being even, you know, everyone's up for the challenges, they're in position, they're not making glaring mistakes, whoever drives the boat tends to win, and that's a tough one to handle. Drafinho, he was in an okay spot, but not a perfect one. A great bit of shooting from Atomic to cut this one down.
What felt like a bit of a monotonous grind here as G1 and crew were going back and boom ball. Finally, someone's able to find the back of the net. And with that, we have ourselves a tie game 4 here on Coliseum. And again, the opening kickoff goes the way of G1.
It's just that little drop pass from G1. Oh, and a banger off the kickoff, straight off the top bar and in. A little bit of it's a double stalemate, straight into the neutral zone, and Dorito, that's just not thinking about it. That's both players who go into the corner for the boost at the start. One of them says, I'm going, the other one says, do I have to go? And then they see that they're already late, and it's just all about, okay, can you put this one on target? Boy, could he.
I don't think I've seen a series, at least this weekend, but in a while, where the majority of the goals have been kickoffs.
There's been a good amount, hasn't there?
Consistent kickoff wins or blunders, however you want to look at it. That's 2 demos. Very little boost off spawn. Crew will have to fight through this tooth and nail. Numbers up. They are pressing. Dorito, no center. Sharply off the backboard. There's the clear.
Oh, huge challenge from Mark by 8. Only man standing between an equalizer and buying some time. Made a big touch on the ball. And G1, again, they're stuck in here, but that's a double commit. Here's the 2-on-1, and drops us a little bit late. Dorito, such great recognition all over it.
As soon as he saw his teammates leave the play, he fills in the gap. He gives them time to get back. That's a little dangerous, but you will hold your breath for the moment. It careens around the backboard, clear it out. And Brad will try to pop this high, fighting through the demo. Numbers up. G1 playing through the corner. And this ball continues just to fight. Oh, nice. In the front of the box, can't win the 50, but Dorito will scream this one around to the other side.
Dorito, it was possible to extend the lead right there. You really like that little bit of control from Mark by 8, slowing pace down in the most dangerous area of the pitch, right in front of the net, and that's really where you put the pressure on the defense. It's just, ball got away from him a little bit. But G1, again, that challenge game right there in the midfield, nothing for free, and they're winning it. So difficult to get out.
Those rebounds are tough. They're winning the close pinches, and they're getting the ball in the opposite corner and swinging it back out into the front of the net. Brad trying to get physical with Dorito. Drop, circling back, cuts his rotation, pick up the play, running point.
Really nice.
Around 1. Atomic in front, does get a bump. Brad will move up, and now numbers start to fly forward. Crew, oh, what a weird angle that was as we go back to midfield.
You can see Crew, they understand. It's like, yo, the only way we make progress is if we're able to gain clean ball control. They know stalling it out and dribbling it's the only option. Atomic forced touch. Can't allow the shot. Hard touch down into the middle, and unfortunately kind of just dumped the ball away here. G1, you got to let them come at you now.
There's been a couple of times where drops have been
whoa, what? They all just pull off the ball here. Here's Atomic in the back corner. Here's Dorito. He side flips, and oh my gosh, Atomic thought something else completely different was going to happen there. I think they called each other off. That's the side flip, and Atomic realizes that he shouldn't have said anything, so he pulls off, and then nobody goes for the ball.
No, are you kidding? I was just about to say, wait and hold your breath, because this kickoff, how history is gone. This is hilarious.
What? Oh my goodness gracious. I don't even know why you go for a touch like that. He's just like, look, I'm gonna try and hit it with my nose and go towards the net. It's like, that's such a low percentage shot, but you get a little help from the opposition and suddenly it looks real good.
I had this whole spiel about drops and boosts and oh my, what's going on? The kickoff takes all that away and nullifies the entire conversation, but you still got 35 seconds to play here in Coliseum. Dorito being an absolute nuisance in the front of the net, but Drop's trying to escape with his life, and the ball jets back out. He leaves it on a fake. It's actually a beautiful touch. Mark Wade circles in and screams up onto the play. That 50's gross. It was a bit of a pinch from Atomic, but he kept the ball alive, and Drafinho with the slow gives it right back to G1.
Yeah, no choice here for G1. Really just trying to find one clear down into a gap, and they may have found it.
Trying to catch this on a pinch off the back wall. Brad from the ceiling. Can they keep this alive? Atomic gets bumped, but he does enough. His teammates are there. It's centered back out. Nobody else is around. And it would have been exciting, but we also get a Champions Field, and that works just as well.
Ran out of numbers when you really needed him the most, but ow. Ow, 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 ow.
Talk to me, what are you thinking?
That does not feel good if you're G1. That's not a game you should be losing. You can see the equalizer on literally just a communication breakdown at the worst time, and then you instantly give up the kickoff goal on honestly what is a insane idea.
Should have never happened. Just never.
A crazy idea from Mark by 8.
I'm gonna need to get direct.
Or it may not have been Mark by 8. It was either Dorito or Atomic.
I think it was Dorito.
Yeah, it's probably.
But
it was somebody. I want to see that replay on the Mobile 1 High Performance Career. I want to see him dive for this kickoff goal to score the 4th one, because it's not a good idea.
That fake.
And that was the miscommunication that cost them. And then, of course, they would instantly score, and they deny me. They deny me the opportunity to be like, what are you doing?
I need to find out if a series like this has ever had a more overwhelming majority of goals off kickoff than just simply playing the game, because
it's a lot of kickoff.
Listen, the last place you want to do that here is on Champions Field in Game 5. You better make sure you have practiced your kickoffs. We say it time and time again, we're going to beat this dead horse. Practice your kickoffs. Don't give it up for free. And now we go to a decisive Game 5.
And now we arrive at the very unfortunate reality. Crew, yes, you needed to win regardless, but you've won in the least optimal way if you end up pulling it out here in Game 5. They will need a little bit of help from FaZe to defeat G2 if they want to move on at this point, but you'd rather win than lose. And if you're G1, even if you lose here, you've still got ways through. It's not the end of the world.
There's weight on the shoulders for both teams going into this, but certainly a big moment for Crew. You win, you might be in. You lose, absolutely not. For G1, just trying to right the wrongs of how the past couple of games have gone. And Mark by 8 leaves it towards teammate. G1 will move out of their own zone.
And here's where you really have to see that mental toughness from G1. I think they all know that was certainly not a game that should have ended in defeat. You really just got to come out here in Game 5, erase that from the memory and say, hey, it's 5 minutes. In general, we've gotten the better of them. Let's go out and do it one more time.
A great coach once said, be a goldfish. Just let it go.
Be a goldfish.
And move on and find a way to win. Dorito doing just that, gets the reset, plays it low. Atomic, ready and waiting, marked by 8 as well. That's a great shot from Atomic, and takes one out to boot. You should be able to win this if you're marked by 8. Just get a 50 up to contest.
Nasty pinch, and he's got a little bit of space. Wisely throws it to Atomic, let him take the one-on-one, and unfortunately couldn't quite handle that dribble. Max speed, very difficult to have the precision required to execute. So everything really just going to settle into the neutral game here. Game 5, everyone tends to settle up a little bit and say, hey, look, let's just get the ball out of our half, and we'll worry about what to do later.
Boost control for the moment. G1 demos as well. Physicality, the enforcers are out, and they're headhunting, playing bingo with the lives of Crew. That's a long clear from Brad. It's going to go sharply off the back wall before a redirect does find its way in. Eventually, Drafinho falls into the play, and that's a beautiful cut into the lane. Just a little bit too late. G1 read it perfectly. Atomic at midfield. Leaves it to Dorito.
Oh,
does he have enough? Yes, he does. Can't get it past the last defender.
Great idea if Dorito has enough boost there. He had to waste a little extra time to pick up 12 to try and fight for it, and that bit of space required to do that. And that Crew is able to adjust, figure it out, find the clear. 0-0 remains as we approach halftime. Hello, we're just stretching everything if you're G1 right now.
I have no boost, I do not care. I just go upfield. That has been the mentality for G1. It's worked out in some instances, but so far, we're waiting to see their offense really begin to blossom. For Crew, the defense has kept them in this series. Lucky goals for sure. But that demo game has been all of G1 so far. 4-2 in favor of G1.
Close air dribble, but plenty of numbers in the defensive side for G1. Figure it out, but now they all get demoed, and this one's, I think he got tipped as he was trying to rotate in there. One more for Crew.
I think that was marked by 8, who comes back sharply, and he's just trying to fly to the opposite post. Drafinho puts it on its way, and I don't know if he got clipped by Brad, but it was enough to disrupt the rotation.
And I think definitely froze him a little bit and made him sort of dive earlier than he would have liked. One way or the other. Crew Esports out in front. Can't ask for anything more.
It's one way to get started, but marked by 8 responds.
It's another kickoff.
As quickly. And here we go. Achieves another one.
Straight to the side. Actually, huge credit to Mark by 8. He's the one who went into the right-hand corner for that, and he just pushed straight upfield. Definitely designed kickoff to get that to go neutral out to the right, and Mark by 8 credit to him, he just says, yeah, if it's going that way, you have faith that the kickoff plan works, you go aggressive for it, you try and make something happen, and Space, when I think we've avoided one, we will settle back into the regular flow of the game.
We went a little too long with that one. Dorito getting a big bump inside the net. Hold on, they're continuing to throw numbers at this. You're scrambling right now and panicking if your crew, just trying to escape with their life back up to midfield.
Oh, boy, does he.
In a one-on-one, the dunk off the top bar. Here comes follow-up chances. Drop's gonna rotate back. The numbers will pull off. And with that, G1 should have numbers to be able to get this possession back.
Excellent positioning from Mark by 8 defensively there. Understood. Got to get between the ball and the net. Make yourself as big as possible and force that one out of the lane. Not the greatest control here in the corner from G1 and kind of just having to get any touch they can to force Crew to back off at least a little bit. Crew definitely in the driver's seat, pinch off the ground, not enough heat behind it to really throw anybody off the stick.
Clean reads from G1. They were ready and waiting, anticipating that potential pinch. And luckily for them, they have 2 up. One on the wing. It's marked by 8. One is lonesome.
Oh, okay.
Likely at no man's land before it punches it free to the corner. Might try to wrestle for possession before the moment. The boys in blue trying to move upfield. Atomic, he's able to make this catch, and he can't finish it. It was so close, but a chance goes by the wayside.
There was something there for G1. They want a big challenge. They were able to buy time while winning the ball, and no, it slips through. They can't win the race, and Crew pokes one down for free.
I've seen this once in this series, and we'll see it again.
Oh.
Drops finally has boost at midfield to meet that redirect. He was hunting for it on Coliseum. He is finally finding it here on Champions Field. And G1, a little bit exhaust. Just let out an exhale, I guess. You gotta go next.
No time to waste. Settle in. Could be potentially devastating. Little floater in front. Atomic really trying to force the issue, and rightfully so. No cards left in the hand. You've played it all, and now you just got to see if it's enough to win.
That's a great touch.
Okay.
Opens up an opportunity, marked by 8 sharply, potential waterfall. Grafino meets it in possession. On the point of contact. Crew start to make their move. Great chess pieces move up. Now it's pawn v pawn. Broad putting it towards the opposite post, and Brad will fall off the play.
You can always trust Brad. That's such great ball control. Dorito just able to squeak one out to safety. Can you turn it in? There's a bump, and not enough. Huge cover up from Crew, not done yet though.
3 seconds to go. You got to keep it up here on Champions Field. Atomic, big clear from Grafino, and they know it. They believe it, and it absolutely is true. Crew win this 1 in 5, and they really stun G1 in this series.
Stun is the right way to put it. This is actually the first game all series, I think, where Crew were in the driver's seat. And you hate to say it, but that makes that game 4 sting all the more.
Yeah, because it went from bad to bad.
It went from bad to worst here in game 5, and devastating loss for G1. That being said, they are not out. They can still make it through this group with a little bit of help. G2 have to defeat FaZe. That is the only way they make it through now. But a tough loss. And if you're Crew, you're really, you just became the biggest FaZe fanboys.
Yeah, you absolutely did. I mean, you are pulling for First Killer to do something magical, but I think that shows the resolve and the resilience of what Crew were able to do in this series. They were tested time and time again. Their backs were against the ropes. G1 were throwing everything they had offensively at this Crew defense. The Crew started to find boosts to the midfield. They started to find those redirects, started to cut off some of the open passing lanes that G1 had that had worked in their favor in this series. And because of that, they made the small adjustments going into Champions Field. They slowed down on the kickoffs. They played the approach, won the possession, and they limited their mistakes. And really, if you look at the series, it was just mistakes. If you take those away, Crew looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, and I think especially for me personally, I think Brad played an excellent game.
Fantastic.
This whole series was so focused around control of the ball, because you noticed whenever that one was getting just punted back and forth across the pitch, generally G1 was getting the better. G1 was the one commanding pace of play, and that's when Crew was really struggling to make things happen. But anytime that they really needed to come up, have control of the ball, force possession in their favor, it tended to be with Brad, and I really liked his ball control throughout the entire series, and I think he was a big help in getting Crew to this point.
I mean, he essentially became the tip of the spear here on Mobile 1 High Performance Replay. You see how the teamwork was evolving throughout the majority of this series, how Crew were responding to the pressure, and G1 had a lot, but they didn't have enough. But that does mean we have our winners on stage. It's Crew Esports over there with Subi.
Crew Esports and Drufinho getting a massive victory here and a huge upset against G1, but you guys came into this as big underdogs. How good does it feel to prove all of the doubters wrong?
Drufinho, qual o sentimento de provar para todo mundo que eles estavam errados?
Cara, é muito bom o sentimento, né? A gente já veio com a cabeça, por mais que a gente fosse underdog, que a gente ia conseguir ganhar deles, sempre com a confiança do brasileiro, mas é muito bom provar todo mundo errado.
We're Brazilian, we're confident, we always have to believe in ourselves. But of course, it feels really good to prove everyone wrong.
Now, you guys obviously have some stuff to work on and you need help from FaZe to beat G2. So if you do make playoffs, what are some changes that you guys need to make yourselves?
Vocês têm caminho ainda longo pela frente, vocês têm que continuar se provando. Que mudanças vocês têm que fazer agora para conseguir seguindo, vencendo?
Acho que só a calma da primeira experiência de LAN, né? Porque às vezes a gente se desespera um pouco por ser a primeira experiência, mas acho que de resto é tudo confiança e a gente consegue.
We need to get rid of the jitters, you know, it's just our first LAN together, so we just gotta get over that and get things done.
So with that being said, the first LAN, first time playing in front of a crowd, what is it like being up on the stage? Describe all of those emotions going through you from sitting down in these chairs to standing up in victory.
E qual é o sentimento de vocês estarem nesse palco, conseguir essa vitória? Descreve o que vem na cabeça, o sentimento de estar aqui em cima.
Pô, uma felicidade, né? Eu gostei muito mais de jogar aqui na frente da torcida toda do que jogar lá atrás na Stream B. Então é uma sensação incrível estar aqui.
It's pure happiness, pure joy. It's so much better to be on stage rather than being in the back. This definitely brings them all the happiness in the world.
Now there's two options if you do make it to playoffs. You can either face Ground Zero or you can face Team Secret. Would you rather play your Sam brothers or the brothers from afar in Oceania?
E aí, prefere jogar contra os seus parceiros da Team Secret ou jogar contra os gringos?
Acho que qualquer um que vier a gente vai dar o nosso máximo, então não muda muito quem vier.
Whoever, we really don't care. We just want to win the next match. We don't care really who it is against.
All these teams are dangerous out here. It doesn't matter who it is. Crew Esports proving that once again. But for us up here on the stage, that's going to do it. Let's go back to the desk.
South America now 3 for 3. Well, actually not quite yet. I was about to say something that was not true. I was going to say they punched their ticket to the finals, to the playoffs, but they haven't done that just yet. The final match of the day now, G2 versus FaZe, could not mean more. If G2 wins, they and Crew, they will go. G2 will be the first seed. Crew will be eliminated. If FaZe wins, then G1 gets eliminated. It could not matter more. Jorby though. How you feeling?
How you feeling? I'll tell you what, you know, after all of the flack you guys gave me in the pregame, it feels so good. And, you know, unfortunate though for G1, that game 4 is really haunting them. But I am so impressed, specifically with Drufinho. Now, I've been watching this guy and his come up in South America for a long time. I've been rating him for a long time, and he showed up in this series. He was winning challenges left and right. He was setting his team up for success. They capitalized on G1's mistakes, and they held firm despite G1 going up 2-1. They held firm, and they still won the game. That's the type of moxie you love to see on an international LAN team.
I mean, game 3 was rough. You got that own goal. Couldn't bounce back in that one individually. But then game 4, name a worse duo, G1 in game 4. Yeah. I don't think there is one out there.
I'll name it worse than G1 in game 5.
That was painful.
They can't win that either. See, Jorby, if I was the ultimate hater, I would say something. But I'm not that much of a hater, so I'm going to let you relish it in this little W that you got somehow.
Love you, baby.
Congratulations to Crew. Yeah,
they look good.
They aren't eliminated just yet, and now it's going to be on the backs of G2 or FaZe. They got to rely on FaZe to bring him across the line. But man, G1, wow, that's two series in a row, G1, where you're up 2-1, you look good, and then all of a sudden you hop on Utopia Coliseum and you forget how to play Rocket League in the last 2 minutes. Such cannot be happening. Oh man, Quadra's at home, they're sick. I can hear Cash right now, man. He's saying he wouldn't be doing that. The Dominants would be clutching up.
I mean, G1 did win against.
I know, exactly.
Yeah, it's one thing they did win. I mean, it's winning the first 2 games of matches. It's easy, it seems. It's that third one that'll get you.
It's a little tricky.
Gotta find that one. G1's still out there hunting for it, folks, as we take a look at the overall state of the tournament. More and more teams are punching their ticket to the bracket. Again, as I said, 2 of the 3 South American teams are in the bracket. And if G2 wins, then Crew will not punch their ticket. If FaZe wins, Crew. G1, Crew, and G2, for some reason, my brain keeps mixing up those names.
You could write a rap on that.
I'll help you out.
I'll leave that to you, sir. And folks, we got 2 more matches on the day, and they both are quite important. We got G2 versus FaZe coming up. We've been talking about that because it keeps on mattering more and more, but Karmine Corp versus Vitality. Turtle, got a prediction for me real fast?
I'm excited. Prediction, Karmine Corp, Vitality, K-Corp. I gotta go K-Corp.
K-Corp? All right, man. I think a lot of people in chat are going to be agreeing with you there. We'll see how the analysts feel about it after this quick break, folks. We're going to take a quick one. When we come back, EU versus EU. Who's going through with the higher seed? Vitality versus the Blue Wall after this.
1974.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
Here is 2 for you. Which utter mad lads are the only players here in San Diego to have been perfect swept at an RLCS LAN? Tricky one. If you said Chicago and Banana Head, then you're wrong and stupid, because it was actually Alpha 54 and Marked by 8. Obviously. Alpha's disaster came first in 21-22's full major, when then teammate Fairy Peak was feeling a little under the weather and NRG were not in the mood to go easy.
Vitality in a position to be in, and we know Vitality have been dealing with some issues. A perfect sweep for NRG!
While Vitality couldn't buy a goal, Team BDS were unbeatable. But the good times wouldn't last. Next time round in Winter, Mark & Co had their own collapse.
Hold on.
Typical for FaZe not only to take the win, but to perfect sweep the Fall Major champions. Unbelievable.
Benched for the rest of the season, we would never again see Marked by 8 in BDS colours. This will be the first RLCS LAN that he or Alpha have competed in since their respective humiliations, so those in their crosshairs, beware. I've got a feeling that they'll see revenge as a dish best served with plenty of goals.
'cause we're children of the sun. Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools.
The battle of the baguettes is moments away. Karmine Corp versus Vitality, the two biggest French organizations, both with firepower to spare and both with a chance to make it out as the #1 seed of their group. Welcome back to the Winter Invitational. Only 2 more matches to go, Bates. I know you're most excited about the last one, but Vitality versus Karmine Corp. This one's got some spice to it.
Listen, it does have some spice. France versus France. It's about to be an absolute battle out there on the pitch to bat.
It absolutely is. I mean, you talked about it, 2 big organizations with Vitality and Karmine Corp, but also 2 big players with Alpha 54 on one side, Vatira on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a lights out show here that we're witnessing in San Diego.
That sounded like a rap song. Alpha 54, aka Goat 54, going up against the best player in the world, Vatira Stacks.
Man, this kid, Vatira, how good can he possibly be? I mean, it's one thing to be that good. It looks like the game's in slow motion for him.
It is.
And you can say that about a few players, but especially Vatira. I know there's all this hype about Zen and when he's going to come in.
Yeah.
But until somebody actually knocks the king off his throne, no, Vatira is still the guy to beat in this league.
What he was doing yesterday was amazing.
It was unbelievable.
Did he sleep on the same side of the bed tonight? We're going to find out here in a moment, folks. I'll show you how things have gone so far in our tournament. We're filling teams into the bracket as we are very close to completing our group stage. Only 2 more matches left to be played. G2 and FaZe got to play each other there in Group A. But in that Group B, you see K-Corp and Vitality there in the middle. They're both trying to make it out of this group as the top seed. Important thing in that moment, by the way, if we go to Game 5, that means Karmine Corp is going to be the winner out of the group. If we see Vitality win in 4 or less, they will emerge as #1 in their group.
Wow.
So there is a situation here where Vitality gets to skip gameplay tomorrow. Again, here's the 2 matches left to be played. It's been a full docket. You definitely got to go back and watch some of those matches if you missed them, folks. But we got 2 absolutely rocket-powered teams here. Karmine Corp and Vitality. Let's welcome them to the stage.
For the top spot in Group B, s'il vous plaît, bienvenue sur scène, Karmine Corp and Team Vitality!
There isn't a stronger community in all of Rocket League than the French community. All 6 of these players are friends, are very good friends. They hang out all the time. They're constantly in communication, constantly talking, nothing but respect amongst one another. But when they're facing each other, it's going to be a war. And it starts with this young man right here. We've already touched on it. I'm going to repeat it again. I need to get it through y'all's heads. The best player in the world is Vatira, and it's for good reason. He's grown a mustache, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need one. He's always efficient. Defense, he's got that. Offense, he's got that. Efficiency, touches, clutch gene. When the big time plays are needed the BAB, he's there to make them.
He's a big time player, but he also has help. You gotta look at Itachi here. Itachi going in online, showed up, showed out when Karmine Corp needed him to. He's in the middle seat for a reason. He's got that camaraderie. He's been able to have that communication, and he has been the person that really can help KC soar when they need to.
And as great as Vatira is, it's these two to his right that have probably increased their stock the most from last season's World Championship all the way up to this point. They have earned their spots on this team for sure. We talk a lot about Vatira, but this team would not be where it is without that duo as well. They are as good a supporting cast as you could possibly ask for, especially in Europe.
Karmine Corp has established themselves as the #1 team in Europe, in the most difficult region to differentiate yourself from the pack. But hot on their heels, Vitality's been making a name for themselves this split, and these rookies are a huge part of that.
They are. I mean, Sizen, I talked to him yesterday about the Falcons series. He was like, we should have won that. The way they talk about, you know, being on stage and getting that feel, but now, you know, there's no time for games, no time we should have, could have. You gotta show up here. Sizen has been playing well, and when he has, Vitality has reached new heights. And of course, you got the man in the middle. Alpha 54, my goodness.
I mean, do I even need to say anything about this young man right here? One of the best in the game. All people do, they underrate him because his team hasn't been here in a while, but his performance has never dropped off. He's only gotten better. He's brought these 2 LAN rookies this far, and he's going to try to do the almost impossible, the almost improbable in people's eyes, taking down the blue wall.
And here on the end, man, the whole team is a part of this package. We've heard people telling about Rodosin was the reason teams didn't make it through. The reason that their team, that Vitality is in the spot they are right now. Every part of this team is an equal part of their success.
Yeah, it has been kind of next man up. Everybody has had to be greater than the sum of their parts with this team. Look, it's a new era with Team Vitality, right? I mean, they had K-Dop and Fairy Peak for so long. They get rid of both of them, and these are the guys they've opted to go with. Yes, obviously they're building around Alpha 54, but with Sizen and Rodosin, they have a very strong core, and you just wonder, how long is it gonna last? You know, that's kind of the cloud hanging over their head. We know Zen is coming. What happens after this event?
We're not worried about that. We at this event right now. We at this particular matchup right now. And again, the blue wall, K-Corp is so consistent. Their consistency, their ability to have strong counterattacks. I mean, that level of play, and then also, of course, Vatira as an X factor is one of the reasons why they're on top. Vitality, they have to be able to use some of their high power offense to really strike them.
Yes, and it's not out of question whether Vitality can win this matchup. They've beaten Karmine Corp this split in a Game 5 during the group stage, but it was almost 2 months ago at this point. Can they return to that form and take down the blue wall?
Well, folks, do you think that they can do it? Let us know in chat. Hashtag KC, hashtag VIT. Stacks, who do you think's gonna win?
This spot on the desk. Listen, Alpha 54 is a literal Rocket League Olympian. That doesn't matter. K-Corp is the best team, I think, in this tournament. Vatira, obviously the best player. I have to imagine the blue wall wins strong here, and they take the top spot in the group.
Daz?
Bates, I got a question for you.
Talk to me.
What's the color? Blue! Blue, that's absolutely right. Give me K-Corp, put it in loud and proud. You should know Vatigo's gonna come through and he's gonna show up because big time players make big time plays.
And give me the wall, DeBav. How about the roof of K-Corp as well? What's the color? Blue! I said, what's the color? Blue! Exactly, we got the blue wall and it just keeps on climbing higher than my head. Around the KC, baby. Wait, if you want to attack the blue wall, we can shift it on over to you as well.
I do want to take the blue wall. Now, okay, so the whole wall, we just built a blue wall with predictions.
That's right.
Yes.
Is Vitality really that screwed right now? Like,
no. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, and listen, I meant to say.
Well, here's the thing. You can take this matchup and you can throw everything out the window because when these two teams get after each other, they absolutely can shoot the lights out on either side. So all the numbers, they don't matter. Those numbers, sure, the blue wall's gonna come out strong for them, but don't be surprised if Vitality play the series of their lives and beat them.
Vitality looking to upset them again for the first time in months, apparently, folks. It's time to get into our battle here. France versus France. Alpha versus Vatira. Who can carry more? Who can step up in the match? 5 games to find out who's the #1 seed out of the group. Let's get down to the field.
The battle for French supremacy continues here on this wonderful Friday in San Diego. I am Stumpy, joined by CJ. And my word, what an exciting penultimate series we've got for everybody today.
Here we go, baby. Everything on the line here. The battle for French supremacy.
Let's get it started.
This is going to, I think, really settle quite a few conversations because France is such a tight-knit community. There's a lot of fans that spread across both teams, a lot of org pressure on them both, but the pressure immediately going in favor of Karmine Corp. Alpha working his way out of that corner straight to Radosim. And these boys, in the tunnel earlier when I saw them, they were like shoving each other around on both teams. They're having so much fun. They're great friends on the pitch. They are the deadliest enemies.
They absolutely want to take each other out in this one as well. We obviously saw in the first regional Vitality such a strong performance, carrying their points really for this major, but they couldn't get over the line in the grand final against this team, against the Blue Wall K-Corp.
I mean, talking about this grand finals, K-Corp, they make a home there. Over in Europe, they finished first in our first event versus Vitality. They came first again versus Team Liquid, and then they came second. Only grand finals for this team. Starting it off though, early chances. Vitality with a couple of shots on target, but the crossbar stopping them early.
Yeah, but K-Corp, they've still got a big question mark, and that is, can they do it on land? If it's there, gets the bar down. I thought that one might have gone wide for a second there, but it is K-Corp to open it up.
Crossbar down, the Vatira Itachi combination. Exotic trying to hunt for the defender that no longer exists. A minute gone and a goal in the net.
The Blue Boys are smiling about that one as well. Vatira knew that he might have almost missed that one, but it does go in nonetheless. That's the player that he is. Even his missed shots are still barred down.
Chance for Vatira to make it two. Goes backboard. Alpha with an uncharacteristic miss and gets tapped along by Sizen. Vatira found by one of the midfield players on Karmine Corp, that blue wall. Not being stressed too much so far by Vitality. Flicked high by Alpha, but again, that three-man rotation from Karmine Corp staying ever so strong.
It's that man indeed, Alpha 54. He can be the catalyst for this side. If they want to take down the might of K-Corp, it's got to have to be Alpha 54 stepping up. We see what he can do. He can 1v3 teams. We're going to need it here.
The backboard is owned by Exotic until Alpha comes in and steals the D. Tries to go for that double tap. Instead, now it falls Vatira midfield. No reset. Instead, the strong 50. Radosin following up from Sizen's block. Flips himself back onto that wall. The mechanics from every single player on these teams blows me away. Their recoveries are phenomenal. Chances starting to appear for Vitality, however, as we get 2 minutes into game number one. It's open, but it's Radosin yet again.
Radosin just clutching up defensively here. Vitality, they still need a goal. One goal down here, half the game to go. K-Corp, they just look so settled. The way that they can just compose themselves such an early stage of this series as well is impressive.
Radosin in his online times has been a defender to be trifled with. He is unreal. When he sits on that goal line, you have to put forward a worldie of a shot, didn't have a chance of it going in, then you see him on offense. He is a one-man montage.
Yeah, he has been the man as well. Oh! That shot just goes wide. Alpha couldn't quite get that one off the left post. Vitality could be a costly miss here. K-Corp, they don't give you many chances, Stumpy. When you get that opportunity, you have to take it.
The midfield starting to become ever more present as we develop through this first game. Itachi trying to bump one of the Vitality players off that ball. Vatira goes high, fakes low. Instead, Alpha reads him entirely. Lands with the ball. Is going to be continuing on this play. Exotic to clear it away towards that midfield. And Vatira, his aggression, trying to go for the defender before the shot even begins.
Alpha 54 off the ceiling, does get the fake. Maybe a bump out on Itachi as well. Open opportunity. Exotic's there, just powers it down the other end. Vitality, they're starting to get some offensive looks. K-Corp so far have all the answers.
90 seconds remain. Vatira shoot again, but Alpha can clear it away towards that right wall. Straight away, Karmine Corp continue to swarm. Backboard found yet again by Alpha. Cleared central. Itachi goes high, but with two defenders on him, he has to get it very cleverly around Radosin. Instead, Alpha is able to receive. Vatira gets caught a little bit too far up, can get that midfield boost, and so the Karmine Corp offense can carry on.
They're just struggling with the midfield here, Vitality. They can't find a way through this. K-Corp, just offensive pressure. They've got the boost control. Radosin's in net. Radosino, if you don't mind, as well. He's changed his name. That's beautiful stuff. And Sizen now does get a pop over the top. K-Corp pushing forward, 50 seconds on the clock. What can Vitality do? Is it K-Corp that's going to perhaps let them in a little bit here? Radosin passed across. Alpha 54 can't quite get the shot.
The speed from Karmine Corp to cover every single angle. They know what Vitality want to do, whether it's an infield pass or go to the backboard, maybe even try a solo play. Instead, Karmine are there. They're swarming like bees after that ball. Every time. A double chance over Vatira. Not on that time. It's actually to the backboard, saved away by Sizen. Now it's the 3v2.
Maybe the shot comes out. No, Vatira again. The 1-on-2 gets the save here. 17 seconds. Vitality have to find an opening. What can they do? Maybe a pass across Rados. It's going to be pushing up midfield. Exotic parries it back to his corner. Vatira's there. 10 seconds left. Demo coming out. Pass it infield. Sizen with the shot. Puts it away. Vitality tie it up.
Sizen with 5 seconds left realizes it is do or die, and the pass from Radosin is clinical.
Just slots it in between both K-Corp defenders. In Vitality, they needed to find something. 5 seconds left. We're looking towards overtime.
Kickoff can be incredibly vital with Alpha picking up that left mid boost. It goes to the ceiling. Can't quite get it around Exotic. It's going central with the pass. Sizen fancied yet another infielder.
It was there, and I love that 1 second on the clock to have the... It's courageous to look for that infield pass. It's so easy to just throw a shot on net, but that's what we like to see from Vitality. They're getting more comfortable in this game, and against K-Corp, that is what they need. Now 54. Just get a touch here. He's got low boost to work with. Does pass it to Vatira. Radosin puts it to the corner. Exotics just controlling all of that boost. K-Corp look like they've got a little bit to work with here in the back half.
But they have a lot of time to try and just receive that ball, know where they're passing out to. Sizen going central with that too. KC players committing onto it. The first 30 seconds has gone with a decent amount of Vitality pressure as well. Sizen 15 in that back left corner versus Atashi. That comes out wonderfully towards Alpha. That's completely open. That's Radosin to shoot. That's Radosin to crack the blue wall.
Vitality have dead set stolen game number 1 here. 1-0 down until 5 seconds left, and they get the OT winner as well. Radosin puts it away.
KC have got ridiculous stats when they score first in a game as well. They've got a 96% win rate when they score first. They were 51-2 going into that game. That's now 51-3. That is unbelievably unlikely for Vitality to win that, and yet, sub 5% chance. That is how strong the French region is, and that is what Vitality can achieve.
This is what happens on land, though. We just get these statistical anomalies. You think that K-Corp, they're going to be able to lock it in, but it just wasn't meant to be there in Vitality. They find a way. I love the fact they were able to clutch up and just show that poise under pressure.
That energy from Radosin too. Screaming, shouting, knowing exactly what it is they needed to do and how much this series means to these teams as well. Because coming into this, their group, Group B, is not settled. We're in the 3rd round. However, KC, if they beat Vitality, they get that first seed. They get that bye into the top 8, the quarterfinals. Even if they lose 2-3 in the series, they still make it through as first seed.
That's nice.
Vitality cannot lose 2 games, otherwise they will be going either 2nd or 3rd.
Well, they're off to a good start. They're off to a fantastic start here, Vitality. Let's see what they can just move that, get some confidence from that game number 1. I mean, just pinching that game, you have to think that maybe K-Corp are starting to think about that was the one that got away. They should have locked that in, a 1-0 game. It wasn't meant to be. It's Vitality here with the go-ahead game.
I mean, it was final 5 seconds when Sizen scored that first goal for Vitality too. It was so last minute, and yet Vitality continued through. And Karmine Corp, they're one of the tournament favourites as well.
And the best of 5 as well. This is a huge game. Vitality could be moving on to series point. Number 1 seed.
It feels so soon to say that.
It does.
It's the best of 5. Every game, it brings you that much closer. And with this pressure, immediately, the 3-man passing play. Vitality, a conveyor belt of teeth.
Vitality have shown up to play here against the number 1 in Europe, if you don't mind. Radosin again, he was the man, the hero last game in the overtime, and he opens it up here in game number 2.
Scoring 3 goals in about 40 seconds of in-game time is fantastic for them. Karmine Corp now trailing here on Forbidden Temple. Alpha to the ceiling, but Vatira throw it back into the corner. The intelligent play is much harder to score from those corners, of course. Itachi with 30 boost, gets the ceiling, has the reset, but he also meets Radosin in the sky.
I love seeing Vitality's confidence to push downfield, look for that passing option, steal some boost, and just work that passing game right now. K-Corp, they're not watching the infields, they're not watching that extra pass, and Vitality, they're capitalizing on that.
And Vitality diving in on as many balls earlier as we saw Karmine Corp doing. That is a fantastic shot from Alpha. 50 going near target, but does get saved away. The second shot not finding its way in either. Alpha beating out 2. Just needs to get the 3rd, but instead absolutely wallops it towards that far side.
Yeah, Vitality still have a lot of pressure here. They've got all the boost control right now. K-Corp trying to push downfield. Vatira with the challenge. That's going to open up for Radosin. He's got a little bit of time. Does get 50'd out by Itachi.
Again, Vitality straight back on the attack, forcing it out there. Awkward, the wrong front post here, K-Corp, but now Vatira, perhaps the one-on-one pops it over the top, does get blocked by Sizen.
When you see Vatira charging down at your own net,
it's scary.
It's terrifying. Yeah, it's like seeing a horde of bulldogs charging at you. It's like, well, I don't really know what I can do here.
A horde of bulldogs?
Yeah, I don't know what the actual term is. A pack? A murder of bulldogs? I don't know, CJ.
I don't think it's a horde, but
I don't know what it is.
Anyway.
It's terrifying, whatever.
Well, we're saying that Itachi's getting flip resets over here. Alpha 54 is going to be able to put that one to the side. Sizen perhaps a pass downfield for Alpha. He's got no boost, going to have to grab that corner. Instead, forces a double commit. Redosin gets the challenge as well. Sizen gets beaten out. K-Corp, the speed gets him out of trouble.
2 minutes have elapsed and Karmine Corp still lacking by that one early 30-second goal. Great movement by Alpha there to go on the backboard. Knows that is going to be where Itachi fancies a double. His double taps are near negative angles at times.
Vitality, they're just getting a lot of room downfield right now. A lot of room to work with. Maybe Exotic can get a pass across. Vatira shot, slots that bottom right corner. K-Corp tied up. It was just the ingenuity here. Itachi, Vatira, the double commit, but that means Vatira's downfield for the passing option. He turns, he demands that ball, and he slots it home.
You see Vatira waiting towards that far post, completely open, out of the blind spot as well of Vitality. They are not aware that he's there necessarily, can receive the ball, can get the equalising goal.
This is more like the K-Corp that we've seen online. I know T-Bates is he's a bit of a non-believer right now of K-Corp on land, but this is what we need to see. More of those goals, more of that creativity.
Alpha dribbling near enough around the side of Exotic, but caught and got control of by, I was going to say the Frenchman, that's literally all of them. Exotic bumping one out the way, gets that central, but Alpha from the backboard yet again. A lot of players going to that backboard, but it is completely covered. Vitality yet again reducing this time.
Now it is K-Corp, maybe the edge rule, but follow-up, Itachi gets the goal. Great play from Exotic.
And look at where Exotic comes from too. He lands on the backboard from that previous challenge and can then just go straight towards Sizen, knocks him out of the way. The pins are down, you can just send the ball clean through.
Yeah, he got a heavy enough first touch that he thought, well, I'm just going to go for the bump now. He couldn't get back to the ball. Just great play in the moment there. And it is Exotic, and maybe it's here. It's here off the kickoff. No, it's going follow-up. He does get the goal. K-Corp out of nowhere, going bang, bang, bang.
When it rains, it pours, and the blue wall is dropping bricks on the head of Vitality. 3 goals now with 2 minutes remaining. A little think must be happening for the boys in yellow.
Vitality had so much confidence. They had the pressure, the field control. Another kickoff goal. Vatira! Down the line. Redosin makes a miracle save and maybe keeps this game alive for Vitality.
Diving across, knowing how important keeping out that 4th goal would be. Vatira off this guy on the backboard. Zero boost. The dream not quite there.
Oh, they're coming alive now.
Yeah, buddy.
K-Corp. We're seeing the time and space they're going to be able to utilise right now. Vatira, Stacks is talking about it. He is him, and he's showing it right now. Open net, puts it away. K-Corp get there 4th.
Vatira yet again going for that double off the sidewall, doesn't make it. It bounces back out from Itachi, who nips perfectly in front of Redosin. That smidge of speed yet again benefiting the blue wall.
Exactly, they picked up the pace here, K-Corp. They picked up the pressure, and it's caught Vitality out. They're not sure, but it felt like previously they were expecting him too much. Maybe a pass across Itachi.
Oh!
That is
That is disgusting. That is revolting. How dare you do that on Friday? Exotic rightwards, Itachi top binwards.
He didn't even jump. He just drove into the ball. He knew where it was going and didn't even bother following up either. That is top right corner. Perfect placement there. K-Corp, well, maybe they were asleep. Maybe they were asleep game 1.
They are alive.
Not again, not again.
Vatira tries to go for that 6th goal. They literally were 3-1 up less than a minute ago, and they've scored 2 since.
Exactly. You don't want to go anywhere in this game of Rocket League. Anything can happen right now, and Vatira's making everything happen for K-Corp. What can he do off the ceiling? Size might be able to push that one away. Vitality 4 goals down. This is all but over. Exotic drop down. Itachi blocked out.
Seeing those drop downs from a defender position is horrible. You have to fly straight up and just pray that your car happens to fall in the right place. Vatira attempted to get yet another pass central. But in the final 40 seconds, it falls to Itachi to get a 50. With the reset, gets that central, the pre-jump from Vatira. Exotic to follow. Vatira again to try and swipe it wide. Doesn't matter, they're still 4 clear.
K-Corp just playing with their food right now. They're having fun out here, game number 2. They're going to get that all-important equaliser here in the best of 5. They want the first thing, Vatira flip reset blocked out. Maybe the follow-up Itachi, sorry, that was. Maybe another shot here. K-Corp, they want 6. They might want the Brazil.
If you look closely enough, on the blue side of the pitch, the grass has grown about twice as long because no cars have driven over it for the last 3 or 4 minutes. This has been entirely on the orange side of the pitch. Sizen unable to get that Cooksteer pinch. Instead, Karmine Corp with a statement on Forbidden Temple.
Oh, Vitality, they need to take this 60 seconds for all they're worth here and reset right now because K-Corp, it feels like that snowball is just getting bigger and bigger right now. They could run away with this series.
That's what it looks like when they come alive. Yeah. That is the terrifying team that you will be facing down as Vitality. And they must be thinking right now, thank gosh we got that first game. Getting that overtime goal is huge.
And look at that man there, Vatira, with a hat-trick in that game, MVP as well. 8 shots, 3 goals. Helped out by Itachi as well. K-Corp on fire.
And Vatira in this competition right now leads the entire event in score per game with 530 on average. That is revoltingly high, and he even beat it in this one, 541. He's performing technically above average score-wise, but just the way that he moves around the pitch and having, 8 shots on target and scoring nearly half of them? He is clinical.
16 shots there for K-Corp, 5 goals there, nearly going to 30%. I mean, they're just deadly right now, and as we said, as soon as they picked up the pace, as soon as they switched it up, Vitality, they had no answers at all for the rest of the game. Maybe that 60 seconds can work wonders here. How do they step up and face that pressure?
I mean, that's the question for Coach Ferrer as well, one of the most intelligent minds in Rocket League. He's one of the most established players we've ever seen.
Oh,
and that is an unfortunate open net miss to kick off the third game.
Oh, Radosin off the kickoff could have found it. Perhaps he might get the follow-up. No, he puts it wide again off the crossbar. Itachi gets the save. Vitality, that could have been the perfect start. Maybe Sizen off the stealing pass down. Alpha 54 can't quite get it. Follow-up shot goes wide.
Sizen now, chance to try and continue this pressure. With no boost, however, it's going to be a challenge to get around Itachi, and he does not manage to do so, but did a great job. A double tap in the corner, Radosin going back to that leopard-printed monstrosity that we all know and love. Alpha now from his own half gets back into the blue half, thankfully. Going to be quite different from
great demo.
The previous game. Double demo for Alpha. Is it in? You bet it is!
He's picking up from the bull. He just goes to physical play right there. Alpha can't get in the game mechanically, but he finds other avenues to score. Sizen does clean it up. Vitality get the first on the board.
If you can't get the ball, get the man. And if you're going to get the man, you better send 2 feet studs up towards his shins.
That's a bit violent, but I agree with you there. Let's see what he can do now. 54 off the steal. He's got a reset. Fake the musty.
No!
54, ladies and gentlemen.
Alpha 54. You beast! Faking the musty, going low, the immediate wave dash to the floor, popping it above 2. That is what he is capable of.
He baited the flip reset, he baited the musty flick, and then he just popped it over the top, sliding into the left-hand side. Vitality, what a way to respond after that last game.
And 2 so soon in the opening minute of Game 3 is going to be confidence-inspiring for them.
Here now gets a shot on net. That's just got to go in out of nowhere. Vitality capitulating defense. What happened here on the ball? Alpha's in net front post. He doesn't get the save. Radosin can't reach it either. K-Corp just get a gimme goal there. And Vitality, after a perfect start, Alpha 54 popping off, they just let the easiest of goals against a side like K-Corp. You don't want this to happen because Vatira off kickoff might be able to get another one hand off to Itachi. And it goes in.
It turns around just like that sometimes. Vatira manages to get it past 2 of them, completely forgoes the ball as well, and just dives in front of where Radosin needs to be. He doesn't even go straight for Radosin there, because he might miss him. He dives where Radosin has to be, occupies his space, and body blocks him sideward.
He had no boost, the touch was too heavy, that was his only option, but he pre-flips the bump to open it up for Itachi, and all of a sudden, 20 seconds later, Stumpy, we've got a tie ball game.
We've only had a minute and a half in this game so far, and it has been bonkers. As Exotic going towards that net, the top corner not found, as Sizen can save it away, gets around 2 players as well, and the third, that net is completely open, but who's going to win this foot race?
Can't quite get the touch though, Central, and now K-Corp might be able to parry this one away. Redosin gets the touch, does go around Exotic. Vatira's there to clear that one. This is a little bit dangerous. Redosin over to Alpha 54. He's got a bit of boost. What can he work with? Fakes the touch out. Maybe a Redosin touch back, but that's not what they wanted. The demo coming out. Vatira, he's circling like a shark. He won't get cake off boost. Saved out by Size, and that was huge.
The idea from Sizen there to not panic, don't go for the ball straight away, you don't need to, you're not got the boost to go for it either. Just chill, but as the net is open, Redosin has to dive in front miraculously. The pressure for Karmine Corp is building.
Gee, Vitality, to think that they could be going down right now in this game after such a perfect start, but that's what K-Corp can do, that's the pressure that they bring. They're never out of any game right now, and Sizen throws an infield, no one's there. Vitality sitting back, they're panicking, they're worried about just the offense, the pressure from K-Corp.
Tachi into that corner, goes alongside Redosin and Alpha, double committed on that ball. Vitality cannot get messy. Past central, but Vatira unfortunately finding no one. Fans, by the way, in the arena, every single touch feels like their hearts are stopping. The double touch for Exotic, not managing to lead to a goal on that occasion.
This could be open, Sizing, like, oh, I can't quite get it on target there. Alpha 54, brilliant save in defense. Vitality finding a way to keep this ball game tied, which sounds crazy. They were 2-0 up in this game. What can they do here? Alpha 54 has got boost. Can he get a bump over the top? Vatira does get the save across. Itachi gets the follow-up. K-Corp straight out of defense. The big EU clear is on net. Exotic gets the control. He's going to be able to get a 50-50 here. Maybe a follow-up as well. Size and carries it across, but Exotic, so much value out of his touches.
90 seconds remain in game number 3. They're drawn 2-all, 1-all in the series. It could not be closer. Sizen going for that double off the sidewall, but blocked out by Exotic. Itachi now on the charge alongside his teammate. Redosin blocking it out very thankfully for Vitality. 27 boost for Vatira. He's done more with less, but instead Redosin is able to block it. That's central. Sizen up way earlier. Up for the double, but you know that Vatira is going to block it out. Gets that second touch as well. That counter-attacking play from KC is utterly deadly.
They've just got so much confidence in defense. They want to be on offense. Maybe it must be Flea. Can't quite get it. Vatira's in net. Vitality just looking a little bit awkward right now in the transition in defense. Vatira does get blocked out. Maybe Alpha can get the 50-50. Vatira's in the corner. This could be dangerous. Is there an infield pass?
Itachi receiving that play from his own corner. Vatira, my word. Assisting with 46 seconds left. These late game heroics.
As soon as you saw him in that corner, you just knew he was going to make some magic happen, and that's what he did right there. Alpha 54, can he make some magic happen? Flip reset, double touch goes wide, and the follow-up from Redosin can't quite go in. Now Sizen's in a little bit of trouble having to defend. Alpha 54 cuts rotation and keeps Vitality in the offense.
Itachi touching intelligently onto that backboard, but then lets that ball go quite errantly. Zero boost. Itachi versus Redosin instead. Exotic fancied a chance on it. Gets bumped around, and now 20 seconds remain. Karmine Corp. Are they able to shut this down at just through 2? That's open. That's Sizen with 30 moves. Flicks over 1, but no bump coming in towards Itachi.
10 seconds left for Redosin. What can he do here? Vitality need to find another equalizer. Late game heroics. They did it in game number 1. Maybe the shot. Maybe it's the steal. And no, Alpha 54 gets the save. Ball's still in the air. It's kept up. Alpha pops it over the top. Babs the shot on net. Goes direct. It's goal! K-Corp hold on by the skin of their teeth.
You could see a gap in that blue wall. The near own goal at 0 seconds. But they stay firm. And that was Vitality up by 2 as well. They let it go 3-2 in the end. I don't even know what their stats are. When they score first, they win 80% of their games. When they score 2, it must be near 100. That is unfortunate for them, but that counter-attacking play from Karmine Corp, it was the rapid goals as well to shut them down.
And Vitality again, imagine if they stole it again, brought it to overtime. We saw what they did in game number 1, but gee, they have to be thinking about that 2-0 lead that they just let up so easily. Kick-off goals and misplays in defense there, and you can't do that against K-Corp. They're just going to punish you. They're going to get those goals every day of the week, and they're going to capitalize.
Chance yet again for Ferro to be using that big, beautiful French brain of his to figure out what on earth they can do against a team that seems to never tilt. A team that seems to just see that grand finals and think, oh, we will get there. You are just a stepping stone. We will get to that point.
They're dead set robots here, K-Cob. Let's see what Vitality can do here. Utopia Coliseum, game number 4, everything on the line. They want the number 1 seed. You want to go through to Sunday, and almost Alpha off the kickoff.
These early goals not necessarily meaning, however, a game win. KC have been broken on that. Vitality have been broken on that. It all depends on how you finish at the end of those 5 minutes.
Exotic gets the touch, Batira. A little bit awkward in defense. Vitality starting this strong, and it was off that kickoff already. They've got the boost, they've got the pressure, but that corner touch isn't going to do them any favors. This could be a touch here, blocked out huge by Exotic, and a touch, he does get the save as well. K-Corp on the ropes early, low boost.
Tachi send that ball long, Sizen to receiver, sending it to no one, only 8 boost. Exotic will surely catch that, he does. With 40, he sees Vatira central. Vatira can catch. There's no way he gets this angle. Instead, he forces that pass and gets that corner boost. Right now, Karmine Corp starting to just build up that arsenal for them to attack with.
Alpha does get the 50 on 2 people. Itachi's in there, he's a little bit awkward, does get a huge save to the corner. K-Corp still holding on. Vitality starting this game well. They want to force a game number 5.
With that game win as well, Karmine Corp have secured number 1 seed in their group. So this is now Vitality playing, seeing where they are going to be finishing instead. 90 seconds gone. Vitality, can they bring this 1-5?
This is a great practice as well, and it's such a LAN format situation against the best team in Europe, Vitality. They want to make a statement here. They want to bring it to 5, lock in a better seed coming out of the group stage, but K-Corp looking to end it right here, right now.
The midfield starting to get a lot more worn down as these teams have had already quite a big series, by the fact it's only been 3 games. It feels like it's been a lot more than that. Sizen sending it high, actually towards the goal, but Itachi has enough wherewithal to know that that is going to be a threatening shot regardless. Alpha up for that double touch, but blocked out by Exotic. Any touch would have sent him off his groove, and Sizen round the side, but can't quite get that second on the dish.
Vitality, they've been in offense for 2 minutes, but they've got no reward for their hard work right now. Score still 0-0. Maybe the touch, but Tira can't get it. Sizen slots it away. Vitality get the first.
A beautiful pass central for Alpha as well. Gets that threatening idea of a bump in Vatira's head, makes him go high, can't make any contact with it, and Sizen, as he's in the air, can tap it just below the crossbar. Vitality with another game lead. But as I said at the start, it all depends on how you finish.
They deserve to go for all their hard work at the start of this game, and they get a bit of reward for effort here. Let's see if they can open it up again, get their second on the board. Exotic's downfield, this is dangerous. It's going to go wide. Sizen picking up the corner boost. Itachi gets crazy angle. Now 54's ready for it as well.
0 chance I would have read that if I was a player, by the way.
K-Corp just in every situation. Flip reset. Save out Itachi, and Exotic gets the follow-up.
Vatira starting to use every tool that's available to him. The tap on the nose, the touch with the dummy, onto that right-hand post for Exotic to be able to send it in. 1-1 in our derby.
Gee, I'd love to play second man behind Vatira. Just let him absolutely decimate, demolish that defense, and then play clean-up crew. K-Corp get the equalizer, must flick off the kickoff. Sizen parries it wide, but the demo comes out as well. Itachi off the ceiling. Alpha 54 gets faked. Vatira's up, maybe a double touch. Gets it across, no one there.
2 minutes remain, and Sizen wanted to get the second goal for Vitality. 3 players right in his view from Karmine Corp. That sea of blue is going to be shutting him down on this attempt. Exotic towards the centre, no boost however, and so gets caught out by Sizen, who does fancy the double. Instead, Alpha comes in and decides that he wants to go for that 50. Vatira now works it around Radosin. It's a 1v1, but with Vatira, you know for a fact it's going to be impossible.
Oh, the first touch was too heavy. He couldn't get the follow-up. He tried to squish it off the crossbar. No follow-up now. Vatira having to chase back last man. Score still tied up. Minute 30 on the clock. Let's see what Vitality can do. They throw the ball away though. That gives Itachi a little bit of a chance. 20 boost, not much to work with. Locked out there. Low boost on the side of Vitality as well. Radosin sitting in the middle with 0. Maybe a double touch. Goes wide. No follow-up as well. Vitality clear it out.
A minute 20. Itachi to the ceiling. Radosin backboard. Clears it away nicely this time. But Utopia is seeing an absolute battle begin.
Oh, Vatira, you just feel like something's cooking here. He's got a solo play. He's got a Meki goal in him right now. But Alpha 54 does get the clear downfield. Exotic with the pre-jump puts it away.
Exotic, midfield, 0 boost cover, gets it round 1 by going low in the end. Radosin Haven't seen him too much in this game, but sends it high towards Seisner, who's just got a boost steal too. The boost becoming quite low for Karmine Corp as Vitality push.
We need to get a goal right here, right now. Oh, that's going to be on target. Redosin, great positioning. Alpha 54. Here's the solid player. Itachi's pre-jumping ooff the roof.
Oh.
Huge block out there. Huge play. Exotic with the follow-up. Maybe in the center for Vatira. Vatira! Vatira, you freak!
30 seconds and Vatira manages to receive that absurd angle from Exotic. 2 defenders, but 1 Vatira to defend against.
There's only one player that knew where that exotic touch was going, and that was Vatira. He was ready for it, he trusted his teammate, and they do get the lead, and they might get it off the kickoff as well. Seisman with a huge fake. He's in a little bit of trouble backwards right now. Exotic might just be able to walk the ball through, but Vitality holds strong.
Full elbows out for everybody on this pitch right now. Vitality playing to make sure this gets to 5. A 50 with Vatira in that 6-yard box.
Here we go now. What can Vitality do? Can they get a touch? 10 seconds on the clock. Itachi's trying to put it away. They want to lock this one out. Redosa can't quite get it.
5 seconds left. Vatira left wing is found. Itachi to Donka onwards. Alpha to the sky, but with a blue wall in front of him, that ball will only be finding the ground. Karmine Corp are your #1 seed going through from Group B.
Is this the time where K-Corp, they get rid of those land jitters and they go all the way here in San Diego at the Winter Major? Well, it's looking good so far.
That team is one that does not want another top 8 finish. They want to be getting past their quarterfinals that they've already secured. They want to be looking to those semis and use that as yet another stepping stone. That grand finals is merely a formality for these French demons.
And that will mean that Vitality now will play Oxygen in that round of 12, the 9-12 game. That's going to be an absolute doozy.
Every single match on this is going to be an absolute doozy, CJ. I am blown away by how Karmine Corp put up with that Vitality, by the way. That Vitality who broke Karmine Corp in that first game.
That was absolutely electric from both sides. And just to see K-Corp go up here when Vitality tested them, they just found a response. They kept going up. They kept leveling up as the series went on. It was exceptional play there. K-Corp have put themselves in the best possible situation to get their best result.
So Vitality versus Oxygen is our confirmed matchup for that round 1 that we're going to be seeing take place. I believe that's going to be tomorrow for our round 1 matches. Everything that we have seen from these two teams is blowing me away. Because you look at how Karmine Corp played at the start of that series, they were good, but they weren't Karmine Corp. And the way that they turned it on, the way that they turned it around and won 3 on the trot is something that I think you see from a lot of champion teams.
I mean, we talk about their consistency. It's becoming a joke at this point, Stumpy. They just keep showing up week in, week out, day in, day out, game in, game out. And it's always Vatira just showing up as well. His team are helping them out. K-Corp, again, just finding a way. I love the resilience. Playing to the crowd as well.
Yeah.
These guys have been sensational.
And also Vatira, he wasn't even just shouting generally. He was like standing up a little bit and shouting at, by the way, his mates. Like across the stage, shouting at them, saying, I'm so good. I'm the GOAT at the moment. I'm the best player in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that friendly rivalry, and that's what we saw out there. But when they're on the pitch, they are fierce enemies.
Yeah.
And I believe we've got an interview right now.
We do.
Oh my goodness, this place is already electric. It's not even the weekend yet. That had grand finals vibes all over it. Now you guys played these guys in a grand finals all the way back in Regional 1. Did they feel like the same team, or did it feel like you guys kind of learned something about them?
No, it was kind of different because like in LAN it's not the same tournaments as online, so like it was kind of the same team, but with the LAN environment, with the pressure, the game is different, so yeah, it was...
Yeah, and after game 1, I mean, you guys lost that one, and typically when we see you lose those, your heads kind of go down, you slump out, but not in that one. Immediately, I noticed Vatira look over at all you, and he was talking. He was kind of being like a field general. What was he saying in those moments?
I don't remember what he was saying, but we were all like for us, it's fine. We know that even if we lose 1 or even 2 games, we can come back and win. We know we're better than anyone in here, so we just told after the game, and everything was fine. We knew we were going to win that series, and we did.
Now, I don't speak French, and I'm a terrible lip reader, but from what it looked like in some of those games, it looked like you guys were saying, we're better, be more aggressive and just shoot the ball. Is that kind of what you guys were saying to each other?
I don't remember exactly. It was kind of just like we know we're better than them. We know individually we're better and as a team as well. So let's not overthink and just play our game, and we're going to beat them as we always do.
Well, you guys can kind of relax now because you get the #1 seed, but you can't relax for too long because there's still a lot of good teams left. But what does it mean to you to get that #1 seed, especially knowing that every team here pretty much puts you at #1?
For us, it's important because we think we had a really tough group, and it's really good to come out first seed 3-0. And we know the most important is Saturday and Sunday, the playoffs. And we know we have to be good at that moment. That's the most important moment, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, look forward to all the games that you're about to play. That one was fun. I was stuck, glued to the screen, and I hope you guys will stay glued to the screen because we're about to go back to the desk to break that all down.
Easily the closest matchup of the day, and it didn't even go to Game 5 here. Karmine Corp going to emerge as the victors in the Battle of the Baguettes and also be the #1 seed out of their group. Daz, tell me what you saw.
What I saw greatness on the field. I saw championship level Rocket League on the field. And for both sides too, you know, even though Vitality took the L there, they showed, I mean, what they really can do when they come together. But of course, again, you had the boss battle music with Karmine Corp playing. And when it starts, oh my goodness, things get so hectic. I mean, look at this, overtime performances, Vitality getting locked in, Vatira score goals, yelling at the other side, like, come at me. Whew. I loved what we got here from both these teams.
When rivals go at each other, it is a treat to watch because, again, the records don't matter. One side is going to elevate to the level of the other, and that's what Vitality did against K-Corp. The problem is, God, he was so good. The problem is that guy was also good.
Yeah.
So too was Itachi, so was all of K-Corp. Today, they're better.
Yeah, today they're better, man. It's Rocket League's at its best when you got two of the greatest in the game going back and forth with the supporting cast also balling out. Alpha 54 versus Vatiro, man, that was like Kevin Durant versus LeBron. When you needed to make a play, they made it. Vati comes out on top right here. K-Corp, they're the better team. I expect them to come out on top. And the color is blue today. They end up topping out Group B 3-0. Ooh, and then the loser of this next matchup will probably finish second. Well, they'll finish second, and they'll have to play him in the second round.
Stacks, I'm a little bit worried for North America right now.
I mean,
he's always worried though.
Listen, we
for good reason.
We did kind of save the best for last, but boy, yeah, the loser of this next series is not going to be in a very good spot, are they?
No.
That is out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Absolutely, man. North America, this next match is going to be amazing. I'm so excited for it, but if Europe's got two teams playing that well right now. This is about to be a very difficult bracket. I mean, the brackets are always difficult though, Bates. It's a single elimination. You lose one, you go home. Here's what the bracket looks like so far. We do have some matches starting to fill in here. Falcons will be taking on Gen.G. They're in round 1, and Vitality will be taking on Oxygen.
Vitality versus Oxygen, EU, all EU matchup right there. Falcons, the boys from MENA going up against the reigning major champions, the BAB. I know you might be uncomfortable with that. In this next matchup, we'll return to Group A3 and Group A1. Wait, is Group A2 not decided either? Oh, wow. It's all over the place for Group A. Plenty of things on the line right there.
Yeah.
But of course, Complexly, K-Corp, Liquid, all sitting in that quarterfinal right now as we're trying to decide who will join them automatically on Saturday. Oh, and they're all starting to walk in.
You're hearing what you're hearing in the background is the players of the next match making their way to the stage, and the fans are already pumped up about it. We have one more match, Daz.
Yeah, we do. We have one more match, and this one is going to be a banger. G2 versus FaZe Clan. Winner's going to get a break tomorrow. Loser's going to have to play K-Corp in the second round if they get there. This one is like, there's so much weight on it, you know. Match of the day.
And who wins determines who's out. This next match literally could not mean more. We've made you wait all day. It's time for the title match. G2 versus FaZe will be coming up right after the break.
1974. to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's open tonight. Let me give from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me give
Let's lose our mind.
Feel me in the dark, in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
It all comes down to this. Top seed, as well as who is eliminated from Group A, will be decided by who wins this match. G2 versus FaZe to close out day 2. You wouldn't have it any other way, and the fans are in the building and ready for it. Welcome back to the Winter Invitational. San Diego's been a wonderful home for this competition, and we're only halfway through, Bates. We got 2 more days of action.
I know, we're only halfway through, but on the back half of today, it started feeling like the Winter Major for real, for real. The intensity in the crowd has heightened, the level of play has heightened, and now we're at the main card, FaZe versus G2. All the chips on the line, winner takes home. Group A.
You've been waiting all day for it.
I sure have.
He's been keeping some in the tank just for this one.
I've been waiting for this matchup.
You deserve it. You work hard, and this is a good reward to end the day off.
Fans deserve it.
It's what
the fans.
That's also true. Everyone deserves it.
What
it's
are
always
we
a classic?
What are we but fans with microphones?
That's
folks?
true.
That's just all kind of the same. How did we get here, folks? It's been a long day, a long road, but we are about to finish seeding our teams into this bracket. Groups B, C, and D all done. It's all about Group A over there, Spaceman. One match going to determine who's out and who is in.
There is not a single person alive right now who would have predicted that FaZe would be sitting near the bottom 1-1, how these things went. But it all comes down to this, and the beauty of head-to-heads and game differentials and all of this at the end of the day is it boils down to a single best-of-5 G2 versus FaZe Clan. You win, you move on for FaZe. This is dire situations.
You see Crew and G1 there in the middle of the group. If FaZe wins, they will clinch the first seed out of the group, and Crew will advance out of the group with G1 being eliminated. If G2 wins, it's the opposite. G1 advances out of the groups, and Crew is eliminated. You don't have bigger G2 fans right now than G1. You don't have bigger FaZe fans than Crew. This is all, it all comes down to this, folks. This is the big one. G2 versus FaZe Clan.
Here it is, your main event of the evening. It's FaZe Clan and G2.
The last time we saw G2 on North American soil, they were in the grand finals of the RLCS World Championship with thousands of NA fans screaming their names. And ultimately didn't end up coming out today. The last time we saw FaZe on North American soil, they had a little bit of a different roster, but they picked up Nick Costello, and they've been balling ever since. Achieved.
Yes, FaZe been playing a lot better in G2, most notably. Definitely improved performance over the last time we got to saw them. Like you say, in that grand final, they didn't really look like they had it all together in that one, but they have definitely settled in here at the Major comfortably, playing some excellent series. They've definitely ironed out how they want to structure themselves. It's made them infinitely more lethal, and I think the biggest guy right there, you gotta pay attention to Chicago. He's a real problem in the midfield, and maybe a big problem for FaZe today. He's been playing very well.
FaZe has been red hot of late, but this is a storied matchup in Rocket League. These two teams, they've played 20 times in the history of Rocket League. G2 holds the head-to-head 12-8. They have had FaZe's number more times than not.
And it's going to be tough to break through that defense of G2 because once they get possession, they're not going to relinquish it. They're going to go down and strike while the iron's hot. It's a web of different opportunities. In this G2 roster, first at the last Winter Major and second at Worlds, when they play on North American soil, they bring their best, and FaZe have to be able to match that.
As we move over to that FaZe side. Who we looking at first? Okay, typical. He's been an absolute dog ever since they added Mist. Because first killer, we know what he can do. He's always touching the ball, always going to be arguably the best player on the pitch. But he's got two stalwart defensive giants in the background. Sip and Mist, locking it up, giving FK the space, giving him the time to be great. It all starts with these two in the back and let FK work up front.
That's what it's all about. It's identifying space, and that was what worked so well for him last time they played G2. They knew exactly where the ball needed to go, how to get it there, how to buy the time, and then they were just absolutely poking and prodding around. G2 just couldn't figure it out.
At the World Championship, we thought about giving Mist the defensive player of the event because of one save. It was just the most absurd save we'd ever seen. He does it like no one else.
And I feel like this comes down a lot to the mid game. When you look at what Mist is able to do in transition, how Atomic can work off the sidewall in space and create shots for G2, that's where these two players are going to be at their peak. Wavepunk, you're going to have to be looking at Mist and Atomic to lead the charge for these two teams in this series. It might come down to them.
Man, we did so much talking, and we haven't even talked about First Killer yet.
All the players did it for us, and all those reels, they're like, I compare myself to First Killer. He's the bar right now.
Good. We've been talking all day about how Vatir is the best player in the world, Fates. If there's anyone who's giving him a run for his money, it's FK.
Yeah, FK is that guy next up. He is the player who has stepped up and elevated his game over the course of the past 2 months. He's becoming more of a team-oriented player. He knows he can get his, but what is this?
I think it's a tweet.
The script writers were definitely on some good stuff when sending the games for group A. That's a great tweet. I didn't know we had that. That threw me off guard. Thank you, Heinz Chan. We appreciate you watching. But back to FK for a second. FK, we know what he can do by himself as an individual player, but he's been utilizing his teammates more, and that has elevated FaZe to the point where they are now back-to-back regional champions in NA. I know they're 1-1, but they did start off slow.
And him really moving that ball around to his teammates has really enabled him to have, believe it or not, actually an increased field presence, because you start to lose a little bit of track of First Killer when you realize, hey, this Typical's moving the ball and Mist is pushing up really aggressively on that far side of the pitch. You got to start looking everywhere else, and that's when First Killer wheels right back around through the rotation. You're like, oh, we lost him, and you can't lose track of that guy. He will make you pay for it.
That New York hat has become, like, it's become intimidating. At first I used to be like, your name's Chicago and you're wearing a New York. I'm just confused. Where's this branding's off point? But at this point, he has rocked it to so many victories. So many times.
I mean, I respect it. New York, a title town. Chicago, a title player. He's been in the biggest of stages against the best of opponents. And when you look at this matchup just head-to-head, not only do you need First Killer to step up and show what he's got, but Chicago, as of late, has been playing some absolutely fantastic Rocket League. One of the captains of the squad, along with J-Naps, if they get started early, they're going to be tough to beat.
I'm not even worried about the fact that they dropped that series to G1. FaZe consistently struggles in their first series of the tournaments. They always start a little bit slow, and then they ramp up.
And neither is Roldiz. I talked to him. He's been walking around pumping out his chest all day. He's so confident. He said last night, basically, we only had one scrim going into that matchup against G1. I know you saw the first 2 games, but what about the last 3? They look completely different. FaZe is nothing but pure confidence, and I think now it's a little bit different than last year. Last year, G2 always had the edge over everybody in NA, but at the moment, it seems like FaZe might have the edge over everybody in NA, and that does play a factor in these interregional matchups on the stage.
They're battling back. FaZe has got the job done, time and time again over recent memory, but you can't count out history. G2 definitely holds the edge, not by much in the head-to-head overall. But that's the real question, you know. You've got a better looking G2 over these past couple days. So can you figure it out if you're FaZe Clan with G2 playing a much more solid game? Can you still find a way through to maneuver the ball? And that's really the big question, is that G2 defense enough to keep out a team like this?
You can make a case on either side for which team is better, but it's going to come down to these 5 games of Rocket League. Who do you think is at home? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag G2, hashtag FaZe. Spaceman,
yeah,
give me a prediction.
If FaZe come out slow in game 1, this series is, I think, over.
Oh,
if
that's
FaZe
right.
need to come out and strike hot, I'm taking G2. I think they're just too good on North
Wait a
American
second.
lands.
Time. Whoa. You started off yesterday hyping up FaZe and you went with G2?
Yeah.
Remember, he said they were going to lose 2 games and then make it.
Yeah,
they already
lost that
so
part. I mean, I'm
this part.
switching.
Wow.
I'm here for predictions, baby. G2.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I got to pick.
The whole stadium sits with bated breath.
I have to go FaZe, I think. I think they battle back. I hate to say it. G2's look good, but it's another day. They're settled in now. I like FaZe.
I have absolutely no idea who's the crowd favorite right here. Neither of them are getting that many cheers, man. I don't know who they want at home.
Don't tell me you're gonna pander.
I know. I might have to pander to the crowd. I might have to see who
Pick one.
You want me to pick?
Pick one.
You want me to pick for the crowd?
I'll roll with you.
Okay, you roll with me?
I'll roll with you.
Alrighty, so let me tell you, let me give you the facts of the matter. FaZe is 3-1 against G2. FaZe has won the last 2 NA regionals. But
wait for it.
the only time that they've ever lost to G2 was in a best of 5. Also, by the way, I got one more fact that nobody knows about. The team that is in blue has not lost yet today.
Oh, no shot.
G2, baby, I'm rolling with them.
Give me G2 on this one.
Oh, no, I'm the only guy.
That's a fact that none of y'all knew.
I'm nothing if not a man of my word. How does chat feel about it? They got an army in
Gotta be
chat,
50.
and they're going to be showing up here. G2 fan favorites and favorites on the desk, folks. Let's get into it, folks. FaZe versus G2 for the 21st time in Rocket League's history, and this one matters the most. You got the red of G2 versus the red of FaZe. No matter how it goes, it's going to be crimson carnage, folks. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
All of Group A hinges on one final series. FaZe Clan, G2, with the rest of the group in the palm of their hands.
Time for talk is over. It's time to get on the field and show you what you got. Game 1, G2 FaZe. This has been something that has been developing. FaZe Clan already striking hot. First killer with the first goal.
The old adage goes, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, but when you can start off 8 seconds in, you give yourself one heck of a shot. G2 now has to answer an immediate shot from FaZe Clan.
It's about how you start. Did FaZe Clan come out with the fire? They're looking to do so right now. Oh, Chicago though with the demo on first killer. FaZe Clan has this team. Everybody, when they step up, they look like just this unbeatable machine. G2, when they play that play style that everyone knows, it's just so signature to them. It works, but this time, FaZe Clan making a statement. First killer with the demo, and typical with the second goal.
Yeah, sometimes you can overstate the importance of body language and all of that stuff, but FaZe Clan physically looks different at this LAN. We've seen them in the past, and it's almost like they're waiting for things to go wrong. Not now. They're taking every opportunity by the horns. Typical going after Atomic there. Couldn't get a piece of him, so it's brought back in. And Chicago out to the wing, where it's jumped right back in by first killer. And FaZe Clan continue the assault on the G2 half the field. It's missed up the ladder. Chicago off to the side. All he can do is watch as it comes harmlessly to ground, and Atomic takes over.
It's been a slow start for G2, no offense just yet. First minute's gone by, and the game has been all FaZe. But what's gonna happen once G2 start getting going? You've seen Chicago's been able to get some demos out, but look, when FaZe are on the attack, G2's, they sit on that back wall, just let them move forward. You cannot give the guys on FaZe playing space like that. They'll take advantage of it.
Atomic comes up empty there, so Chicago will pop it back in. It's missed. With nothing but blue cars ahead of him. Easy stop for the G2 defense. Can they turn it into offense? J-Naps on his own out of the corner. Not a whole lot of support. Atomic lurking behind the play. Now Mist will bring it across. He avoids his former teammate Atomic. And Chicago all he can do is delay the inevitable. FaZe Clan right back on the G2 half of the field, and more opportunities for FaZe until this one gets by. JNAP's trying to create. Indirect, and it's saved away right at the post.
And who got the save? It was Mist, of course. What a stop there. FaZe Clan hold on to the 2-goal lead. They're looking for 3, too, as Mist leads the charge. This gets put to the back wall. Atomic will try to give it to Chicago.
Chicago's got options, gonna call his own number, and he's met by a brick wall in front. Now JNAP's again. Past first killer. Difficult to clear. Out to first, hard to the backboard. And it's almost off the bar, down and away. Unlucky break for FaZe, one of very few so far.
It's been hard for G2 to get set up, and then when they're running away from that counterattack, it just looks so deadly. Almost another chance there. That's a great clear out by JNAP, but it gets hit right back in. FaZe Clan not trying to give ground for free.
Typical got chased out of the zone, so now JNAP will go to work. Still trailing by 2, and it feels like so much has happened in this game. There's still 2 minutes left. First killer had it taken away, but there's nobody across the way, so now it's Mist right at JNAP. Good drop off for Atomic, but again, well defended by FaZe. Look, there's no secret between these two squads. They're so familiar with each other, neither is going to surprise the other.
It's about adjustments, making those adaptations. You can see G2, they've been able to kind of stop the bleeding here, but still, only 1 shot recorded from them. They've been slowly gaining ground, gaining possession. JNAP will finally put a second shot on for G2. So again, they're starting to show some life of offense. FaZe has slowed down here. If G2 can get going with time on the clock, they can bring themselves back into this game.
Just takes 1 strike to get a kickoff to tie. It's Chicago. Plenty in the tank. Down to 30 and going after heads, not finding any. First killer blocked by Atomic, but there is Mist again. Starting so many counterattacks is what FaZe has been lacking. A reliable defender so the first killer doesn't have to camp out at the net to start every attack downfield. It's blocked here by Mist, and first killer can stay at the back now with his team leading by 2 and 40 seconds left.
Here's this Simple just playing it close to the ball. JNAP's with a chance, gets the flick high, first killer's there. Is it gonna be a follow-up? Atomic on the ball, shot, it's in! Atomic strikes, G2 within 1.
Got back within 1 with Typical going for the squishy save. Didn't have the read. Of course, Atomic had everything to shoot at. 34 seconds remain. Life for G2.
G2 gotta lock in here. Good kickoff for them. They gotta go back though. First killer gonna send that towards Chicago. First killer trying to pick it up again, playing this high. But no follow-up. JNAP gets a demo on Mist as well, slowing things down. They're trying to get a calculated push here in the final seconds.
Got to get this ball away from Mist first, and they have done that. So step 1 complete, but they didn't keep possession. So now JNAP can't afford to panic, but they don't have any time now. 7 seconds. Not a lot of boost. It's Chicago taking his time. Could not get by first killer, who will bring this towards the ground, but not quite. G2, desperation stations now. Chicago's got it. JNAP couldn't get the flip reset, and FaZe Clan hangs on.
You can see the fight though in G2. Down to the last second, still trying to make a push. They looked for the late surge. FaZe Clan started off hot. Great pressure from them, but towards the end of things, we start to see a little bit of a slowdown. You start to see G2 take control. Now they got time to kind of talk things over. We're expecting that game 2 adjustment out of G2. It wasn't necessarily them being outplayed this entire game, but the first 2 minutes, I mean, that was just all FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan able to weather the storm over the course of the 4 minutes.
While G2 did finish well, it was indeed how you started this time. But that first goal out of first killer, FaZe Clan just set the tone very early on. They score 8 seconds into this game, and they hang on for the dub. Of course, that's why you score 2. So when you give up 1 at the end, it does not matter. Now FaZe Clan, what this result means, of course, very little in terms of the whole series. We need a winner before we know who is through in Group A. If FaZe Clan wins this match, Crew advance into the round of 12. G1 would be set out from the major. G1 hoping that G2 can come through for them here as we go to Forbidden Temple.
Where is the adjustment going to happen on the side of G2? Who is going to step up? It's Atomic on the ball. Didn't get a flip, so that one will go towards first killer. Plays it smartly, gonna send this over to Mist. Mist gets it past one, does pick up that Hunter boost. Trying to play this low and look for a bump. Can't get any, but FaZe Clan do get that space out. Things starting off here with that FaZe possession. As they are looking around for each other. Pass here, Sip is trying to get it back to first killer. J-Naps with the read to catch things out. Mist with a lot of time, has a flip. J-Naps had a good read on the ball. Mist is trying to rotate out. FaZe Clan, I love this possession that we're seeing from them early on. They're able to just kind of take that control, get that consistent offense without giving up too much ground.
Well, Chicago trying to get the attack rolling for G2, looking for their first lead in this series. At least they've improved on last game, right? They didn't concede a goal in the first minute. First killer looking to dominate the second minute. That's deflected away though immediately. And for G2, more defense.
First killer goes up and plays that one off the sidewall. Here's Atomic. Gonna push it back into the FaZe half. G2 a little bit spread out here. J-Naps, great speed to get to the ball first. Now into the corner. FK, well, he got kind of baited out by the fake challenge. Gave it to J-Naps. J-Naps able to take that and move upfield. G2 still trying to get just some consistent space. That miss from Typical might prove worthy of something, but first killer able to pick up the ball. Chicago, 50's out as well. G2 are not giving this one up easily.
Wonder now if FaZe Clan has to maybe rethink something. This one goes around the boards, blocked away by Mist. That's been the big problem, I think, for G2. Sure, you can maybe get by Typical, you might even get by first killer, but Mist has kind of been the final boss defensively on every team he's been on. And if you can't get past him, you've got no shot of actually making any headway offensively. And he's been a stout defender again here for FaZe Clan. He's done it all throughout this tournament. Maybe you could argue a little bit of a lapse against G1 yesterday, but now this sets up Typical, and FaZe Clan scores in the second half.
Love this here from Mist. He's able to break through one. It's the 50. Plays it low, and there's a little bit of space. Typical just puts the shot high. Chicago with the backflip, and now G2. The clock is ticking. Halfway through game 2, they're down by 1.
Yet again, it was Mist who they couldn't get by in their own offense or defensive end. This is bombed away. It caught a deflection off of G2, so Atomic's got to go to his own backboard. Hope that nobody's there. Somebody was, and first killer again hit the corner of the frame.
J-Naps, gonna stay on top of this one. Let's play over to the sidewall. Look at that, so early from Typical, but just not enough. Chicago had a great read. We've been seeing the ball played off to the sidewall. We haven't seen G2 necessarily pass the ball around towards each other, and the demos haven't worked out either. That one was a close one, but still, ball gets into the midfield. FaZe trying to work a counterattack in.
Good stop by Mist. He'll dump this back into the G2 zone, and they have to go right back to square one if they want to find an equalizer with 1:35 to go. Blocked out by Chicago. And Typical doing a good job getting that back to Mist. Good back pass. Mist off the backboard for Typical and a 2-goal lead.
Sip starting to strike, and that could be a huge problem if G2 don't get that under control. Sets up a lane, and J-Naps, no way to stop that one. FaZe really showing their strength here. G2 unable to get on the board scoring-wise. This is a problem.
Oh, wow, Mist stayed with that too, and he almost sprung Typical downfield for another kickoff goal. This thrown in front for Atomic and cleared away. It's first killer. First killer looking for somebody to pass to, not finding anyone, so now FaZe has to scramble back. They have that 2-goal cushion, and it remains 2 as that's swept out to the wing. Brought back in by Chicago with a minute to go, but still not a whole lot of offense brewing now for G2 with that clear from first.
That one off the ceiling. Chicago trying to get there. You see J-Naps a little late, so he has to pre-jump. G2 need to come out of this, but again, we're talking about another late surge for G2 if they want to get back into a game. FaZe has been able to control the space very well. As time ticks down, you really got to wonder, as G2 have taken 5 shots this game, first killer takes 1 to throw them off, and FaZe on that offensive push just looks so much more threatening.
Trying to get onto the all highlight reel was first killer. Would have been an exclamation point on a brilliant performance out of FaZe Clan in game 2. First killer looking for more as he brings this to the back wall. Only 13 seconds remain, and G2 shows no signs of getting out of their zone. Chicago got bumped. That forced Atomic into action, and now they're only at 5 seconds. Got to score with 1 on the clock, and they will not. FaZe Clan slams shut the door, and they're 1 win away from topping the group.
Wow, consistent effort from FaZe Clan, pushing G2, demanding more from them. And they aren't getting it back in return, so they say, okay, we'll just take game after game until you start to show up here. Trying to win the group. They started this group stage off slow, and now they're starting to show again why they were the #1 seed in North America. 1 game away from a sweep here.
Fans have been waiting for this matchup all day, the all North American battle right at the top of Group A with so much on the line for Crew and for G1. As we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, this one from Typical pretty much put it on ice. First killer nearly added a flashy goal as well. But in the end, more crooked numbers than not on the side of FaZe Clan and much smaller numbers on the side of G2 as they have just not been afforded the usual comfort they've become accustomed to against the rest of North America.
That's credit to FaZe though. FaZe's game plan, FaZe's their play style where they are able to share the ball more. It's not a one-man show here. And also their ability to just play just good Rocket League, to be able to kind of control that pace, to get in front of G2. Anytime G2 moves upfield, you got either Typical or Mist getting in the way. First killer might go for a solo play to throw off G2. But there's still a game to go. Maybe G2 can turn things around. DFH Stadium, as game 3 has already been underway.
And a near miss out of FaZe Clan, and boy, look, it's difficult. Go to work. I mean, how good has he been this season with all the roster rumors and such for FaZe Clan and wondering just where this team would go. They've stuck with Typical, and it's paid off. But here's Atomic up high. Now J-Naps wide and no follow.
Keep an eye out for J-Naps this series. If he can really start getting going in the scoring department, it could spell trouble for FaZe Clan. So far, scoreless. We saw some adjustments from G2, especially in the middle of game 2, them just kind of getting back into that form. And even though they were scoreless, it really didn't seem like they were starting to kind of get their pattern figured out. Here's Typical on the ball, looking for a bump. Does get it, but Chicago's there. Chicago gonna just take that slow 50, but it doesn't work out. Atomic's needed, gets a big touch. G2 under pressure, but J-Naps eliminating it for the time being. Typical, oh my God, FaZe almost came up with a great play. G2 now moving upfield.
G2 could have had a numbers advantage, but nobody could go after Mist. He was the only one back, and nobody was even in the same zip code. Now J-Naps gonna restart for G2. Still scoreless here in a game they must win to have a shot at topping the group and going directly into the top 8. Otherwise, a first-round matchup awaits. Chicago now taking his time through the corner, picked his spot, and still first killer unfazed. Now it's Atomic looking to drop one down in front. Nobody there. Typical sweeps it away.
These two are still working. See it. Those passes and transitions, they're getting really close, but sometimes close isn't good enough. So far, both teams tied in the shot department, so they got 2 apiece, and it feels like G2 has definitely had more ball control as the game's gone on.
And it's a rare case that G2 has had all this offensive pressure that goes off the post. They haven't valued their possessions, though. A missed opportunity there for FaZe, and maybe G2 can capitalize. No, it's coming right back in. Drop down to first killer and sand away. What a save by Chicago.
I mean, what a great read on that as well. Just being able to recognize no one's going to have this touch. You got to watch out for this shot. Great effort from Chicago to keep us scoreless here. You can feel the kind of tension building in DFH.
Just over 2 minutes for G2 to just get any kind of offense going, lest we go to overtime. You know they'd love to take care of it in regulation. It'll be Chicago for Atomic for their first lead. They got it.
How do you stop a shot that's like a laser? I love this. Chicago sees Atomic downfield and he puts everything behind it. First Killer did his best job trying to make the save, but it just wasn't good enough. That one was going through the back of the net no matter what.
1-0 to G2, but not for long. First Killer answers back, and after all this time trying to get a lead in this series, whoop, there it goes.
I can hear Johnny Boy right now.
Which way did he turn?
What is going on there? G2 finally getting the lead, getting on the board. Just for that to happen? Oh my goodness, 2 minutes left. G2 got to get it together.
Well, so anyways, how are we all doing? We're back to a tied-up game. Like those last 2 goals never happened. And we'll wait for G2 to find another answer. They might have just done here, but First Killer back for the save, and everybody else follows in kind.
There's Atomic. Oh, wait,
Atomic will give way to J-Naps, go to the ground, and again, well defended. If it's anybody other than Mist, maybe he gets it by.
Atomic on the ball, trying to line up the flip. Typical recognized it. Chicago thought he was putting it up to the sidewall. J-Naps needed there, but First Killer's been all over G2 on the press. A little awkward here. Chance for Atomic. Can he get it past First Killer? Tries to take it low. Missed there to bail him out.
They deserve to get scored on there. Look at where all 3 cars were. They were all together on the side.
After the pre-jump.
And now still can't convert. And now watch out. Atomic's got to get back and avoid contact. He's being chased. The ball's being chased by Typical. And Atomic does just enough to hang that up in the corner. And he'll get the touch there before he gets obliterated and J-Nap takes over. Here comes FaZe Clan again, trying to overwhelm G2 and put the finishing touches on a sweep to close out what has been maybe the most anticipated match of the day.
J-Naps, he's been getting up into the air very early. It's been a couple pre-jumps from him. He gets to Chicago! Top left slot for G2!
When you need a clutch shot, how often has G2 gone to read Chicago? Unbelievable. 2-1 now for G2. Maybe the most resilient team in the event. And maybe about to do it again.
First Killer keeping this one, trying to take it to the side. FaZe, seeing if they can play from behind for once. We're gonna look for something late here as we approach the final seconds.
20, down to 17 now. FaZe again on the attack. Big clear from J-Naps, only as far as First Killer. Opportunity for FaZe, it'll be reset by Typical. Launch it on target, easily stopped by Chicago. Final countdown here. Chicago and G2 try to play keep away, and Waterfall's down in front. And G2 will extend our show at least 1 more game.
We were waiting for him to wake up. Welcome to the series, G2. It's good to see you. You saw those goals from Atomic and Chicago. Very well placed. The team play from there. Chicago with 100% goal participation. And a strong effort on all parties. J-Naps with the most saves that game. That was the G2 everyone was expecting going into it. Now, FaZe Clan, they've got to try to figure out how to battle back against that, because once G2 get going and once everybody finally is able to get onto the board, I mean, the real series begins.
You saw a moment ago some very interested parties. Crew and their fans hoping that FaZe could finish the job. Instead, their agony is prolonged just a little bit longer. And G1 and their fans have some life now with G2 keeping them alive. Remember, again, the result of this series determines everything in Group A. If FaZe Clan does eventually close it out, Crew goes into the playoffs, G1's eliminated. Vice versa, if G2 happens to come back and pull off the reverse sweep, and it would be just like them a team that's had a flair for the dramatic, even here at this major, to do exactly that. On to Utopia now for game 4.
J-Nap's on the ball. He's trying to play it low. Blocked away by Mist. G2, show us something great and force that game 5. First kill's gonna try to end it here. Gets the flip reset. Trying to look for that top right corner, but it's sent to J-Naps. He's gonna play that. That's gonna play back into the midfield. J-Naps to Atomic. Atomic is gonna get it into the open net. G2 passed it through and strike first.
Yo, we talk about Atomic for his passing, but this time it's J-Naps with the beautiful split pass. And Atomic will roll it home to an open net. And G2 has the ball rolling on the right side now. Starting to gain a lot more momentum as they look to pull off the reverse sweep.
FaZe Clan this series are used to dealing the damage. This time, they've got to play from behind. You see again, hints there, a couple of passing plays, but G2 well informed of that, and they're making the correct adjustments.
So now how does FaZe Clan answer where all the momentum is starting to slip away? First killer looking for more, flip reset to set it up in Chicago. Make sure that pass didn't get anywhere near its intended mark. Who's gonna take charge now for G2? It's J-Nap trying to bring that to the corner. Mist was all over him. Now it's first killer, all by his lonesome, almost forced it through. Denied right at the post by Atomic. Now Chicago trying to weave through traffic, and he could not connect with J-Nap.
Big demo on the play, but Atomic is on the ball. Does he have the flip? Used it against First Killer, so he'll send the ball to the corner. First Killer's moving downfield looking for Chicago, setting up Typical for the shot! Bang! Typical with the equalizer!
They're sending a man downfield, all eyes on First Killer. The problem is, Typical had the ball, and he ties it up. 3.5 to go, and the tension continues to build. And not just the teams in Group A interested in this result. Of course, all the teams impacted by who would play who based on how the match plays out.
First! Oh my God!
First Killer!
He's incredible! The fire First Killer! One touch! Look at that double! You gotta put a hand up! You can't give him that for free!
Or is it 13 seconds between goals? Here comes FaZe Clan again, and another strong kickoff. This one intercepted by Chicago and missed right at J-Naps. Neutral 50. It goes to First Killer. Worst case scenario, flip reset, and he lost it.
Oh my goodness, First Killer starting to get cooking.
Oh my gosh.
A little awkward here. But there's 3 minutes remaining. G2 still looking composed. Oh, except for that whiff from J-Naps. He's trying to play a phase touch. Now it'll go the other way. J-Naps, strong clear to send that across to Atomic. He's got the boost. What's he gonna do? Use the musty, lot of power. Chance here for J-Naps. No! It won't fall. Chance here though. Empty space. Chicago trying to slot it in, but First Killer is there in time. And now FaZe are gonna try to hit him with a counter.
G2 are gonna be kicking themselves for not converting. It's Typical, dropped it wide. Now follow up though from Mist. This will rain down and cleared out towards First Killer. Nobody out to meet him. Now J-Naps has to come on and just got that one through. That's well recovered by G2, who again need to win this to keep their hopes alive of taking the top spot in the group, going directly to the top 8. Here goes Typical, flip reset, couldn't do much with it. Now First Killer all the way back to Mist. And a very responsible defensive play there from FaZe. Just playing keep away from G2, trying to frustrate them and maybe make them panic a bit.
Right, and then of course they're controlling the ball well, not afraid to back pass. They understand they have that lead, and they want to also try to pull G2 out, see if they can force a mistake out of them. Minute 44, G2 in the midfield, looking to control the play.
It does have to creep into the back of their minds, right? How many more chances are you gonna get? Especially how many more chances of that quality?
7 shots. They're looking to see if 8 will be the one that goes in here. That one will be denied by Typical. Free ball though in the midfield. Atomic's able to get that off the back wall. Follow up from Atomic. Oh, it's blocked away. J-Naps can't get it past either. Mist is a brick wall here, trying to shut things down. FaZe trying to hold on. First Killer, no! That'll go away too. And now G2 trying to move things upfield.
I worried that Typical might have got caught a little too aggressive, but here he goes again. Demo! Clear the runway! Typical gives him a 2-goal lead.
Cleared out in front. Typical with the touch. And First Killer sees Atomic toodaloo. 2-goal lead with a minute left. FaZe Clan trying to close out this group stage in a dominant fashion.
G2, like a prize fighter that keeps on getting up though. Can they answer the bell one more time? Atomic demolished. Now it's on to Chicago with JNaps, the lone man in support. Atomic way back now as he's respawned in. Inside 45 seconds now. And again intercepted by Typical. His First Killer was carrying Atomic down the field. That took him out of the play. Somebody's got to jump forward for G2 and nobody can with a big booming clear out of FaZe.
That's gonna kill so much more time. This might be the last push here of G2. Can't get this one in the back of the net. You might as well call it. JNaps with the effort. Atomic awkward. First Kill's gonna take the ball. And that's gonna slip through too. Only 10 seconds left.
Final countdown now. G2's about to run out of time unless they can convert here. And they will not. At long last, for FaZe Clan, maybe we can start to say it. First Killer as FaZe Clan goes first in the group.
That was the FaZe Clan that was the #1 seed in North America, showing you exactly why. What a performance. Typical, especially in that last game too. I mean, comes through, puts the numbers in, gets a couple of goals. First Killer, being First Killer. This is a full, well-rounded roster that is, again, trying to get past that 4th place spot. They want to take this trophy home. If they keep playing like that, they just might.
With this team playing like this, who is anybody to doubt them? They topped what actually was quite the monstrous group. We saw what G1 did against FaZe. Granted, yes, it was round 1 FaZe, and you can say what you want about how they start events, similar to Gen.G, but when it mattered most, when the chips were down, it was FaZe Clan who comes up with banger after banger after banger. First Killer, as good as he was, a lot of attention has to be paid to Typical. Not just on the offensive end, not just in defense, but especially around the midfield line. Typical was a force to be reckoned with. Mist was exactly what FaZe signed him to be. A staunch defender, and he frustrated G2 to no end, denying them time and time again when it looked like they were finally gonna crack through.
FaZe, I mean, you gotta wonder, they've got the fire here. How hot will they burn? How bright will they shine? It's been quite the showing from this team. We are just witnessing them ascend to a new level.
So, FaZe Clan comes through for Crew, G1's out, and Zuby's on stage with a victorious leader.
Appreciate that, Stacks, and big win there for FaZe Clan and First Killer. And everyone seems to be filing out, but the tried and true FaZe Clan fans are sticking around, wanting to hear what you have to say. But I gotta ask, how good does it feel to get that victory over G2, especially after dominating them in the 3rd regional in those grand finals?
It feels good getting the win on LAN. We've lost to them multiple times on LAN before, and it's our first time beating them on LAN, so it's exciting. It's good.
I mean, what was it like when you guys were walking out? You're walking side by side, and you know, okay, whoever wins this is getting first place, getting that bye. What does that mean to you guys to finally achieve that?
It's really important to us to get first seed. We get a better run, and I'm pretty sure we play Gen.G, top 8, and I really want to beat them, so I'm excited to play them.
Yeah, it's one of those storylines that's always fun to watch, and you know, they were building this up. There was like a marquee matchup. You guys turned it into a matinee. How did you do that? Was it just words that you were hearing from coach? Was it words from your teammates? Was it things that you were speaking into your teammates' ears?
It was all of us. We were just telling each other what we need to do and not being scared to say what we thought, and that just gave us the W in the end.
So ultimately, the confidence from your teammates to be able to call out things and also kind of call you off of balls, is that the difference maker in this new FaZe Clan that we're seeing?
Yeah, no one's scared to say anything. Like, we're all good individuals, so it's not like, oh, you think we're better, so like we can't take the ball from you. It's not like that, you know?
I mean, if I was your teammate, I'd probably think that. So it's understandable. You got to get that out of the way. You got to get the comms on point. And what in the world was game one all about? You came out and it just seemed like you were on a different playing field. I mean, it seemed like G2 wasn't even awake yet, and you guys were already out to like, it seemed like it was like 6-0.
I think it made it look that way because we shut them down like pretty easily. I'm not gonna lie. We have their playstyle figured out, and we just came out strong and made them look weak.
So you guys truly do have them downloaded in a sense to where it's like, okay, we know what they're going to do on offense. We know what they like to do on defense. And at that point, it's just like you have to play your own game and make no mistakes so that they can't capitalize?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like that.
Man, that's awesome. I love to hear that. Now, moving forward, we know there's good teams. We know you want to face up against Gen.G. We know you want to get to those grand finals. How are you going to make sure that the mental stays on point? Because we know that your mechanics are always going to be there, but it's always that question mark of is the mental going to be there come Sunday?
The mentality is definitely going to be good. We just got to reassure yourselves that we're one of the best teams at this event, if not the best. So as long as we keep that in mind, I think we'll be good.
Well, you heard it here first from First Killer. I appreciate you taking some time, but that's it for day number 2. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
That's it for day number 2 and for the group stage. After the dust settled in Group A, FaZe emerges on the top. Achieves, I know you got a thing or two to say about that G2 performance.
Well, it's not so much a bad G2 performance again. Yeah, I think G2 still played a better game, but FaZe, like they said, they know what they want to do. They like to buy a little time. I wanted Typical to have a good day today. Brought it up on the pre-show. Absolutely did so today. Gets the ball moving around the field, forces G2 to come take the ball off him. He's just so consistent that he opens a lot of doors for First Killer and Mist to shine, and they absolutely walk right through.
Man, G2 got to play some 1v1, man. They just got to play some ones, man. They're not threatening FaZe. FaZe is way too comfortable. They got too much defense on one squad, and then all it takes is FaZe with their mechanical beast. Any one of them, a little counterattack. First Killer double touch. We saw it multiple times in game 4. It's just too much space. All they need is that one inkling, that one little sliver. It takes all this. G2 had to work for that goal so hard to score. And then you see FaZe, game number 4, you're going to see exactly what they can do. Air dribbles, take out 2. First Killer double touch probably coming up right here. Free.
Oh, you asked. Man,
Free.
you called that one. You knew exactly what was
I
coming
know,
next.
I know how the highlight packages work. I've been doing this a little bit too long. Once again, a counterattack as well. G2 was trying to work, had multiple opportunities right there to score. None of them materialized. FaZe set up a wall and counterattack demo, easy goal. Defense winning championships. Right?
What I love in that series from FaZe is, one, they jumped on the gun early. They jumped on G2's heads and they didn't let up. But when it was time for your MVP and your playmaker to put the series out of reach, First Killer stepped up in game 4. And that's the thing. It's about FaZe realizing that, yes, you're the better team. Yes, you have an opportunity to continue those back-to-back championships you had in the regionals. But when is that MVP going to show that he's going to lead this team forward? First Killer stepped up and closed this game out and this series. That was a big performance from him.
Yeah, no, Mist and Typical got him to the door. First Killer opened it, walked through it, slammed it shut behind him. FaZe top out of Group A. And that does it for the group stage. We can take a look at all of the things that have been happening across the course of the last few days here. These are the results from today. I mean, just looking at the whole day, obviously, the last match. Did it live up to the hype for you, Bates, or was there another match that kind of stole its thunder?
I like K-Corp Vitality more, actually. They had it was much more back and forth. G2 and FaZe, they're both playing this really slow style Rocket League. I think FaZe is forcing teams to do that because you're so worried about that counter attack. And their control is insane. FaZe, they're playing slow, methodical. I'm gonna dominate you on the counter attack.
But not the G1 crew upset.
That one was just weird.
There was a lot of cook-off goals. There was a bunch.
There's something happened in that matchup. But I will say, which one was it? It was a ground zero Gladiators. I know it was a 3-0, but I do think Gladiators played pretty decently in that. The 3-0 is not indicative of what actually happened in that.
Keep your eye on APAC, man. They are continuing to grow in strength. And as we take a look at the group stage here, it is all finished. And when the dust settles in Group A, FaZe is on top. But because of that, G1 is knocked out in the group stage. I was watching Crew Esports. They were sitting in the bleachers over here watching. They were the biggest FaZe fans you'd ever seen. They could not believe it. They were pulling out their phones at the end. They were so excited. They get to play in the bracket tomorrow. Biggest surprise here for you, Spaceman, in the groups? Well, never mind. I don't care. Let's take a look at the bracket, folks. Biggest. What matchup are you most excited for, Spaceman?
I mean, I have to be looking at really Oxygen Vitality. I think Vitality are better than what they're showing. I think they showed a little bit in the Karmine matchup, but I just think that the Oxygen squad, those boys are primed to make a run, and Vitality's going to be a tough out if they're going to make that happen. That could be a very interesting round one.
Man, this bracket right here.
Team Secret Crew.
It looks, these quarterfinals could potentially be really, really good. There's potential for a FaZe. Doesn't matter who wins down. It's going to be great. Team Secret or Crew with Sam going up against the old Sam Juggernaut.
and it keeps going. Play complexity.
G2, K-Corp most likely. And then Oxygen going up. Or Vitality. Hold on.
How does that work out? The middle of the bracket, we got all the we are guaranteed South America in the quarterfinals or the semifinals at this point.
Keep saying that, but they're playing in NA for the
they're
last year and a half.
all from South America.
I get where they're from, but they got a little bit of NA home cooking over here as well.
You say whatever you want. I know what they care about over there, folks. I think all the Brazilians in chat, all the South Americans in chat are going to be very happy to see Complexity doing well. Though I think they've been happy watching them over here in North America as well, folks. Which, speaking of people doing well, this brings us to our ally assist of the day, and we've seen some amazing assists across the course of the day, but this one going to be going to one very special individual. Your ally assist of the day is going to go to Rise. Rise, walk me through this one, Bates.
Well, listen, it was an absolutely incredible play. Rise jumped off of Archie, a little give and go action, and Archie slotted it right over Gen.G. This series lived up to the hype. It took plays like this coming out of Oxygen to handle business. The synergy between these two. Archie, give and go. Rise, I'll pre-jump you. I'll throw it right back to you. Take Chronic out the play. Abjack is not going to be enough wave.
It's amazing stuff there, guys. Just like you rely on your allies in Rocket League, Ally is proud to be a relentless supporter for your financial well-being. Because we're all better off with an ally, digitally, financially, and personally. Ally, do it right. We are halfway through our Winter Major. We got 2 more days of action. The crowd is only going to get bigger. The matches are going to get longer, and every single one of them, from this point on, is sending a team home.
Hold on, I got to ask the whole desk. Going into Saturday, who would you say is has the best shot to win?
It's got to be FaZe, right?
Well,
I don't know, man. Like, they start slow, they get hot. That's what they just did to G2.
That's true. I did pick FaZe before the tournament in my head, so I guess I got to stick with that now that I know that they got the guaranteed
Did we
number 1.
see the way Patira was looking in those cams during that game? I'm just saying, if he's talking the talk and he's walking it as well, I'd be scared.
I think everybody's terrified.
I think it...
But can Vatira win it by himself?
I think it'd be between. I know Oxygen lost the complexity, but I think it'd be between.
Not a bad pick.
I like Oxygen. I like
not
Oxygen.
a bad pick.
I think they're looking really, really good right now.
Oxygen, a very strong pick. Folks, it's going to be a wild one. Here's what we got coming up tomorrow. Team Seeker going to be taking on Crew to start the day. Falcons playing against Gen.G. Oxygen playing Vitality. And Ground Zero versus G2. Those will be the first 4 matches. Then we'll get into some quarterfinal matches depending on the results of those round 1 games. This is a big one, folks. Kickoff is at 11 a.m. Pacific. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you guys bright and early. The Winter Major in San Diego continues tomorrow.
save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.